Nocturnal Worlds. This podcast invites you into a world of relaxation and wonder. Search for the Nocturnal Worlds podcast on the ABC Listen app.
September means finals footy.
He curls it through for a magnificent goal!
But at ABC Sport, it also means we're counting down to the summer of cricket.
Mr. Smith thumps that through cover point away for four.
Starting September 30, the Women's ODI World Cup.
Big six from Phoebe Litchfield.
Plus Australia versus India in the men's ODI and T20s. The WBBL, the Big Bash, and the biggest rivalry in the game.
The Ashes.
The Ashes.
Stark rumbles in and bowls it down. He's bowled it. First bowl.
ABC Sport and the ABC Listen app. Your home of cricket this summer.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
The umpire holds the footy up.
These are the games that you wait all year for.
Welcome to ABC Sports coverage of the 2025 AFL Finals.
The curtain comes up. Boy, we're going to have some fun.
Louder and louder. Soon the world is going to shout my name.
Bailey Smith is a superstar. Phil Thorpe goals.
Anderson kicks a brilliant running goal.
Nick Dacos. No one can stop him.
Faster and stronger. Feel the blood pumping through my veins.
What a stage. What a finish. How good is that?
Final football edge. Besh is brilliant, isn't it? The pressure's certainly gone up.
Tailor-made for September.
Step in the ring, I'll be coming for you.
He's hooked it through. And the Hawks are landing early punches. From 45, Cuba Puggage. He's ready for finals football. This is why you watch footy. Games like this. Every game you win from here, the bigger the next.
I'm born to win.
Drop punt, it's there.
Goes back with everything he's got. And snap.
And goal.
Beautiful combination of courage and skill, wasn't it?
Chezza slips his man. Goal. It's bouncing. It's through. That is simply sensational. Finals footy on ABC Sport.
I'm born to win.
Listen to the roar.
Welcome to the show.
The kick from Walker. Back on the September stage. It's a big goal.
You want to win it all?
Kick on goal. Dribbles it through.
Welcome to the show.
Spins around and buries it. It's online. It's through.
Oh, yeah.
That is out of this world.
It doesn't have to be your night.
But it can be your moment.
This is my name, this is my story. This is my town, my territory. Welcome to the show. Welcome to the end of the road. You want to win it all? Better be ready to go.
All jump free. Sugar Shake Button. Oh, that's so sweet. Drop punt. He's caught. And this man's fan club is growing.
45 metres out. Of course he delivers.
This is my town, my territory.
Kicks on goal. Massive moment for the young man.
You want to win it all? Better be ready to go.
You've got to be excited. You've got to enjoy this moment.
Baker goal square. Goes for glory.
This is what you sign up to day one of pre-season. You want to be there in September.
Can give it up to the goalies. This will bring the house down. Yes, Jordy.
This is my name, this is my story. This is my town, my territory. Welcome to the show. Welcome to the end of the road. You want to win it all? Better be ready to go.
From the centre square. Cam Rayner. Unbelievable. Soak it in.
The left foot is a goal. What a way to send the Suns to September.
Welcome to the show.
Runs the 50 out.
You want to win it all?
What a way to finish.
Better be ready to go. Welcome to the end of the road.
The first elimination final, GWS Giants versus Hawthorn, live from Sydney.
45 to get the party started.
Better be ready to go.
The 2025 AFL Final Series.
To finish it off, it's good.
On radio, on digital, and on the ABC Listen app.
It is showtime. While our qualifying finalists fight to assert dominance in the top part of the 8, there are no second chances for our teams in action today. As we put the spotlight first up on the GWS Giants and Hawthorn. These two sides
did share in some ways premiership favouritism through the opening month of the campaign. Things fell away through the middle part due to a lack of consistency and in some cases lack of personnel, but each are well aware in this AFL season in particular their best is as good as any. The Hollywood Hawks come to Sydney and the first of our elimination finals is here at the Sydney Showground and gets underway in just over an hour's time. Welcome to ABC Sport. My name is Brett Sprigg and Matt Clinch will call the action here alongside me. Hello Clinchy.
Good afternoon Spriggy, good afternoon everyone. Great to be with you in Sydney, and the Hawthorn fans who made their way up to Sydney alongside Rama and I, and haven't they come in numbers? Optimistic that they can, in a second finals campaign, go a step further. Of course, they lost to Port Adelaide in the preliminary final last year, so a chance to try, before heading into the preliminary final, and a chance for them to try and show their progression this year. They haven't won here at the Sydney Showground in their 8 attempts.
Ever.
Has not been a familiar sort of winning place for them, and yet the Giants are the team we're all intrigued about. Can they get into this September rhythm, having lost in straight sets last year? That's the challenge for Adam Kingsley and his men this afternoon.
I mentioned inconsistency. You're still talking about a team that had 16 wins, the Giants, and 15 wins, Hawthorn. And in fact, when you break it down, Hawthorn's losses this season, 6 of those 7 defeats have been against fellow finals teams. So it's quite remarkable for a team that almost missed out on the 8 altogether. The team news here is still a few moments away from being confirmed. The Giants have restocked with Jesse Hogan, Josh Kelly and Jake Stringer all back from their respective injuries. All of them hold a key to a successful finals campaign for the Giants, no doubt. Out goes Jacob Ware, Harry Ralston and Max Krajewski, all of whom might count themselves unlucky, but it's the reality of footy, especially at finals. The Giants had to make space for those names coming back in, so we'll wait and see who their sub is for the home side. The Hawks, of course, Josh Weddle back in for the first time since round 16 from a back injury, and Sam Butler also recalled on form, which means that both Mitch Lewis and Luke Bruce, who was last week's sub, miss out. We'll see how the sub falls this week for the Hawks. A couple of premiership winners here alongside us. Adam Manaskis, welcome to you, Rama.
Yeah, it's always exciting. Final here up in Sydney. I was here last year for the Giants and Brisbane, and that was an absolute sensational game. So hoping for much the same here today. Now, certainly the Giants will be hoping for a different result, but I think it's a little bit of redemption for the Giants this year. I'm still comfortable enough to pick them as my premiership favourite. Last year, Sydney winning position, coughed it up. Brisbane here, winning position, coughed it up. So a little bit of redemption, I think, the Giants will be up for.
These two sides, as Quincy said, both out in week 2 last year, so both keen to sort of put their best foot forward and progress. However, the Giants, of course, were prelim finalists the previous year, out in straight sets last year, of course, out to prove they're not going backwards, and that's the big key for Kingsley's men here at home this afternoon. North Smith medalist Ryan O'Keefe has joined us as well. G'day, Pebs.
Yeah, it's great. I love this time of year. Finals footy, it's unreal. It's got that, it's spring smell to the air. It's unreal, but to your point, Rama, look, I think the Giants' best is as good as anyone, and they can win it. But for my point of view around the Giants is the consistency, whether they can be really consistent across 4 quarters of the game and be really solid as a team defence, because we know that they've got some firepower if it gets going forward, and I think that the ins that they've got, I think they're massive and make a huge difference. Even though someone like a Hogan, who's probably maybe a little bit rusty, he's still going to take their best defender.
Is it too many to have 3 changes? They're good ins, but is it have 3 in, 3 out for a final? Is that too many for the Giants to make?
I think they've played enough footy together that it doesn't matter. Like if it's a young inexperienced team, maybe, but the Giants, if you look at the Giants team, they've played a lot of footy together. As you said, they've played a lot of finals, and last year they were bitterly disappointed. So I think they've got a real point to prove. So I think having that many ins is not going to make too much difference in my point of view.
I think lessons are learned through history. When you take in injured players to finals, it makes it very hard. Adam Kingsley will be well aware of that. So I think out of the 3 of those, Jesse Hogan will be the one that is a little bit underdone. That foot injury has been pretty severe. So Josh Kelly's carried a hip for the entire year, so it was probably more about trying to get Josh Kelly back fit and not sore, where he could go into a finals here, play for the 4 weeks and be relatively free in that with that injury. Jesse Stringer, well, he's a wild card. To me, he's a perfect sub, I think, where he comes on and makes an enormous impact, or he's the one that you sub off. You want him to explode early in the game and put a score on the board.
We'll see if it's Stringer or Kelly potentially from those names that are coming in. Let's get the Giants camp very shortly. You can text us, by the way, 0437 774 774. Let us know where you're texting from, what your expectations are of today. We've got our prelim finalists or our prelim final hosts locked in, and the stakes lift higher still for the 4 teams involved in elimination finals today. Freo hosts Gold Coast later on, and as I say, we'll discuss this at length. The opening bounce an hour and 5 minutes away. Daniel Garb is with us today. Boundary side is in the Giants camp first up. G'day, Garby.
That I am. Good afternoon, Brett. Good afternoon to everyone listening wherever you are. It is a gorgeous Saturday afternoon in Sydney. The field looks absolutely pristine. I'm right next to the boundary line at the moment, and it looks like a fast track, so we are set for a fantastic game of football. Jeremy Laidler, the GWS forwards coach, is with me. Jeremy, good afternoon. You go again. Another finals campaign under Adam Kingsley. You've had eventful finals campaigns under him so far. Your form line's been great coming into September, and you have a few stars returning. So all of that combined, how well placed do you feel for an assault on the finals?
Yeah, we're really excited. It's the best time of the year. You know, you put a lot of work in to get into the final series, and you know, you can sort of see over the last 2 games, the season starts again and anyone can win it. So we feel like we're well prepped. We always put our training basically program around, you know, we want to build for finals because we know we love getting in. We know that we can actually contend for the cup. So really excited.
Jesse Hogan's back. You're the forward coach. Talk us through his conditioning. How ready is he to have a real Jesse Hogan type game this afternoon?
Yeah, it's so good to have him back, as well as, you know. The thing with Jesse is we've sort of been trying to get him up like for every game, so he's primed to go whenever needed. So he's done a mountain of work. He knows his body. He's super fit, super strong. So yes, he'll probably have a few cobwebs early, you know, as everyone does, finals, nerves, things like that. But I think he's primed for this series, and he's really excited, and we can't wait to see him out there today.
The captain's form has been fantastic for the last 8 weeks, averaging close to 2.5 goals a game, Toby Green. Adam Kingsley said this week that he has an edge to him at the moment that he really likes. Talk us through what you're seeing from Toby Green coming into this elimination final.
Yeah, I suppose you look at the last couple of final series, they've really sort of hurt him deep down, and he knows that we're good enough to win it. So I suppose there's a little drive in his belly to really put his foot down this time of the year, and he's been super, whether it's, you know, performance or leadership around the club. He's been outstanding, and I suppose the best thing is that he's probably popping up the last 6 weeks, but other guys have taken a bit of weight off him, and you see Cadman's grown as a player, Jones, Bedford, they're all kicking goals. Hogan, when he's been playing, they all take a little bit of weight off Toby, and Toby doesn't always have to kick winning scores. So it's probably a pretty damaging forward line to man up on for the opposition. So we feel like we've got multiple threats to kick a goal, and I suppose we've got midfielders now that are kicking goals too. So it's pretty exciting.
With Jeremy Laidler, GWS assistant coach, Josh Kelly comes back into the team, but you've named him as the sub, so perhaps that's surprising to a few considering his credibility in the game. Talk us through that decision from the coaching staff.
Yeah, match committee was very interesting. We probably had, at the start of last week, we probably had sort of 5 names thinking about coming back. We had 2 that probably didn't quite get up in Binger and Buckley, Daniels and Buckley. But Chuka was an interesting one. He's done a power of work. Stringer comes back in, Hogan comes back in. So there's a balance between how many do you bring back in compared to, you know, experience and game fitness. And I suppose the people that have been playing out in the park have been doing a really good job. So we were sort of contemplating, do you take someone out who's in ripping form to bring someone else in, or do we just bring him on at the right time when needed? And we feel like we can do that with Chuka Kelly, and that's why we've named him sub. So we've got 2 inclusions up front, and then we know that Kelly can come in and play midfield, he can play forward, he can play, you know, inside or outside in the mid. So very versatile player.
We spoke about Toby Green's form. Jack Ginnivan's form is right up there as well in terms of the best forwards in the competition. Adam Kingsley said leading into this game that Connor Ryden was the likely matchup for him because he can play on the smaller forwards. Is that the way you're going to go, and does that underline how big of a threat Ginnivan is?
Yeah, I'm not sure what the matchups will be. Brett Montgomery's the backlines coach, and he's probably done a power of work on who's best matched up for who on what part of the ground. So we know they got some, you know, damaging forward. Like you look at Jack Gunston, he's like a good red wine. He's just getting better with age, and we can't just lock down Ginnivan. They've got multiple threats up front too. So we believe that our game stacks up. Our personnel down back have been in ripping form. You got, Sam Taylor, you got Connor Iden, you got Seeka Lear, who's, he's been playing his role to a T. So, and then you got our damaging halfbacks as well. So we feel like we put a lot of belief in them, and we feel like they can get the job done today.
Jeremy Laidler, all the best this afternoon. Good luck.
Thank you.
Daniel Garb there in the Giants camp with their forwards coach Jeremy Laidler. So there you go, Rammer, Ryan. Josh Kelly's sub, and they see it as like 2.5 changes rather than the full 3.
It's I probably wouldn't have had with Josh Kelly's finals experience. I think you want somebody like that out in the heat of the battle early. But in saying that, they know best. They know how much work Josh Kelly's done. They know how much work Josh Kelly can do this afternoon. So, whether it's tactical or an injury sub, they're going to have a plan for Josh Kelly.
Yeah, it is an interesting one. You think with his experience and class that you'd want that early in the game, and then for me that sub player, for the way I would do it, has that real impact player. And I think the way we've seen Stringer, particularly the back end of the year, he's been really, really good and consistent. So I think what Stringer at the start, he would have been the perfect sub, but now I think he's fitting up and going, and he's shown his value here. The coaching staff would know exactly what, and they've got a plan, and they'll prove us wrong probably.
Big question here remains, Ryan, around the Giants' adaptability, because obviously they're a great score from defensive half team. Or in Tsunami, that's how they score their goals. Hawthorn are more sort of bring the ball to ground, 450 pressure and that sort of thing. Also score from turnover, but in a different sort of style. You just wonder as well, there'll be pressure on the Giants, of course, to perform here at home, and right the wrongs of last year. But to actually, if the game's going not on their terms, can they be adaptable, as they haven't been in some games this year?
And that's probably my only question mark on them. And you could see how last year in the finals, or even a couple of games early in the year, and I think they've rectified that a bit. And we've done most of their games this year. Springer is they play that one way, and it's kamikaze, and you find that handball just to get it out and to keep moving it on. And as we've seen in the past 2 games, last night and Thursday night, the pressure's immense, and it's the turnovers. If you cough the ball up and you turn over in bad situations, you're going to get punished. And that's where I think the Giants last year in the finals, they kept playing that one brand and flicking the ball around and trying and keep it hot. But then the good teams get onto it and they go the other way, and it's really hard to defend behind. So I think this year they've shown towards the back end of the year, they've been able to control the ball, and you can defend the game in your attack by a little bit of possession football and control it and set up behind. So I think they have brought that into their game. Now, when the pressure's up, do they go back to bad habits? So that's my only question mark on the Giants.
Well, that's where my interest lies. Well, what did they learn from last year?
Yeah.
So the 2 games were both in their keeping, and in both games they were overrun. Now, Rock talks about around how they move the ball and the like, but will they drop numbers back if the game tightens up? Will they turn it into a scrap? What will they do different to last year? Because last year they just kept playing the game, and clearly it didn't work. So I thought the Sydney one was more disappointing than the Brisbane one. To be
qualifying final.
Yeah. That looked like that was theirs for the taking, and they completely mucked that up. The Brisbane one, they were just flowing in the end. It was just impossible to stop them.
Yeah, I guess both of those finals they had leads in that. Brisbane one, they led by 7 goals in the third quarter, and then the Lions came charging home. Changus Jath is going to be the sub for the Hawks this afternoon. So I guess the interesting part with that concussion for Steve Coniglio, clearly he's right to come back in, but they've been so reliant on Tom Green in the middle of the ground. It does make it that curious part of the ground as to Jai Newcombe, who's been so important for Hawthorn, as to how they match up in the centre square.
You feel like it needs to be a sort of a Newcombe Green head-to-head battle.
Yeah, the player that's Finn Callahan.
Yeah,
he's the player for the Giants in that midfield that breaks it apart. He runs hard. He breaks the lines. He's the one, I think, if he gets off the chain, he's going to be the one that's going to really hurt the Hawks. And yeah, I think it's that Green and Newcombe, those two will just a couple of bulls just going hard at it. They're great players, but I think Finn Callahan is the one that could be the X factor and probably decide who wins that midfield battle.
So no late changes here for either the Giants or the Hawks here on ABC Sport. The opening bounce now under an hour away at a very sunny Sydney showground. The surface looks immaculate, by the way. It doesn't always look like that. So it's a fantastic stage set here. We've got crowd filing in. We're expecting maybe 20,000, which would be one of the top 5 or top 6 crowds I've ever had here. So there's a special finals feel in the air. But I wonder if as well, Rama and Ryan, is speaking more broadly about the Giants' season. Did they lose momentum with the pre-finals bye? Obviously pretty handy to get those players back this week as well. They won their last 3 games, 9 out of their past 10. Do you lose some of that run with that week off?
I don't know. How long's that it's been in this bye? It's been
since 2016.
Yeah, it's been a fair while now. Yeah, I don't know. I think like anything, I think teams have adjusted and adapted to it, and they would have planned their training around it or anything like that. I think it's good because it gives some players a chance to just get over those little niggles, and we want the best players playing finals in the big games. And if that week off sort of gets everyone right, maybe the 3 ins from the Giants, if it was neck last week, maybe they mightn't have got in. As we heard Lades talking about, there was a couple of other players who were touch and go. So look, I just think it gets everyone fresh, everyone's ready to go, and all teams are on the same page.
Ultimately, what impact has it had? So you talk about the Bulldogs in 2016. So Bulldogs and Brisbane are the only 2 teams that out of the top 4 that have been able to win a grand final from that period. Okay, so every other grand final winner's been in the top 4. So I don't think it's had a major impact. I agree with Rock around. It gives players like we wouldn't have seen Jesse Hogan this week. We probably wouldn't have seen last week. Sorry, we probably wouldn't have seen Josh Kelly. We want our best players playing. We certainly do.
We wouldn't have seen Josh Weddle. So that was going to be the interesting one with that backbone bruising as to how many minutes he'd be able to play with manage him. So Jaff is the sub for the Hawks, meaning that he will be on managed minutes from on field.
So last week for Box Hill, Josh Weddle played the entire second half basically. Didn't play at all in the first half. It was set up. The game was set up that he came on at half-time and got the minutes in. But prior to that, he'd been doing a mountain of work of training. He'd been back into the gym, which I think is the most important part with that back injury. But if you watch that Box Hill game last week, his movement looked just normal. Didn't look like he was carrying an injury. Didn't look like he'd missed football. So I think it's a huge positive for the Hawks.
I will say, you talk about the bye as well, and it emerged during the week that Dylan Moore and Josh Ford had a tussle at training. There was sort of frustration boiling over, and someone decked someone. I think it was Moore decking Ward. I don't think you'd mention if was you getting decked, would you?
Probably not.
Just as far as the frustration, the build up over a couple of weeks to get to this point and play today, I'm sure it's...
If I'm the coach, I love that.
Yeah.
I think... as much as it doesn't go overboard, that's healthy. It shows the guys they're locked in and ready. They want to compete.
It's like any competitor. You just got to give them enough and keep them starved a little bit, and they're ready to go and they're chomping at their bit. And as we've seen, the last two finals, like last night, and they've been cracking games. And the pressure and the intensity is... finals game. Everyone's ready to go. Everyone's fresh, and it's just been unreal football.
Adam Kingsley was asked about the inspiration they draw from the Lions, who of course knocked them out last year, but winning it from 5th, which of course the Giants are trying to do in this campaign. But also talking about the finals edge you have to have. Toby Green's obviously in fantastic form, but the extra finals edge that certain players possess, so as not to go over the line with their frustration or aggression, but to what does the edge look like in the... I guess Toby Green is the right example, but... how many players, either of these teams, possess that finals edge they want to see today?
I think it's not the edge and trying to push it and be something different. You really got to have the confidence that you're backing your process and backing what you and your teammate next to you have been able to do all year. You've worked so hard. For a lot of these teams, it's not just this year's journey. It's been built up over a number of years. And once they step over that line, they've got full confidence in the way the game plan, the way their teammates are going to play, and you just play without any fear. I think that's the edge you're talking about in finals.
Well, I think the edge will be if James Sicily and Toby Green come together at any stage early in the game. I think that might be must watch there. I think Connor Nash has got an edge to him in the middle of the ground. Certainly he can throw that frame around. I think Ginnivan will get under skin, no doubt, at some stage. That's how he plays. I think Nick Watson will get under skin at some stage. That's the way he plays. So I do expect this game to have feeling in it, no doubt about it.
And they've been close as well, Clinchy. So past 7 games they've played, these two sides, average margin has been 10 points. 4 of those won by the Giants, so 4 and 3. The past 5 games were 13 points or less. So I expect a close game here this afternoon.
Yep, 3 of which have been by a goal or less.
Yeah.
So if we get that sort of situation, it might come down to moments. And we saw the Giants captain, Toby Green, with some heroic moments against St Kilda just to get his team over the line and what it meant for them to host this home final.
Well, really, moments in finals are what it's all about. Now, I'm a massive believer. Finals comes down to matchups and who you can put to sleep, really. Because you look at Thursday night, for example. Jordan Dawson didn't have his greatest game, and Collingwood are able to get over the line. Darcy Moore dominates as an intercept defender. Nick Dacos had 25 possessions, but there were 25 quality touches of the football. You look, then you flip it to last night. You look how that game was played. Geelong just had contributors all over the ground. There wasn't a standout. Like Bailey Smith and Max Holmes were quiet in the first half, but then the third quarter, they just explode. And that's today as well. It's like, well, Toby Bedford, I think Newcomb and Green will go head-to-head, but then I look at maybe like a Carl Amon off half-back that a Toby Bedford could go to. They'd love getting the ball in Amon's hands. So there's matchups today that become critical to this game.
It's totally, and you saw Geelong, they put McCluggage he hardly touched it, and it's always been...
O'Shea Mullen.
There'll be taggers, and we talk about, we don't like to see taggers in the game. When it comes to finals, that's out the book. You're shutting down who is that player, is the swing player. Like those inside guys, let them go head-to-head. But who's the player in the opposition that if they have a really good game, that's going to determine the outcome? So you shut them down.
Ryan O'Keefe, Adam Manaskis, Matt Clinch, I'm Brett Sprigg. This is Finals Footy here on ABC Sport. We're calling it See You Later Saturday. It's not quite... it's Sudden Death Saturday. I think that's been taken. See you later.
You campaigned for Sudden Death Saturday.
I was told it was used somewhere else, so I don't want to
threw that out. And Rammer came with a late idea.
See you later Saturday.
So we've brainstormed and workshopped.
See you later for the team that loses. Of course, the winner plays Adelaide Friday night at Adelaide Oval. Of course, then Geelong for the winner in the prelim. You talk about finals experience, though. So the Giants have a slight edge there. So they average 7 games each of finals experience. There's actually 4 first-timers out there, though, versus Hawthorn's 2. But Hawthorn have played fewer finals overall. Their most experienced finals player is Luke Bruce. He's not playing. So it's... in fact, if he was playing in that 22 or 23, he almost bumps up their average finals from 4 to 5 himself. Yeah. So it's one of those things. We've seen the value of finals experience in the top 2 seeds, Geelong and Collingwood. Hawthorn, of course, no place for Luke Bruce, who was last round sub.
It does help, but I don't think it's a benchmark or a parameter you can look like it's going to determine the game, because sometimes players that have got finals experience, they have poor games, and sometimes the young players that have none, they've got no fear and they're just going for it. So I think it's when those moments are needed, and late in the game, and it's just that experience head that can go, hey, look, we need to control the tempo, or we need to move, or we need to change something. That on-field leadership, I think that comes to the fore with the experience and cool, calm head.
I've never felt like it's about individuals and how many finals they've played. I've felt like it's teams.
Yeah.
And how many games has GWS's backline played together in a final series? And vice versa, Hawthorn's forward line. That's what's more important in these games. How can they connect better than the opposition? One player is not going to win you a final. No. There's not many Dustin Martins around anymore that can go and do those sort of heroics. But I'm bigger on, Toby Green, can he drag Aaron Cadman along with him? Cadman was quiet in last year's final series, if I recall. Can he get a lift out of him? Jesse Hogan was pretty good last year, but can Toby Green drag him along as well this year?
That's the curious thing. The Giants have lost 3 in a row finals and 5 of their past 7 back to the 2019 grand final. The Hawks have lost 5 of their past 6 finals going back to the 2015 grand finals. So they've each had recent experience, just haven't been in the winning side most of all.
And Hawthorn would hope they're a better version from last year by throwing in Tom Barras, who comes across from the West Coast Eagles, Josh Battle, who's now an All-Australian defender, to have those key matchups. I like the likes of Jesse Hogan and Aaron Cadman, and it feels like Aaron Cadman could be waiting for a final like this to explode on the big stage.
I also think GWS's loss and bail out of the finals last year probably hurt them more than Hawthorn's.
Of course.
And a lot of those players are all together. I think that that's something that's in the background or the back of their mind that's probably just steeled them and made them a bit harder. I think they'll be a lot more hungry not to let this go. That's just probably where I could look at that maybe point of view.
So last year was a bonus for Hawthorn playing finals. They started the season 0-5. Okay, then they get on an unbelievable run and they play finals, and we know the theatre of the game against Port Adelaide and what happened there with Ken Hinkley and Ginnivan. But now, qualifying for another final, I think that's where a bit of expectation starts to come. So realistically, where they finished 8th, I don't think was reflective of really where they...
Well, they're a 15-win team.
That's right. That's exactly right. So you sort of look at that and go, well, that's a top 4. That should be a top 4 finish. Now, the season's been the have and the have-nots, no doubt this year. But I think there is a level of expectation on both these teams today, whereas the next game, Gold Coast and Fremantle, I don't think there's any expectation on either of those teams.
Off the SMS, 0437 774 774. Dom in Faulkner says, can't stand the Hawks, but a Geelong Hawthorn prelim final would be unreal. Yeah, so that's the path there. In fact, Clinchy, it looked maybe that certainly if the Pies had lost on Thursday, there'd be an all-Victorian finals campaign beyond this week for Hawthorn. So, of course, that would play in their hands a fair bit better, given they haven't had the best record on the road since Sam Mitchell took over. They've won just 4 games outside Victoria and Tasmania. They're 1-4 on the road this season, so I'm sure they would love a nice sort of... I wouldn't say easier. They're tough teams.
How many games have they actually played outside Victoria and Tasmania? A bit like Collingwood. They don't really...
Not as often.
In any case, being on the road, of course, well, there's some adversity in it today. There'll be a lot of Hawthorn fans here, but I'm sure they would have loved to have had that game in Melbourne next week. If they progress, alas, the winner here plays Adelaide next week.
There is a lot of brown and gold. Just looking now, we're still, what are we? We're about an hour away.
45 minutes away.
Yeah,
there was a lot of Hawk supporters down at all the cafes on the eastern beaches. Couldn't get my regular table.
100th game for John Newcombe as well, by the way, so milestone game for a man who's a very key part of that Hawthorn midfield.
Now, also a little omen for the Hawks. Of course, you want your VFL side to be playing in finals as well. Box Hill were trailing Brisbane by about 30 points when I last checked in the third quarter. Box Hill have come charging home, and Bodie Ryan has kicked a winner after the siren. So the Hawks have prevailed against Brisbane. This is in the VFL. 18-7, 115 to the Lions, 16-16, 112. Mitch Lewis has kicked 4 goals. Max Ramsden booted 2. Henry Smith for the Lions booted 4, and Connor McKenna kicked 2 as well.
So did you say after the siren?
After the siren.
So I was watching an under-18 game, Dandenong Stingrays and the Greater Western Victoria Rebels, so North Ballarat. After the siren, the Rebels had a shot for goal, and he kicked it as well to win the game.
Wow,
It's always better when they kick him straight.
Absolutely, especially in finals time. Both teams are out there warming up here. We've got some clouds around here out in Sydney's inner west, but otherwise nice conditions here.
You could not ask for a better day for a final.
Yes.
It is absolutely perfect. Not too hot, no wind. Ground is the best I've ever seen it up here, so certainly no excuses for either team.
Off the text, Tom in Townsville says, has Josh Kelly's 2025 form as opposed to his reputation been good enough to justify his inclusion? I doubt it. You talk about, look, he's played all bar one of their finals in the club's history, and you say, that's not one player's problem, but he is a key part of their system when he's playing. He did miss 5 weeks with the calf, though.
You certainly need to understand what Josh Kelly is carrying this year. Like his hip is very, very bad. So for him to be able to get up and play, I think has been an enormous effort in itself. And I know this because I know a very good friend of his. It's debilitating what he's been going through that hip injury.
Mary and Freya ask, who does Collingwood play next week? Answer, no one. They have the week off, and they're on the other side of the draw. So that's the Brisbane Freo Gold Coast semi next week. Winner of today's elimination final faces Brisbane Saturday night next week. Of course, then they face Collingwood in the prelims. That's how it all looks as far as those top 2 seeds, Collingwood and Geelong. And this is sudden death / see you later Saturday here on ABC Sport. The opening bounce here is 40 minutes or so away under mostly clear skies here at the Sydney Showground. You're with Brett Sprigg, Matt Clinch, Adam Manaskis and Ryan O'Keefe. You can send your text as well, 0437 774 774. Hi guys, says Mads in Baldivis, WA. So looking forward to this game. Hawks supporter for over 60 years. I think they can do it. Don't know how far they will go. Go Hawks. That's one thing I suppose neither team can look too far ahead about, Rama, is what's awaiting them if they progress to week 3, because the Pies and the Cats just look so strong.
Yeah, and they did. Like, I think I'd start with Collingwood. Thursday night they went over to Adelaide with a plan, and they were able to execute it unbelievably well. I didn't think Adelaide played anywhere near their potential as they've shown this year, but at the same time, like I said, Collingwood had a plan that was executed. They were able to slow their prime movers. I know we understand the situation with Isaac Rankin, but it was clear that Adelaide certainly missed that X-factor player in Rankin. Their forwards couldn't get going. I thought, like, the 300 game when Taylor Walker was their best forward on Thursday night, which they certainly didn't want that to happen. They didn't have an answer for Darcy Moore. 9 intercept marks in a final is just crazy, absolute crazy. You know, Nick Dacos ball use forward to centre. Adelaide I didn't feel like they put a play to him. Then you flip it over to last night. You know, Geelong had, I think, 52 tackles in the first half, and that's not the way Geelong play at all. They're a possession team, like they're surgical at times, but their pressure last night to stop Brisbane's ball movement, as we know, has been so good for so long. You said it earlier, Rock. Brisbane made so many mistakes because of Geelong's pressure.
Yeah, Geelong were fantastic. I think that game against the Swans, where sort of Geelong brought some players back, and we said then that was like their finals preparation game for them. And Sydney's a bit like Brisbane in the way they move the ball, and Geelong put the amount of pressure, and players did their roles and shut some. You know, they put the player, you know, shut Heaney and all them down then. And they did that blueprint, they put it last night, and it worked really well. And Geelong just looked super. And the three sort of key power forward mix-up, which Geelong have got, you know, Cameron was sensational last night. Neil was a bit quiet, but that's okay because they had Cameron was out, and Blitzavs was fantastic. I think that formula they got's really good. Behind the ball, obviously, their defensive structure behind the ball, and just some of their underrated or, you know, non-name players were fantastic. And then for me, the Collingwood Adelaide game was that was a really good game. I just thought Adelaide weren't bad, but Collingwood's ability just to absorb the pressure, and talking about experience and cool underhead, they just absorbs Adelaide's pressure. But Adelaide they had the opportunity, they just couldn't score. They found it, and I think, you know, not having Rankin there was a huge loss, which I think that having someone like that there to be able to create some forward opportunities and moments in the game, he's one of those players that can create those sort of moments.
I think based on our recent history of these two sides and our Week 1 finals, those 4 finals, this looks like the closest game in prospect. Byron asked what happens if there is a draw tonight. Byron from Gamelling, well, of course, extra time means we have a break of 6.5 minutes after the full-time siren, then 2 halves of 3 minutes each, plus time on, with no break between the first and second halves, and teams will switch ends at half-time, and then they have 10 more interchanges, 10 more rotations, and if the score's level, they repeat the process again. So there's no golden point, just keep going until they get a winner at the end of each extra time period. So there you go.
It becomes a scramble. If it ends up in a draw, the full-time siren becomes a scramble, and everyone's trying to work out what the magic formula is for that last 6 minutes. You obviously coached in Adelaide, Ryan, so a thought or two as to how quickly they can bounce back. How much will the town swallow them up in the pressure and expectation?
Yeah, look, there's always a super amount of expectation over in Adelaide, and look, I think they're still behind. As I said, they didn't play bad. I just thought they just couldn't capitalise some of the opportunities. Particularly, you know, Tex was sensational in his 300th game, but yeah, there's probably a few players that were a bit down, and you know, hopefully, I think Nixie's got them going really well, and I think the inner sanctum style, I think he's really big on that. So I think they'll bounce back pretty strong.
Here at a sunny Sydney showground, it's the Giants and the Hawks coming up very shortly. Daniel Garby's in the Hawthorn camp. Garby.
Thanks so much. I'm here with Adrian Hickmott, assistant coach for Hawthorn. Adrian, thanks so much for joining us. So it's been a big week. You've just finished your warm-up. Talk us through the energy in the camp, the energy in the rooms right now. Finals are here.
Yeah, well, you mentioned it right at the end there, finals are here. You know, the energy is just natural. Like, it's naturally a good time of the year, and you can see the weather and the crowd and the atmosphere around. So it's, the guys just, like you said, done their warm-up, and they go back in and do a little one now and reset themselves before they go again.
I've got to ask you about Hawthorn's record on this ground. So 0-8, 6 losses against the Giants, a couple in COVID against other sides. What have you tried to identify this week as to why that may have been an issue for you in the past, and how do you try and tackle that today?
Yeah, well, all grounds are different shapes and sizes. So long as we are after pressure today, the contest and pressure, and that's what final footy's about. So we don't look too much in the ground. We look into ourselves more than the ground.
In terms of the Giants' key operators, Toby Green's had a fantastic end to the season. Finn Callahan's been a star all season. Your plans for those two this afternoon? Is there a lockdown player for Finn, and who goes to Toby Green?
The plan is team first. Make sure we get the job done. And if they start getting away, we have plans in place. I'll just keep those to ourselves. But for a start, it's a team.
Josh Weddle, so it's his first AFL game in around 2 months. How satisfied are you with the work he's been able to do over the last fortnight to be ready for a final today?
Yeah, he's a beauty. He trains extremely hard behind the scenes in the gym, and our sports science staff are fantastic in getting players, at every club now, but getting players to where they should be or can be to their best. Played half a game at Box Hill last week and looked well, and then trained really well during the week. So we're pleased with him.
In terms of the contest this afternoon, there are some spicy customers in the Giants team. We know about that. You guys don't mind showing your personality as a football side. Are you expecting some fireworks this afternoon when all that comes to the boil?
Yeah, that's right. They're two really competitive teams, and in finals we know all teams are competitive. And we hope that it's a really tough and courageous game by all.
Why do Hawthorn win this afternoon?
Our pressure needs to be up. They've got a fantastic midfield, and you've mentioned a few names there. So our pressure in the contest is number one, and then from there we hope we can use the ball well.
Adrian Hickmott, thanks so much. Good luck this afternoon.
Good on you. Thank you.
Adrian Hickmott, forwards coach for the Hawks, there with their own Daniel Garb, and the opening bounce here is 35 minutes away. No late changes for either the Giants or the Hawks, and the subs are Josh Kelly for the Giants and Shankar Jath for Hawthorn. I actually recall he debuted against the Giants back in 2019 in the Canberra Snow. That was his very first game of footy in the late rounds of 2019.
It's interesting what Adrian Hickmott said there right at the end. He said our pressure needs to be up, and a lot of people will go, what does that actually mean? I hear it all the time, our pressure needs to be up. So to explain it in simpler terms, if their pressure's up, that means when the ball's exiting a contest for the Giants, it's a high kick. Okay, so then it turns over across Hawthorn's half-back line, and then their ball movement's away. Okay? Pressure then means also stopping the ball at the source. So that's not allowing the Giants to come out up front of contest uncontested, where they can then go and hit Toby Green, Jesse Hogan, Aaron Cadman. It means pressure when the ball's in the Giants' forward line. Are they able to stop the ball? Are they able to win the ball back quickly to go the other way? A lot of people just go, pressure. Yeah, of course you need to apply pressure, but pressure is a hallmark of every team's game style and game plan.
Sam Mitchell discussed, I suppose, the motivation to do better than last year, as well as the familiarity of last year, Ryan. So it's about balancing what you know about finals football, which includes pressure and all those sorts of things, against your opponent today, the Giants, but also to embrace the fact that we were here last year. We were playing with house money last year, that this young Hawthorn side back here again in 2025.
Yeah, we spoke about it before. I think last year was a bit of a bonus for them. Now they've got that expectation, and I suppose the experience you have with finals is the pressure, the intensity, and it's not just the physical pressure and teams not allowing you to play how you want to, but the mental pressure and the crowd, and as you can see that all the media's watching, everyone's watching these games, and that sort of stuff is the ability to be able to absorb it, adapt to it, and be able to try and execute the way you want to play as much as you possibly can, knowing that the opposition's doing their best to stop you doing that. So I think that expectation is whether they can take that on board and still produce the game they want to play.
Because there have been reflections, and Kingsley spoke about the need to learn the lessons from last year's straight sets exit. We'll see for the Hawks, there were players that Sam Mitchell said were overawed by the occasion, didn't let the game sort of settle on their terms. You speak about it being a system-based thing, Ramo, when you're playing consistently across the year and have 15 wins before you get to the finals, but you guys play lots of finals. How much better are you in year 2 of finals campaign versus the first time around?
Ramo won a premiership.
I was going to say,
and in his first season, he won a VFL flag, so he's thinking I went okay.
No, it's like I said before. I think it's more about the particular lines playing together for longer periods of time, rather than, you can be in year 2 of a final series, but your team turns over too much.
Yeah.
But I look at it and go, well, Hawthorn's team hasn't turned over too much. other than Barras and Battle.
Yep.
Now, Barras has got some finals experience. Battle doesn't have the finals experience. So how those two can play today, they've combined unbelievably well throughout the season. I'm not sure which way the matchup goes. Does Barras go to Cadman or Hogan?
So round 3 in Launceston, Hogan kicks 4 goals on Josh Battle. That's not a bag, but he beat him that day.
In modern day football, it is.
I'd say probably Barras has better reach against a guy like Hogan. They actually know each other quite well. They both came out of the Claremont system same year, 10 years ago or whatever, in WA. So there's similarity there with those two, Barras and Hogan, but it could well be. The other question as well is on Jesse Hogan. We discussed the fact he may be underdone, but I know during the week, I'll get to one of the grabs very shortly, but one of his teammates was asked, what percent fit Jesse Hogan would you take? If it's 30, 40, like when do you pick him? And they reckon 30.
No.
So that might be being some facetiousness there. But I suppose as far as, we'll know today, won't we? If he's sitting Big Bear in the square rather than getting up the ground, we'll know how underdone or otherwise Jesse Hogan is.
I don't think he can be that, but he doesn't need to be 100% fit because he's such a good contested player. He's got good hands, and he's going to have to take a good defender, which then allows, this is the point when you've got multiple strings in your forward line, that might allow Cadman to, with his huge, go clunk and kick a few. Stringer gets off the chain. Toby Green doesn't have to play as a key forward. It just allows those other players to be able to step up and fill that void. Even if he was 100% fit, he mightn't have a great game. But when you've got so many different cards to play, that's the ability of a team or a line that's played a lot of footy together. One's down, one's up, and that's the advantage of having multiple targets up there.
Still got Riccardi and Callum Brown and those guys as well.
I think he needs to be 80% fit to play.
Yep.
You can't have him as a liability in your forward line because Hawthorn love to attack from their back line. That's how you look at Amon, you look at Scrimshaw, you look at Hardwick. Even Battle gets enough of the football, so they got a number of players. So there's still got to be a level of defensive pressure that Jesse Hogan is able to apply. You don't want him just sitting in the goal square. That's just not how football's played anymore. He's got to squeeze up the field. He's got to do all those things. So I would say he's got to be 80% fit.
Trained Tuesday, didn't train Thursday. No. So there's probably a concession there from the coaching staff thinking, well, let's not risk anything going wrong at training on Thursday. And if something goes wrong today, well, so be it. It's last chance.
Their session on Tuesday would have been a good solid hit out. He got through that. All right, it's enough. We've seen enough. He's good to go. And I think he would too, as an experienced player, know if he's right or not. And then I think any player now in finals steps over that white line, they're 100% ready in the head.
Yeah. Mentally. Yeah.
Mentally, their goal, it doesn't matter. They might be like Josh Kelly's got a crook hip, but once he goes, no, I'm right to play. Particularly finals. It's not, a home and away game is, I think, different. You can probably sort of sneak your way through, but you would not want to walk across that white line knowing that you're going to let your teammate down.
And at the other end of the ground for Hawthorn, we often talk about hard luck final stories. Mitch Lewis is the one who gets squeezed out, kicked 5 goals in his 6 games and has been 4 in the VFL today in their win over for Box Hill over Brisbane. But Jack Gunston is the one who has had a career best season, 62 goals for the year at 33 years of age and a second-time All-Australian. So he's a tough matchup for the Giants as well, given their forward line is so versatile.
The reality of that it was a decision between 3. They had to pick 2 out of Chol, Lewis or Kalshadir. So they've gone with Chol and Kalshadir, and Lewis is the unlucky one to miss out. I don't think anybody expected Jack Gunston to be doing what he's done this year, but all credit to him because he's a terrific footballer and an All-Australian again this year. So, but their forward line still worries me. I do have a concern over it. I don't know what Marbior Chol we're going to get. Kalshadir can either do some unbelievable things or he can touch the ball 2 times as well. I think you're going to get a level of consistency out of Gunston. Who puts the clamps on Nick Watson? Does Connor Iden go to Nick Watson? There's a huge height advantage there, but Iden plays that role more on the smaller players. Then how do you set up the matchup with Ginnivan? Ginnivan's, as much as there's a lot of antics with Ginnivan, his last month of football has been really, really good. So, is it a Whitfield matchup? What is the matchup there? What's Adam Kingsley thinking? Do we want to expose him from a defensive point of view, or do we want to lock him down from an offensive point of view?
Yeah, Jack Ginnivan and Dylan Moore have sort of shared that role as the high half forward Dylan Moore was an All-Australian last season since Jack Ginnivan was dropped early in the season in round 7 by Champion Data. He's been the 6th highest rated general forward outside of the key forward. So he's played a different role for Sam Mitchell in the second half of the season.
I think the Giants will back their defensive system. The Giants' defence has been pretty consistent, and they've played a lot of footy together, and they're a really good defence. I think they'll back their system early, and I think, well, if one of their high forwards is up and we're freeing up Lockie Whitfield and getting drive, we'll take that until it starts hurting us. And I think that's what the masterpiece in the coach's box is. Go, okay, what question is the opposition asking us? What answer do we have for that? Do we need to change something? Is that hurting us? Do we need to lock that high half forward down? Do we need to put the clamps on someone else? We might put Iden to Watson. He's done his job, but Ginnivan's getting off the chain. So it's just going to be this match-up, who's on what's best, and keep changing. We'll see. I reckon we'll see a few different matchups depending on what the momentum of the game is.
The voice of Norm Smith medalist Ryan O'Keefe here on ABC Sport. The clouds have parted here at the showground, and there's more bright sunshine and blue skies here. The banners are out there on the ground. The teams are not too far away here, the Giants and the Hawks, for the first of our elimination finals of 2025. 0437 774 774. Chris from Yelgogren North asked, was the Binya boy unlucky to get dropped? He's referring to Harry Rouston, I think. He performed a good role there for the Giants the past few weeks, but of course he was going to get dropped, as did Max Krajewski and Jacob Ware, to make way for those guys coming in. Josh Kelly, who's today's sub, Jesse Hogan, and of course Jake Stringer, who possesses a big finals X factor here for the Giants. And also coming through here as well, Chris says Hawks began the year as flag favourites with the bookies. Getting knocked out today would be a huge failure. Both of these sides were heavily favoured, weren't they, in those first 3 or 4 weeks? They went to Launceston. Hawthorn beat them by a couple of goals. It was actually, in some ways, it felt closer than that game at York Park, with a late goal there. But the season, I wouldn't say it fell apart. There were still 16 wins for the Giants, 15 wins for Hawthorn, but certainly out to gather some greater consistency in big games. And what better place to start than in a final in perfect conditions on this Saturday afternoon in Sydney. And
both, as you said, Spriggy, have been reasonably consistent throughout the season in being inconsistent. At one stage it looked like they might feature in the top 4. At one stage it looked like they could slide out the trapdoor and be the side that finishes 9th, and yet they were able to get their second half of the season going. And given the fact that last time they played each other is back in round 3, there's been so much water under the bridge. But I think whoever loses this afternoon, Rama and Ryan, I think will feel like it's a missed opportunity, because on paper they'll feel like they can get on a run if they can get past the first step.
Oh, yeah, definitely. I think both teams would fancy themselves to go very, very deep. It's probably, you spoke before, Rama, it's probably, these teams would probably be better off if they were playing like Freo and the Suns and get on and go make semi-final. I think both these teams are semi-final worthy. So that's just the way it's landed. And I think if one of these teams goes through, they'll be a headache for the next opposition.
We'll pick it apart very shortly here on ABC Sport. Just on Callum Brown, of course, the Irishman for the Giants, one of their forwards. He actually spoke to Declan Byrne earlier today about one department they'd like to match the Hawks in.
They're a big group who love to get around each other, celebrate everything, the little things as well, especially when they kick goals. So I reckon we just sort of need to match that energy and do the exact same thing. Get on the front foot, try to get in their heads and rattle a few players and piss them off. But, you know, we'll see when it comes to it.
They want to out-celebrate the Hawks. They want to have better energy, better goal celebrations that Hawthorn have come to sort of expect from Jack Ginnivan and Nick Watson and the like. But it's about energy, as you said there.
The reality of that comment is Hawthorn are going to have as many or more fans here today.
Yep.
So I think when Hawthorn kick a goal, it's going to be loud. So that energy level that he speaks about there is critical. It's critical.
I'd say if you're a backline, don't give them a chance to celebrate. Don't let them score any goals. Is that the simplest way of going about it?
That is a simple way. Shut them down. Don't let them kick any goals, and it's a match there. But I think that's both these teams feed off the energy. Not so much. The Giants are used to. They don't need the external crowd as energy because, historically they don't play amongst big crowds. Like today possibly could be the biggest crowd they've had here.
Yep.
But I think both teams really thrive off that energy amongst themselves and their own teammates and getting around each other and kicking goals. So, yeah, it's going to be one of those games where I think whoever can get the ascendancy and get that bit of momentum, I think they'll get on a bit of a roll, and it's going to be that question asked, can that opposition stop that?
It's also an interesting point around the history here at the Sydney Showgrounds. 5th final here. We were here last year for the semi-final between the Giants and Brisbane. That had a crowd of 18,357. So we're looking at the Hawks fans who are gathering in the grandstand opposite us, so the Martin and Angus stand, as they're looking to fall in and create a bit of atmosphere, but really you've got to go back a long time to when we had over 21,000. So that's the challenge for the Giants, is to try and create that atmosphere here other than the players on field.
Biggest, most recent crowd was 21,000 for the Giants Collingwood opening round game last year. They also had over 19 for the opening round game against the Pies this year. No surprises, Collingwood are involved with the big crowds. But
I tell you what, Spriggy, there's a lot of stands around this ground.
Yeah.
You've got the Martin and Angus stand, the Sinclair stand, the Vincent Fairfax stand,
Sutar, I think it is,
the members stand, and where we are was called something as well. If I
think it's the show. I think it's just the members, or it's the Royal Show Pavilion or something.
It's named after probably some big.
They're all agricultural society.
A lot of stands.
We used to call it the Callum Sinclair stand, that one over there. I don't think he had a stand named after him. But it's rare that they have all of them full, and I think we'll come pretty close today here in perfect conditions here in the Sydney Olympic Park precinct on this Saturday afternoon. You're with Brett Sprigg, Matt Clinch, Adam Manascus, Ryan O'Keefe and Daniel Garb on the boundary here as well. The opening bounce about 20 minutes away. You can keep sending your texts 0437 774 774.
So the follow-up to that is, without Sydney featuring in September, has there been enough hype around the Giants as they built into this with obviously the pre-finals bye, which in the NRL gives them a chance to celebrate, but if they're going straight into September, would that work better for Giants fans?
Yeah, no, there's been a lot of support and promotion and billboards and everything all around Sydney. So it has been a big push to get behind the Giants, and I think the Giants now have cemented themselves in Sydney. They're still the little brother to the Swans, but they are recognised. They have a really loyal, and they are building a real core fan base. And it's not just here in Western Sydney. I think it's spread right out. So yeah, there's definitely been a big hype around the AFL in Sydney.
James Sicily leads out Hawthorn. Their banner, of course, pays tribute to Jai Newcomb. 100th game today for him. Actually, his 50th consecutive game as well for the Hawks midfielder. And of course, just like their opponents today, the Giants are keen to atone for some shaky recent finals form. Of course, did feature last year for 1 win, 1 loss. They've lost 5 of their past 6 finals going back to 2015 grand final. And of course, the Giants with a prelim in 2023 and a straight sets exit here, including a 44-point loss they coughed up at the hands of Brisbane, the eventual premiers, on this very same ground almost a year ago. So both sides exited the finals at the same stage of the season in week 2. Only one of them will get there this year. And from there, who knows? But tremendous belief, I'm sure, for the 5th and 8th place teams as Hawthorn take position in the northern end of the Sydney Showground. Good crowd coming in, as Rama mentioned, and there's still some coming in here. There's plenty of places around, the Homebush precinct to, cafes and bars and all. It doesn't quite feel the same as the city, but it's not far away. They've got infrastructure now built around this place, which 25 years on from the Olympics and that 2000 Essendon Premiership, Rama. So there you go. Nice place to come to watch the footy. Giants are not too far away here, by the way, as well. 0437 774 774. Josh Battle took Jesse Hogan last time these sides met. So we wonder if Sam Mitchell might reverse those key matchups, maybe give Barras to Hogan. Battle could take Camden. The Giants banner is up and just flapping here in the breeze.
I think the interesting part with that, Spriggy, is I think they like Battle closer to goal than Barras. That's their ideal scenario. So I tend to think Battle will get first crack at Hogan.
You mentioned Toby Bedford. So is that a Carl Amon sort of thing, or is it Jai Newcomb?
Could be Newcomb, because he has played on those taller mids at times. Now, Newcomb's not huge, but I just feel like the Newcomb-Green matchup seems ideal for both teams, if I'm being totally honest. So I think Carl Amon's their best ball user across half-back. So to be able to stop that, particularly metres gained, like he's been... Carl Amon's been up around 1,000 metres gained in games this year. So to stop that run, I think, will be really important for the Giants.
34 touches last start for Carl Amon. It was his season best and one of his best efforts in a Hawthorn jumper. Of course, he himself has finals experience for 3 wins and 4 losses. The Giants will make their way out onto the Sydney Showground, their home deck, keen to right the wrongs of last year, and their skipper Toby Green is a man in form, and he walks out with them here. Xavier O'Halloran at the front there as well. Finn Callaghan, very important name in that Giants lineup as far as what he can do, what he has done this year, and what may lie ahead in this elimination final on this sunny Saturday afternoon. So the Giants banner says the Giants are built for September. Orange tsunami surging, a finals to remember. Is that how you see it, Ramon? Do you think they have a similar game style? Or you mentioned sort of scoring from back half. That's been the Giants' signature. Hawthorn, of course, build their game around a lot of forward pressure as well. How do you sort of see that the game styles overall?
I think the orange tsunami is a little bit of a thing of the past for the Giants, to be totally honest with you.
I agree with that. I think they've changed, as I mentioned before. I think they've changed and become a little bit more experienced and got a couple of different gears on how they move the ball now.
If you look at Whitfield and Ash, for example, being among their best ball winners every week, that still suggests they're going to run off half back as well.
Oh, of course you've got to run. They're going to break lines and stuff like that. But I still think they're a little bit more deliberate with their ball movement going forward.
Yeah, their scores from stoppage is good. Whereas Hawthorn, they probably like the game in a bit more chaos, to be totally honest. They're happy with the ball on the ground, kicked along the ground. That gets those smaller forwards involved. Whereas I think the Giants are a little bit more precise with their ball movement, I think is the best way to describe it.
We'll break it all down for you here very shortly on ABC Sport. The opening bounce is 15 minutes away on ABC Radio, News Radio and the ABC Listen app for finals footy on ABC Sport. So Hawthorn taking their set shots and warm-ups in that northern half of the ground. And the Giants at the Olympic Stadium end here. And the toss and all of that to come very shortly. We saw the sound check earlier. A guy who looks like Guy Sebastian, it isn't Guy Sebastian, performed the national anthem, and all of that's still to come here as well. The umpires in blue this afternoon, so looking forward to seeing how it all transpires.
September's a big time of year for everyone, Springy, including those with the pre-match entertainment, trying to make sure they nail it. What about Connor Nash? Who do you think he might have the match up on this afternoon? He's another one that could go to Tom Green if he does get off the chain.
He can certainly go to a Tom Green, but I think somebody's got to put the brakes on Finn Callaghan. Now, we've barely mentioned him in this build-up, but he's certainly a prime mover for the Giants. It doesn't feel like there's a natural matchup for him. I don't know if Connor Nash could go with him aerobically, to be totally honest. I think Callaghan will be able to just burn him off with his run from contest. If Callaghan was just around contest, I think it's a perfect matchup. But at the same time, if Nash then goes to Tom Green, that's then putting responsibility potentially to a Newcomb or to a Josh Ward to go and play that role. I don't like either of those two to be going to Callaghan. So it might have to start with Connor Nash.
I mentioned before, I think Finn Callaghan is the most important probably mover in the Giants midfield. Like this year, he's been amazing. He's had so many best on grounds. Like for him not to be all Australian, anyway, I won't get
hashtag Vic bias.
Yeah, I won't get into that. It just makes my blood boil. But anyway, look, I just think if he gets going and gets off the chain, the Hawks have to do something about him, because I think he's the most important, because he's strong in the contest, but he breaks the lines. He explodes out and gets deep entries. So he's the one player to watch, definitely.
Well, I'm just looking here at the Hawthorn now. David Hale's Hawthorn's midfield coach, and Josh Weddle is in that midfield group. So Josh Weddle is certainly somebody that could run with Finn Callaghan, because it's not going to be Warple, it's not going to be Newcomb, it's not going to be Ward. So it's one of those ones where Rock spoke about backing your system and how you play your own system. I think Callaghan's beyond a system. He's just a player in a finals game that needs to be stopped. You look at Jordan Dawson on Thursday night. Collingwood had a plan for him. They were able to execute that plan, and his impact was minimal on Thursday night.
Josh Weddle, first game since round 16, of course, the recent back injury, and also Sam Butler among those inclusions, or the two inclusions, also incidentally played for the last time in the ones back in round 16. 0437 774 774. Brendan in Kingsley in WA asks, have Hawthorn and GWS met in a final before? No, they haven't.
First time.
Yeah, and it's funny because Hawthorn have sort of defined the previous era, of course, through 13, 14, 15, and they only made their way back there, I suppose, last year under Sam Mitchell, and have sort of missed each other. Oh, well, the Giants played two finals last year as well, but yeah, didn't play the Hawks in last year's campaign, so they've had different sort of eras, I suppose you could say.
Giants are in their 8th finals campaign, but as you said, they've kind of crossed over Hawthorn's successful eras. They've tried to buck the trend and have the rapid rise rather than the full-on rebuild, with the changes that took place with Tom Mitchell and Jaguar O'Meara departing the Hawks, and I guess Sam Mitchell and his legacy, Rama, with the chance to try and transition from a player into a coach as to whether he can take Hawthorn back to the promised land and really reunite this club into September glories of the past.
Well, look, Hawthorn supporters have been spoilt, really, with how good Hawthorn have been basically since the mid-70s, really. If you look at the level of success they've had through the 70s, the 80s, they won a premiership in the 90s, they won a premiership in the 2000s, they won 3 premierships in the 2010. So they've been really spoilt, the Hawks supporters. But it is, look, I think Sam Mitchell's a terrific coach. He's certainly different to what he was as a player in terms of the way he allows so much, I guess, entertainment and excitement from his players, because he certainly wasn't that.
He's had to adjust, hasn't he? He's had to adapt with a different generation.
He's had to roll the times. That's what he's done. Now, whether it's real or whether he's faking it, it's working. So it's working for Sam, and I quite like that, because you look at the players that he's coaching, and clearly they want to express themselves on the field, off the field, with all sorts of things. So he's recognised personalities, and he's allowed that to grow within the team.
It's funny you mention that. I'm just trying to think of a lot of coaches, and a lot of good coaches coach differently to how they were as players. Yeah. I met Ruzi, like he never picked anyone up in his life. He just floated around and it was all that. But the way he coached and the way his system was totally opposite. And you can see it was Sam. Sam definitely, he was a more serious, pretty sort of straight shooter sort of guy. But yeah, it's interesting. Probably Sheeds would have been the same. As a lot of good coaches are very different to the way they play.
It's similar journeys, aren't they? Both Sam Mitchell and Adam Kingsley, while very different players, they had to get the maximum out of their career through being dedicated and disciplined. And you look at the roles of both captains this afternoon, and I mean, James Sicily would love to push last year and missing that shot right in the last 80 seconds of the game, and Ken Hinkley with the celebration, and Toby Green, well, if that was the lead into September and what he might do against the Saints as he propels his body back and taking great marks in the middle of the ground after kicking a great goal in the right forward pocket, then maybe that's an indication that we've seen players like Darcy Moore and the role they've played throughout September already.
Yeah, you don't like to talk about sort of redemption stories and the like, but that would sit with James Sicily. James Sicily is regarded as one of the best kicks in the competition. So when he marked that ball, or was it a mark or a free kick last year? I think it was a mark, wasn't it?
It was a mark, yeah.
I virtually penciled it down. I thought, he's going to kick this, and just the momentum and the wave that Hawthorn were riding will continue on. He misses the goal, and this season's been really up and down for him. He's been injured a bit. His kicking's been totally off. So he'll want to have a huge final series. And Toby Green will be the same, regardless of what he did at the end of the season, which was quite remarkable. It would burn him in those two finals last year, and how they performed, particularly in those fourth quarters against two very good teams. Sydney make a grand final, and Brisbane are the eventual premiers. So, there's no shame in losing to those two teams. But at the same time, the Giants were in winning positions, and as a captain, that's the time where you need to drive your team over the line, and Toby couldn't do that.
That's my question, is who has the most to answer for from last year?
I thought the Giants. Yeah. Definitely. I said that would be the ones who would have come out of last year's finals series so disappointed, particularly when both games, the position they were in, to let it slip like that, like two in a row. Like, you thought they might have learnt from the City game, but it happened again. So I think they're the ones that would be absolutely frothing at the bit here to be able to rectify and put some demons to bed.
Also, we speak about the fact that teams have won outside the top four, and the Lions did last year from 5th, the same spot the Giants are in now, but no team has won from 8th. And so Sam Mitchell probably, I know that the Bulldogs won from 7th 9 years ago, but he thinks about, well, no team's done that, but that holds no fear.
But it's no closer year for those top teams.
Exactly.
So you look at that and you go, yeah, it is a possibility this year. Other years it's the top 4, bottom 4, and it's been, there's a gulf between those two areas of the ladder, but this year more than others, I think it's as close as ever.
The reality is
just even. Yeah. Like anyone could win out
and
of
the pre-final bye sort of balances out a little bit. Apart from getting the double chance, finishing top 4, it's not quite the advantage it used to be.
Players lining up here in the members' wing. The pre-match ceremony is not too far away. 0437 774 774. Ron from Adelaide. Whoever wins today wouldn't want too many injuries. Can't see Adelaide playing 2 bad games in a row. Yes, that's who awaits the winner next week at Adelaide Oval on Friday night in the semi-finals. Looking forward to the Giants getting smashed today, says Daniel. Go the Hawks, from a one-eyed Hawthorn supporter. Also says Devils all the way. There we go. So half Hawthorn, half Devils. There we go. Fran from Melbourne, thank you for your text as well. Happy Pies supporters so far. Unable to work out, could it be a Pies Giants grand final? Yes. From here, all possibilities, apart from elimination final opponents, can still meet. Thank you, Fran. Says, hope Jesse Hogan has a good game. She's a big Jesse Hogan fan. Is Fran. 0437 774 774. The players are lining up here, and we will head downstairs to our MC, Amber Laidler.
AFL Final Series, and today to the first elimination final between the GWS Giants and Hawthorn. The AFL recognises the Wangal people, the traditional owners of the land on which we gather today, and we pay our respects to elders past and present. We acknowledge we play our great game on these lands and respect the cultures of all First Peoples, their contribution to our nation and their contribution to our game of Australian rules football. To conduct an official welcome to country, would you now please welcome Auntie Joan Bell.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies, gentlemen, and distinguished guests. I am here to provide you with a welcome to country. Though I am Gadigal, I am a Gadigal elder. The Wangal people are my neighbours, and I know in my heart that we are connected by the bloodline. My name is Joan Bell. I am a mother, a grandmother, a great-grandmother, and a great-great-grandmother of 83 grandchildren. So I'm doing okay. Thank you. We honour our Eora elders and leaders, including Barangaroo, Pemaway, and many others. This welcome to country is made in the spirit of peace and harmony with all peoples of modern Sydney. The sun is in my eyes. It is a pleasure to be here with you today. I would like to congratulate both teams, the Giants and the Hawks, for making this elimination finals. Best of luck to both teams. AFL is a lot to talk about. It's a game that has a lot of history. And it's great to see the Giants not only being a part of, but making their own history. This is 8 out of 10 final series. And I have a couple of names that I would like to mention. Graham Polly Farmer, Sir Doug Nicholls. Just a few. Aboriginal people have always had an affinity with AFL, and they make their mark. This welcome to country is made in the spirit of peace and harmony with all peoples. With this welcome, we ask that you all will respect the law, L-O-R-E, of the land and the law, L-A-W, of the country. Give honour, be respectful, be polite, be gentle and patient with all. Respect is everything, living and growing. Please, look after the land, sea and rivers. Then the land, sea and rivers will look after you. This is my welcome. With the approval of my elders, I welcome you to Wongal country. I hope you have a real good game. Go the Giants.
Thank you, Auntie Joan. If you are able, would you now please rise, remove your hats and join with the players, coaches and umpires for the Australian National Anthem, to be performed today by Chris Sebastian.
Australians, oh let us rejoice, for we are one and free. We've golden soil and well foretold. Our home is good by sea. Our land abounds in nation's gifts of beauty, rich and rare. In history's page, let every stage advance Australia fair. In joyful strains let us sing, advance Australia
fair. Stirring rendition of Players Break. Elimination final football coming up very, very soon here at the Sydney Showground. There's a reason why there's the Guy Sebastian likeness, Ramo. It's his brother, Chris. There we go.
Yes, it was. I had the second look. I thought, geez, they've spent some money here, the AFL, getting Guy Sebastian, but his brother that was as you said, a sensational rendition of the national anthem. So, look, I'm really excited about this game. I looked at the games and I thought the Geelong Brisbane game and this were the two games of the first week of the finals. And look, probably to break it down today, I feel like it's the Giants' contest and clearance, what they're going to really go to work at, whereas it's going to be against Hawthorn's chaos and run. Now, if you look across the field, I go, okay, I think the Giants match up pretty well against Hawthorn. But then I look at Hawthorn and go, well, can they match? We spoke about Finn Callahan a little bit earlier. A player like that, do they have a natural match-up for him? Who goes to Toby Green? Is it the captain in Sicily, or is it does Blake Hardwick get first crack at him? What do they do with Cadman? Cadman's had a really good year. I think he's had a breakout year as a forward for the Giants. Lockie Whitfield, does he take a Ginnivan, or do you want him to run and carry and become that meters game player? Spoke about Carl Amon and the role that he plays for. Does Toby Bedford go to it? So I just feel like it's a match-up game rather than a tactical game today.
Daniel Garb is going to reside for us. Hello again, Garby.
Hello, Spriggy. Hello, team. It is absolutely sensational down here. Perfect conditions, a massive crowd in, barely a spare seat in the house. So many Hawthorn fans here. It's like a Harry Potter convention with the amount of wizard hats for Nick Watson. But the Giants fans are matching them. They might have rolled in a little bit later, but there is plenty of orange around the showgrounds now as well. A bit of a breeze. I don't think it favours either side. It's a little bit swirly. Adam Kingsley will coach from the bench as he always does. Sam Mitchell from the coach's box. We are ready to go. There is a fantastic vibe down here at ground level.
Toss won by James Sicily. The Hawks will kick to the Stadium Australia and Ryan O'Keefe. I think we expect the Giants to be there sometimes because they have done the past 7 out of the 9 seasons. But some of these guys would start to wonder, is this premiership ever going to happen? Because you're no guarantee to even make it back to the finals. So if they are to put the recent past to bed, 3 straight finals losses, they have to turn it around today.
Yeah, they definitely do. But look, I think if Giants bring their best, they're going to be very hard to beat.
Winner goes through, loser goes home. No second chances for the first of our Saturday games here. Finals footy on ABC Sport, and it's Matt Clinch with you.
Lloyd Meek in the middle of the ground against Briggs, and we're ready to get things underway. Do or die footy. Elimination finals start now. Meek wins down the tap. Gets it to Newcomb. Hand pass away to Ward. Hawthorn with the first clearance. Up towards half forward. Spoiled away. Tom Green gathers for the Giants. Hand pass to Ash. Kicks to the outer side. High ball. Jones underneath it. Jarman Impey makes the spoil. It spills out the way of Lockie Whitfield. Hand pass inboard. Chopped off by Watson. The young Hawk cuts the tackle. Hand pass to Ward. Hand pass to Ginnivan. Back to Ward in the middle of the ground. Back to Jarman Impey. Drives the Hawks inside 51st. It's wide of Lekalia and Dylan Moore, and it goes out of play. A throw in the right forward pocket for the Hawks through the opening 35 seconds in this elimination final.
And crowd in, approaching 20,000, which is rare air at this Sydney showground. Back in it comes, inside 50 for the Hawks. Briggs out of the ruck, hand pass off here again. Green busts the tackle, that was Tom Green. All comes loose though. Weddle wrapped him up, now tries to follow up. The Giants with numbers around the ball. Again, Tom Green brought to ground. And we'll throw it up just inside 50. This time Newcomb got him.
Well, Connor Iden's got the matchup on Jack Gunston. Fonte has a Nick Watson matchup.
He's a versatile competitor, Connor Iden, as far as those matchups for the defender. Giants clear it through Ash, and now Cadman gets a free kick with a push from behind. Bedford calls the play here. Little 1-2 there with Stringer. Bedford still running. Escapes the chase there of Amon. Kicks inside 50. It bounced into the pocket and out of bounds for a throw-in at the scoreboard end of the Sydney showground. No score so far. 90 seconds in. Elimination final here on ABC Sport.
It doesn't look like, there's too many hard matchups just yet. I think that both teams are playing whatever structure they got.
You eating? Righto, Chris Scott.
Aaron Cadman has got Josh Battle and Jesse Hogan with Tom Barras as it's thrown back into play. Left forward pocket for the Giants. Meet one down the tap. Carl Amon is tackled by Toby Bedford, so that might be a matchup to keep an eye on.
Yeah, that looks like it is that matchup. So, Bedford is trying to more play as a forward, but his responsibility is certainly Carl Amon today.
Half forward for the Giants. Briggs wins down the tap. Straight to Cornelio. Kicks it out on the full. Under the pressure of the tackle from Connor Nash, it goes over the boundary line. There are some Hawks fans below us who are giving the Bronx cheer. No score through 2 minutes in the elimination final.
I think it's a huge ask for Joe Fonte to have that matchup on Nick Watson. That could be critical for the Giants today.
Hardwick kicks it back in. High toward the wing. Spoil from Iden, uncontested. It goes out of bounds for a throw-in just sort of halfway here in Hawthorn's attack.
The other end of the ground, Battle's gone to Cadman, and Barras has got the matchup on Jesse Hogan.
Fonte's had a few good roles this year, though. He has played that defensive lockdown role really, really well on some key players this year.
I know, Keith. Everyone ask us, your experts here on ABC Sport. 3 gone first term at the showground here in Sydney. Back in it comes. Briggs palms it down. Tom Green, quick hands off to Callaghan. They're 2 vital cogs. Here is Cogs. Cornelio up the boundary line. Now Callaghan kicks off that preferred left boot. Missed its target there on the wing. Gathered now, though, by Bedford. He escapes Weddle. Little 1-2 there with Cadman. Cadman goes inside 50. Got some late pressure. Bounce there for Toby Green. Straightens up into the pocket and finds Hogan, who leads and marks. In the left forward pocket, 35 outs.
I tell you what we have noticed is that inside battle, Green and Callaghan are getting on top, and it is looking dangerous. So I think we just need to watch that, see if that sort of starts to break the game open too much for the Hawks.
He missed a month, Jesse Hogan. He's played 2 games in his past 7 weeks. The Coleman medalist of last year. Made his 4 goals when these sides last met round 3 in Launceston. You hear the boos there from the Hawthorn faithful. On the approach, Hogan in that left forward pocket. It's just missing the left-hand side. First score is a behind of the home side. Giants one behind. Hawthorn yet to score. 4.5 played opening term. Finals footy on ABC Sport.
Carl Amon looks to bring Hawthorn back into play. Looks out towards right half back. Josh Weddle start in the midfield. He kicks towards him. Angwin makes the spoil and off hands it goes out of play. So no Will Day, of course, for Hawthorn's September run, but Josh Weddle making his return as start in the midfield. Giants by a point with that opening shot on goal from Jesse Hogan. Briggs and Lloyd Meek set themselves in front of our broadcast side here at the Sydney Showground. Meek works his way to the front. From a shallow throw in, he tries to knock it down in the direction of Ward. Knocked on by Cornelio. Still a chance for Jai Newcomb. He's tangled up by Briggs and the umpire circles and will ball it up.
Texas throughout 0437 774 774. Freo Gold Coast later on in Perth. Elimination finals today. Palm down here by Meek to Newcomb. He's sandwiched there between Cornelio and Toby Green. Will ball it up again.
Well, Toby Green's right up at the stoppage at the moment. So his opponent right now is Carl Amon, who's just sitting off the back of this stoppage.
Cornelio shuffles out a hand pass here. Towed back by Tom Green. Now Angwin for the Giants. Puts them inside 50. Reaching for it, Cadman. Good spoil there from behind from Josh Battle. Free kick. Yeah. Battle gives away the free kick there on Cadman.
Well, that's his second. And that's because Cadman's playing in front.
Yeah. And the other thing, too, is Connor Nash has gone to Tom Green, but he's not having any impact on him at the moment. And they're about to, with Amon sitting just super high off the back, they're just exiting it over the top of him, so he's not getting any impact on being loose behind the back of the stoppage.
Cadman's set shot is 40 out here, so as we predicted, Barras and Hogan together. Cadman versus Battle. Aaron Cadman kicks from 48 out with that left foot on its way. Breeze stops it. Barras on the goal line. Down here again for Hardwick. Hawks can rebound through Impey. Hits beyond defensive 50. But Angwin again marks at right half ball for the Giants.
That'll give him a lot of confidence. Young player. Sit under the flight of the ball. Know there's contact coming. Take the mark.
Adam Ramanaskas with you on ABC Sport. The Giants a chance to go inside 50 for the fourth time. Long towards Hogan. Scrimshaw in front, brought it down for the Hawks. Briggs squeezes a kick forward to Sicily, not 15. Has to get a hand pass back to Jarman Impey. Wedged in against the boundary line. Around his body towards Warple. Can't take the mark. O'Halloran makes the spoil. Sam Butler tucked in a tackle by Bedford. Umpire circles and will pull it up.
Jeez.
Certainly an early feeler.
Well, I love that tackle by Toby Bedford.
7 minutes played, just the one scorer behind the Giants. Down it comes. Weddle through traffic. Drops the footy. Umpire says we'll ball it up.
I'll say that because we've seen a few of those go really bad this year for the guys that are tackling that dumping motion.
Umpire wastes no time. Weddle can clear quickly. Lockie Ash intercepts here at centre half ball for the Giants. They lock the footy in their forward half so far in this game, the home side. And Lockie Ash, averaging 28 disposals this year. Played every game. One of 4 to do so. Inside 50 he goes. Weddled everywhere at the moment. Comes down to Cadman though. Hurries his kick into the goal square. Bounced away and through for a minus score. 2 behinds the Giants. Hawthorn yet to score. 7.5 played the opening turn. Finals footy on ABC Sport.
There is a strong northerly blowing which is coming down that end. You can see the ball is holding up a fair bit down that end of the ground.
Battle brings the Hawks back into play. Chips it to Dylan Moore, who sends it long out towards the outer side. Kinnavan can't take the mark. And Lekalia with an intercepting mark in front of the Giants faithful on the outer wing. Giants leading by 2 points. They've had 5-1 inside 50s early. Lekalia with so much speculation he might join the Saints at season's end. Long towards Hogan at half forward. Tom Barras comes in from the side and spoils it. Out of play for a throw-in.
He's there. Secure next year, Lekalia.
I don't mind the way the Giants are just playing territory at this moment while the game is a bit hot and the start of the final. Just get there. Let's play the game in our front half, and then we can set up really well behind it.
Northwest medalist Ryan O'Keefe on ABC Sport. Back in it comes. Warple reaching for it. Angwin gets there for the Giants. Off to Tom Green from the half-forward flank. Inside 50 he goes, but intercept mark is taken by Battle in the left-back pocket. Hawthorn can go again from that last line. They work it across the defensive goal mouth. Good spoil there from Ash, this time on Butler. To knock out of bounds for a throw-in on the junction of 50 at left half-forward for the Giants with 2 behinds next to their name on the scoreboard. Hawthorn yet to score. 9 gone opening term. Finals footy on ABC Sport.
7-1, the inside 50s early the way of the Giants. As both sides try and find their rhythm early. Thrown back in. Meek and Briggs tangle once more. Meek wins down the tap. Warple can't gather. O'Halloran toe pokes it out towards the boundary line. And it rolls out of play for a throw-in. On Matt Clinch alongside Brett Sprigg. Daniel Garb down on the boundary. Premiership players Adam Ramanauskas and Ryan O'Keefe, your experts on ABC Sport. The Giants leading by 2 points. Tom Green with 5 disposals early alongside Ryan Angwin as well. 3 disposals for Ward. Impey and Battle for the Hawks. Thrown back in. Briggs in front position. Knocks it down to the front. O'Halloran. Warple was bumped off it. Free kick going the way of the Hawks midfielder.
Warple, he's off contract as well, isn't he? So talk about Geelong potentially. Mind you, most of the players in the comp get linked to Geelong these days. Warple, who went to school there, from right half back to a pack on the members' side. Through hands, Gunston searching for it. Overrun there by Nick Watson. Umpire arrives and says, let's ball it up on the members' side of the Sydney Showground as Hawthorn look to go forward of halfway. Ball in the air. Meek and Briggs. Tom Green spills it down there for O'Halloran for the Giants. And now Thomas run down from behind. Good pressure it was from Butler. And the ball goes with him for a throw-in just forward of halfway for Hawthorn. Still just those 2 behinds the Giants' way. Hawks yet to score. 10 gone first term.
Giants in their predominant orange top with the white G and the charcoal bottom of the jumper and the charcoal shorts. The Hawks in the brown stripes with the yellow and the white shorts. The umpires in the Pascal blue. From the throw-in, slapped away by Briggs, gained 15 metres, good clean pick up by Stringer, hand pass to Green, Toby Fings off the tackler, hand pass out in front of Cal Brown, the Irishman on 50, chips it for Riccardi, it's just wide of him, trickles out towards the boundary line, and then he steps across, trying to get around Tom Barris and a throw-in.
Big opportunity there for the Giants, just messed it up going forward. Callum Brown, they've got to hit that little target.
Daniel Garb on the boundary.
Yeah, I did say before the bounce it was swirly this wind. It's definitely favouring Hawthorn and against GWS. They're just battling to get their ball movement on song, considering that. Some big personalities on the bench. Cal Ward for the Giants, Will Day and Luke Bruce sitting bench side for the Hawks.
Throw in scoreboard end for the Giants in attack. And again, they pile in from all angles and the umpire will ball it up. Oh, shove there from Meek on Briggs. So the ruck's getting a bit of tussle going, but that looked, it looked at least to us unprovoked. Obviously there was something in there from Briggs maybe earlier on Meek, but Meek just shoved him, showing all kinds of frustration. Briggs manhandles Meek at the stoppage. Umpire hits the deck as well. Hawthorn can clear from half back on the bounce. Himmelberg meets the footy at speed. Hand pass was a little wasteful though. Watson slides in for the Hawthorn Hawks, and now Tom Green off to Alia. His hand pass wide over the boundary line at left half forward. 2 behinds the Giants. Hawthorn yet to score. 12 gone first term here at the Sydney Showground.
Because last night it might have been a free kick.
Finals footy on ABC Sport. 12 minutes in. The Giants leading by 2 points. They've had 9 of the first 10 inside 50s. Thrown in. Meek removed by Briggs. Spills the way at Canelio. Kicks inside the 50. Cal Brown onto it. Worked out of it by Hardwick. He then gets a hand pass out to Jarman Impey. His kick is a turnover. Straight to Kieran Briggs, who hunts it to his chest. At left half forward for the Giants. He looks up. Inside a congested forward 50. It's over the head of Cadman. Hawthorn have the numbers. Weddle and Sicily compete against each other. Scrimshaw nice to knock it out. Toby Green gets down low. The umpire will ball it up in the left forward pocket.
Well, you look at contested football to start this game. 20-8 in the Giants' favour. So Rock mentioned Tom Green, Callahan, those guys, Canelio around contest. Dominating at the moment.
Still waiting for our first goal. Meek, hand pass off to his captain Sicily. Off a step, clears it down the corridor. It'll skid out there for Taylor, who comes in the mark for the Giants. Offloads back by hand to Lockie Ash. Sends it deep inside 50, but Sicily intercepts this time for the visitors.
You can see the Giants, this is quite different to how they play. They are just getting in deep and long, deep entries. They just want to pin the ball deep in their forward line.
Taylor Green stood the mark for Sicily, now arrives there towards Impey as well.
12-1 inside 50s at the moment.
They get the on-D 50 here, Hawthorn. Newcomb marks, and now it's 50. There's a player did run by, that was Toby Green.
That was against Darcy Jones. The umpire set the stand, and then he decided he wanted to move back off the mark.
On the outer side, yeah. Poor. And now Newcomb, not on the mark. He unloads from 48 metres out for the first goal of this elimination final in his 100th game. John Newcomb, first major for the Hawks against more weight of Giants possession, but Hawthorn 1 straight 6. GWS who were 2 behinds, 14 gone first term.
Talk about moment. Like, it's such a harsh penalty, isn't it? And like the Giants have dominated this game and played it totally, and then they get a 50-metre penalty, go bang, and it's their second entry, and it's a goal, and it's just like moments in the game, and that's just one of those moments. And I think, as we said, this is going to be a tight game. You can see the way it's played. It's things like that is just going to hurt.
I thought Giants had to get somebody on the mark.
Yeah.
Nobody was on the.
Yeah.
So the 50-metre penalty came. You knew where it was going to be, but Newcombe was able just to keep running there with no Giant player in the vicinity of it. So really poor defensive play by GWS.
Just their second inside 50 for the match, the Hawks, and Jai Newcombe kicks the opening goal. The Giants had 12 at the other end. Chol into the ruck, gets the clearance to Newcombe. Hand pass to Warple. Here go the Hawks once more. Long ball inside 50. Gunston worked underneath. It spills to the front. Whitfield gathers. Hand pass to Finn Callahan. He jags it around his body. It's over the head of Cal Brown. Running onto it, Sicily for Hawthorn. Hand pass through traffic. Got it to Battle, who turns inboard. Newcombe takes the mark. Releases Connor McDonald. Long kick towards a one-on-one. Diembedo over the back, and it's going to bounce through. Hawthorn with the opening 2 goals of the match. Connor McDonald kicking to the one-on-one. In the end, it cleared the 2 and bounces through for the second goal of the match. Hawthorn 2 straight 12. The Giants 2 behinds. 12-14 the inside 50s, but it's the Hawks that have all the points to show. Adam Ramanauskas and Ryan O'Keefe with you on ABC Sports.
Sicily was really good. He played proactive as a defender. He intercept that, a front half turnover, and then their efficiency to go forward through like that. It's it's one of those games that can you absorb the opposition just pounding you, which the Hawks have, and they've gone back and been super efficient. That's what we saw. We saw Collingwood do that on Thursday night.
Elimination final last year, Donald's had 2 goals and 23 disposals in that game against the Bulldogs. The same weekend last year. There's their second goal here, following on from Jai Newcombe's effort. And the restart. Chol in the contest there with Riccardi. Follows up with a hand pass. They go forward of halfway this time through Nash. Inside 50 again. Giants defenders converge. Gunston gets loose out the back though. He's in the pocket. Shares it with Watson. He was held by Bedford. Umpire says free kick Hawthorn. Probably hard to argue. Bedford took him with both hands and the ball wasn't quite in Watson's keeping. So this is a set shot from deep in that right forward pocket for the Wizard. Bedford waiting for him to come off his line. Opens up the angle. That left foot snap and curls it around the posts. 3 quick goals for the Hawks as Nick Watson joins the party. 3 straight 18. The Giants with those 2 behinds. 17 played first term. Finals footy on ABC Sport.
And this is where footy is cruel at times. So the Giants, it was 12-1 inside forward 50 probably 5 minutes ago. Now it's 5-12, but 5 of those inside 50s for Hawthorn have resulted in 3 goals. Now two of those goals, certainly the Connor McDonald goal was lucky. The Newcombe goal was through poor checking by the Giants on the man on the mark, and then there Bedford just gives a holding free kick away to Nick Watson. So this is where you got your rock solid defence, Sicily, Barris, Battle, Scrimshaw, to hold, and then when you get your opportunity you score.
It's come from 2 centre bounce clearance, those last 2 goals. That's the key.
Briggs and Meek both to the bench, so it's been Chol and Riccardi, and Hawthorn have kicked 3 goals in 3.5 minutes. From the tap down, it's stuck underneath O'Halloran, and the umpire will ball it up. Hawthorn lead by 16 points. Riccardi wins down the tap this time. O'Halloran stripped of it by Nash. Spills out. Knocked out by Newcombe of the Hawks. Got it out into the path of Sam Butler. Hand pass too slick in the end for the intended target. Although Connor McDonald's quick 1-2 with Battle. He gets it back to Amon. Kicks up the wing. Warple takes the mark. Well, some late contact from Finn O'Callaghan and decides to play on. He runs the boundary line and gets a hand pass to Carl Amon. Free kick coming back, and a Hawthorn free kick.
How's that
high
free
contact?
Kick? No, it's from checking. He went past and Brown just stood there and didn't let him run through.
Now Brown has given one to the midriff of James Warpen. I think the umpire, if he didn't see it, he certainly has been told about it, and this will be a 50-metre penalty.
There's some red and gold flag flying going on here. Bedford and Warple as well, tangled up. Hardwick's just manhandled Teddy Bedford.
Watson and Fonte are wrestling, so Carl Amon has been given a 50-metre penalty. which has only got him within sort of 35 metres out from goal. So it's probably not the full toll, but a chance for Hawthorn to make it 4 goals to start this elimination final. Carl Amon comes in. It drifts from right to left, and the Hawks have the break. And some ill-discipline from the Giants in this cutthroat elimination final is telling. Hawthorn are celebrating, and the Giants need to get back on the same page. Hawthorn by 22 points, 4 straight 24 to the Giants, 2 behinds. And all of a sudden the Giants with that 12-6 inside 50 differentiate, and now trailing by 22 points. Adam Ramanauskas and Ryan O'Keefe with you on ABC Sport.
This is where, and I saw it last night, staging. Like that is not a free kick, and that is not a little bit like a bump, and it's a physical game and it's heat, and for players just to drop down to milk a free kick, it changes the outcome of the game.
Even even to give the 50-metre penalty, there's nothing wrong with that.
No.
Well, this is a physical game. It's a finals game of football. They are not free kicks and they are not 50-metre penalties.
Adam Ramanauskas and Ryan O'Keefe, your experts on ABC Sport, and the sunshine here in Sydney as they pile in from all angles.
Wasn't high, wasn't late. You're allowed a bump.
So the first free kick was a block on James Warple from Cal Brown, and then a punch to the midriff.
No, it wasn't a punch.
Nash to Ginnivan, had a fresh air shot with the kick. Back to Newcomb, evades the tackle of Tom Green. Hand pass effective though. Nash back to Ginnivan. He's 50 out. He's run down from behind by Whitfield. Great chase and tackle from the Giant. And on the overlap here, Bedford. Off now, we're getting the Lockie Ash. Room to bounce. He strides down the wing. Shakes off the tackle there of Amon. Goes inside 50, and it's marked by Scrimshaw. So coast to coast, that orange tsunami there from Lockie Ash, but not quite the finish. And now Impey at left half back here for Hawthorn. Settles things down with a neat kick to Nash. He goes back wide to the wing. It's with D'Ambrosio. Options upfield. Impey kept running. Does receive the mark now. It's he's paid the mark anyway. Thomas there was tangled up with him. We'll come back here for a Hawthorn ball at left half forward. They lead by 22 points. That's their early break as we've just hit time on here in the first term at the showground.
That was a missed opportunity there by Giants. A poor, great run by Ash, but a poor execution. He had multiple options. He needed to hit one of them.
Ryan O'Keefe with you on ABC Sport. The footy had to return by Jarman Impey, who went and got it himself after it was knocked out in the marking tangle with Harvey Thomas. So it's allowed the Giants to get everyone bar a couple of players inside their defensive 50. And Jarman Impey now called to play on. Veers out to the right, sends it long towards the teeth of goal. Lloyd Meeks there, brings it down to the front. It ricochets off the boot of Connor McDonald. Out towards Moore in the left forward pocket. Dylan Moore tackled, dispossessed. Tom Green takes it. Hand pass to Whitfield to the run of Darcy Jones at halfback.
Plenty of space up ahead. So there's 3 bounces now. Darcy Jones now a 4th. Michael Longstyle, 5 bounces. He goes inside forward 50. Looks for Stringer. It missed its target, but it's a free kick for a push. No, it's going to go the way of the Hawthorn defence, and it will go the way of Battle. So he wastes no time and finds Ginnivan at left half back here for Hawthorn. 22 points their lead, 4 straight plays, 2 behinds. 22 played here in the opening term. Finals footy on ABC Sport for the first elimination finals. Ginnivan, his kick finds no target, bounced away there from Nash out of bounds for a throw-in on the outer wing. Daniel Garb on the boundary.
No surprise, Adam Kingsley pretty agitated. He's gone straight to the headphones, and I could hear him mouthing Lades. Jeremy Laidler is the forwards coach of the Giants, so he's not happy with the way in which his team is structuring forward of the ball, and you can imagine he's pretty tense at the moment, the Giants coach.
Thanks, Garby. Hawthorn by 22 points midway through the opening quarter. Briggs takes it out of the ruck, kicks up towards Hogan at half forward. 2 to deal with. Barras brings the pressure, and the ball eventually rolls out of play. A number of the Hawks fans who have travelled to Sydney are sitting there cheering on. They're rising with their side, having kicked 4 goals in the space of 6 minutes to take a 22-point advantage in this contest so far.
Well, what's happening with the Giants forwards? They're up high, and when they're getting that run break with the last 2, they're back shoulder, and the ball's dropping short forward. That's why the Hawks defenders have been in front.
Hawks by 22. Halloran, quick clearance inside 50 goes. Stringer was outnumbered and outbodied. At the drop there, Scrimshaw takes on Hogan. Got the hand pass away. Battle under pressure as well. So too Barras, wrapped up by Darcy Jones. And they pile in from all angles for a ball up at right half forward. Just inside 50 here for the Giants. It's their best attacking foray so far. Can they make good of it? Meek down here trying to find Warple. He left the footy behind. Tries again, Warple. hurries. Quick snap beyond defensive 50. Alir tangled up down there, gets loose from his man, follows up, but it was nice work down there as well this time by Dylan Moore. Got away. Hand pass turned over though. Off to Finn Callahan. Giants at half forward. He lets fly from 52 and it goes all the way. Didn't they need that goal? And the flying Finn provides it. Giants 1-8. That's their first goal. Hawthorn 4 straight 24 and a half played the opening term across ABC Radio, News Radio and the ABC Listen app. This is Finals Footy on ABC Sport.
It's shown the way both teams have scored a bit is on that repeat entry. Yeah. You get it deep inside your forward 50, you put pressure on, you set up well behind the ball, and then your repeat entry could be that scoring shot. And as we mentioned about Finn, geez, he's just powerful, isn't he?
Well, it's just a handball turnover from Dylan Moore. He did all the work to slip the tackle, and then he simply handballed it to Angwin. There, he must have thought it was a teammate, but that's what you want when you need a moment in the game. You want your prime mover to stand up. The Giants have struggled with their entries going inside forward 50. That's 16 entries for 1 goal, 2 to start this game, the Giants, but Callahan took the responsibility upon himself.
Adam Ramanauskas with you on ABC Sport. Josh Ward spinning out of traffic, wins the clearance to Hawthorn. Hand pass to Newcomb, over the top to Nash to D'Ambrosio, almost run down by Darcy Jones. Gets the hand pass away to Impey. Hawthorn inside 50, long ball looking for Kalshadir, can't take the mark. Watson on the move, knocks it down to Joel, who fires on goal and misses to the right-hand side. Dangerous inside their forward 50, the Hawks. The tall timber and the dangerous small forwards at the ground level. It's Hawthorn by 17 points.
Subs are Kelly and Jath, in case you missed that. No late changes for either side here. So I keep saying, no second chances for either of these two sides, who were both knocked out in week 2 last year. Himmelberg, from defensive 50 to the other side for his captain, Toby Green, marks overhead. Play starts to surge forward for him. Kicks inboard. Darcy Jones was beaten up in front by Jum Impey. Hawthorn go back on the attack. Forward of halfway they go. D'Ambrosio, long ball inside 50. Kalshadir in the contest. He got one high there from Fonte. It's going to be a free kick again going the Hawks' way. Kalshadir, 35 out, make it 40. Slight angle right of centre.
That's a poor turnover by Toby Green. Like, kicking on his opposite foot into the middle of the ground. Like, key turnovers like that is just costly. You cannot do that. You've got to be a lot more composed, particularly someone of his experience and skill.
Played both of their finals last year, Kalshadir. Of course, Dad was a Norm Smith medalist way back when. Crosses the 50, right foot, set shot, angles back beautifully. The Hawks have their 5th. They're 5-1-31. The Giants are 1-8. 27 played the opening term. Finals put at ABC Sport. Adam Ramanauskas and Ryan O'Keefe.
So right now, Hawthorn are playing the turnover game. They're sweating on turnovers from the Giants. Now, whether that turnover's in the back half or on that occasion through the middle of the ground, then you see numbers. You see a chain of numbers, whether it's handball or just some run where it's allowing their teammate that little bit of space. That was poor defensive work there by Fonte. Didn't need to get into that marking contest the way he did. So whereas the Giants are playing the game, they're playing the game in too much chaos at the moment. I think they need to slow the game down a little bit on possession, control it, make Hawthorn defend a little bit longer.
Hawthorn by 23 points, biggest lead of the match so far. Back in the middle of the ground. Briggs wins down the tap against Lloyd Mead, but Connor Nash is first onto it. Slick hand pass to Eamon, bumped off it by Toby Green. Darcy Jones gathers for the Giants, sends him inside 50. Riccardi on the lead. Down low, takes the mark in front of Scrimshaw. Finally, the Giants get some toll after eventually winning back the centre clearance.
It's the advantage of playing in front, particularly down this end of the ground where the ball's holding up in that bruise. But centre clearances, it's a key. It gives you that field position, and at the moment we've seen when it's played in your front half, you've just been able to hold an opposition there and gives you greater opportunity to score shots.
Jake Riccardi has kicked 1 goal in his past 3 matches. He's out to the right, kicking from about 40 metres out. Desperately needing a steadier for the Giants ahead of quarter time. Riccardi comes in, fires towards goal. It's a good-looking kick. It's there. A steadier for the Giants fans in the elimination final. Hawthorn's lead is cut back to 17 as they scratch out the Calciadier goal at the other end. The Hawks 5-1-31 to the Giants 2-2-14. 29 minutes gone, opening term with Adam Ramanaskas and Ryan O'Keefe. Finals footy on ABC Sport.
Just composure there, I think, by Darcy Jones. And this is what the Giants have certainly had the entries this quarter inside their forward 50, 17 of those. But what they need to start work on, which they demonstrated there, is separating Hawthorn's defenders.
And the other thing too is like they were trying to get the one over the back and back shoulder, and the ball is dropping short. We've seen a couple of those entries from Ash and Angwin earlier. It's dropping short, and the Hawthorn defenders are playing front shoulder, and they've been able to intercept. So that was the first time they've actually a forwards presented at the ball carrier.
Northwick medalist Ryan O'Keefe on ABC Sport from the restart. Briggs down there for Tom Green. Traps it towards half-back. Shares the hand pass to Whitfield bursting by. His left foot is down the line. It's one back here. It's just one party that came off there for Sicily, and now a free kick as Weddle was being held. So head for the guilty party. Weddle at right half-back here for the Hawks. One of their two inclusions. The shadows of this member's side of the ground. Western side of the ground. Up the line he goes. But Briggs has come down hard. Play continues meanwhile. Fonte towards half-back for the Giants. Sweeping hand pass wide there. Back to Lockie Ash, the void of options. Comes back onto his right boot. Fonte, and now Callaghan there as well. But Calciadier hand pass back here to Newcomb. Centering ball to find plenty of targets there. But Gunston it is who marks up in front. And he's 30 out on a 45-degree angle.
Well, that's Lockie Ash. He's trying to create something that's simply not there.
Yeah, he tried to look out for the switch, but Hawthorn done really, really well and covered that switch option off.
But even the short that he's coming out of his defensive 50.
Just pump it long.
That's right.
Pump it long, take a stoppage here on the wing.
That's exactly right.
And his 18th final, Jack Gunston. The most experienced finals competitor out there, of course. Third in the Coleman this year, All-Australian. And now a goal to start the elimination final. One of their 6 so far in this first term. 6-1-37 Hawthorn. Greater Western Sydney Giants at 2-2-14. 31 gone in the opening term. Finals footy on ABC Sport.
And to back that up, the Giants are kicking the ball at 44% at the moment. So they've had 34 kicks, 30 handballs. So that ratio is all wrong in itself. But to kick the ball at 44% and to turn the ball over to Hawthorn, they're too good. They're too slick on turnover. They make you pay there. Rock mentioned, get the ball up the line. Get it long up the line, high. Get a restart. Late in the quarter, where we've got, 2.5 minutes remaining in this quarter. You don't want to turn the ball over there where Lockie Ash decided to.
And it plays the Giants' strength, which is around the stoppage and contest, which they've been dominant about.
11 quarter time. Hawthorn in their last 5 matches. They're about to make that 6 as Briggs wins down the tap. Warple tackled by Callaghan and Canelio, and the umpire will ball it up, still in the centre of the circles. Hawthorn by 23 points. Thrown up. Briggs wins down the tap. Nash can't gather. Canelio had it knocked away. Meek with just force knocks it forward. Callaghan desperately defending. Nash knocks it on. Newcomb swoops in. Hand pass away. Butler over the top to the runner. Connor McDonald for his second. Hawthorn ahead of quarter time. A 7-goal opening term as they look to make a statement in this elimination final. And the Giants can't reel them in at the moment. 7-1-43 to GWS 2-2-14. The Hawks by 29 points. Adam Ramanaskas and Ryan O'Keefe with you on ABC Sport.
This is 7 goals basically in 20 minutes of football. Hawthorn kicked the first goal of the game at the 13-minute mark. So they've been able just to pile on the goals, but it hasn't necessarily been from their good play. It's probably been more from the Giants' bad play. And then Hawthorn have just sweated on turnover, sweated on poor decisions by the Giants there. You look there, it's 3 around that contest to the 1 Giants player.
They've been super efficient. 7 goals won. Like when they're going forward, they're making the Giants hurt, but they're preying on that turnover, playing on that ball that's spilling out to the outside players.
29-point game-high margin. Free kick for a block going Hawthorn's way. Briggs block Meek. Where they go forward of halfway. Newcomb fires the hands to Warple. Kicks deep inside 50 once more. Big 2-on-3. Taylor came in late and Iden sees it out of bounds alongside the right behind post. So a stoppage inside 50 here for Sam Mitchell's men. Let that Stadium Australia end here at Homebush. 33.5 gone in this first term so far. Plenty of goals. It'll be a long opening quarter, opening term of this elimination final. Back in it comes. Briggs took it out of the ruck. Hand pass chopped off though. Underground hand pass comes back here for Warple. They pile on him. We'll throw it up again in the right forward pocket for Hawthorn.
Hawthorn 4 goals straight from turnover in this first quarter.
5 of their 7 shots, the Hawks, from set shots as well. They haven't missed their opportunity as Marbiel Chol lays the tackle. And the ball's locked in the right forward pocket for Hawthorn with Sam Taylor giving it back to the umpire. 32 minutes gone in the opening term. Meek wins down the tap to Nash. Is there time for more? Hand pass to Chol. Desperate defending. Thomas gets back. Taylor lays the tackle. A little slow. Himmelberg run down. Ball spills clear. Deere gets it back from Watson. Off balance. He fires towards Chol from the right forward pocket. Misses to the right-hand side. It is a 30-point lead. Hawthorn's way. Daniel Garb on the boundary.
We may just see an old-fashioned Adam Kingsley bake here at quarter time. Watching him really closely, he is fuming at the moment. I haven't seen him this angry since his opening 3 games, perhaps of his tenure, where he had the stress ball in his hand famously and then had to move down to the bench because he couldn't control himself in the coach's box. He is a very angry head coach.
The narrative built so strongly around the pressure on the Giants, and could they absolve themselves of last year's failings? That massive fade out here at home against the Lions in week 2, the semi-final. A big watch on them as the ball goes out of bounds for a throw-in on the outer side. 30 points is that Hawthorn lead as we approach quarter time. Adam Kingsley well aware of that. Spoke about it during the week as far as learning from last year's failures. Briggs gets the better of Meek as the ball comes back in. Free kick here picked out, which will go to the Giants. Yeah, we'll go to the Giants. So that no advantage paid for Stephen Cornelio was being held. So Cornelio, as Warple stands the mark. Cornelio does find Callahan on that eastern side of the ground. Coming in field to Whitfield. Now from forward of halfway. Kicks inside 50. Toby Green outnumbered. Ball comes to ground there. Hogan reaching for it. Desperate stuff here for the Giants. It's gathered by Impey. And they pile on him for a ball up at right half forward for the Giants, who trail by 30 points here at home at the hands of Hawthorn. 36 gone in the opening term.
Thrown up, Lloyd, Meek and Briggs. It spills down. A chance for the Giants. Cornelia left it behind. Socked forward by Warple. Had Nash running the boundary line and wanted the hand pass. Whitfield gathers. Hand pass to Tom Green. Feeds it back to Callahan. Inboard to Harvey Thomas. He loads up and drives the Giants inside 50. Hogan's out position. Meek got back. Hogan got a fist to it. Toby Green charging through. As he tackled when he didn't have the footy. Bedford onto it. Outside of the boot. They'll take it anyway. They'll come at the moment. Toby Bedford from the right forward pocket, able to chisel it through the major opening after Toby Green cleared the path, and Hawthorn's lead is cut back to 24 points. The Hawks 7-2-44 to the Giants 3-2-20, and all of a sudden the Giants get one late here.
That's the first time the Giants smalls have been able to get into it, because their talls are just misreading the play.
Well, Lloyd Meek should have taken that mark.
Exactly right, but you can see there was no Giants key forward anywhere near it. They're so off-reading the ball. I don't know whether it's the wind and they haven't quite judged it. They haven't given their smalls an opportunity to get a coming goal, and they've allowed Hawthorn to take intercepts and rebound out of them.
Yeah, or look, Jesse Hogan got there late.
Yeah, but he should have been there anyway, you know what I mean? I think that synergy we talked about amongst their players at the moment, particularly their key forwards, is just missing.
Hawthorn with a 4-goal lead here in late stages opening term. And it will be again a free kick coming from that centre bounce.
I don't understand why that's not advantage.
Briggs off to Callahan. He can burst away though. Room to bounce to half forward. Down the line he goes. On the bounce there for Jesse Hogan. Needs some support. He was wrapped up there in a strong tackle from Barris. Comes here Thomas. Back to Callahan. He can snap, but Weather was playing goalkeeper. And Mark's top of the goal square in these dying seconds of the opening quarter. And there he is.
He had a bit more time than he did. He could have really steadied up on his left foot and even drop punted that through.
Quarter time siren here, the elimination final, and there are loud boos being heard around the Sydney showground. I'm sure the biggest bake the Giants will get will be from their coach Adam Kingsley after Hawthorn. Well, nowhere in the first few minutes. The Giants had all the inside 50s, all the possession. The Hawks kicked 7 goals to 3 in that opening term. Goals to McDonald with 2, singles to Deere, and let me break it down for you. Deere, Gunston, Newcomb, Eamon and Watson. Meanwhile, for the Giants, Finn Callahan, Riccardi and Bedford all on the board in a disappointing opening term for them first up. So
just under a 38-minute opening quarter, Sricky, for 10 goals.
Extraordinary. 24 points is the Hawthorn lead here in the first elimination finals on this Saturday afternoon/evening. Across ABC Radio, News Radio and the ABC Listen app, this is Finals Footy on ABC Sport.
Get your footy fix live and ad-free with the ABC Listen app. Whatever footy you're after, we've got you covered. Called by ABC Sport's expert commentary team. ABC Sport's coverage of the footy on the ABC Listen app. This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2025 AFL Finals.
AFL on your radio,
ABC Sport Digital,
and on the ABC Listen app.
They get beyond D50 here, Hawthorn. Newcomb marks, and it counts 50. As a player did run by, that was Toby Green.
That was against Darcy Jones. Because the umpire said to stand, and then he decided he wanted to move back off the mark.
And Newcomb, but not on the mark. He unloads from 48 metres out for the first goal of this elimination final in his 100th game. John Newcomb. Nash inside 50 again. Giants defenders converge. Gunston gets loose out the back though. He's in the pocket. Shares it with Watson. He was held by Bedford. Umpire says free kick Hawthorn. Opens up the angle. That left foot snap and curls it around the posts. 3 quick goals for the Hawks as Nick Watson joins the party. Nice work down there as well this time by Dylan Moore. Got away. Hand pass turned over though. Off to Finn Callahan. Giants at half forward. He lets fly from 52 and it goes all the way. Didn't they need that goal? And the flying Finn provides it.
Callahan desperately defending. Nash knocks it on. Newcomb swoops in. Hand pass away. Butler over the top to the runner. Connor McDonald for his second. Hawthorn ahead of quarter time. A 7-goal opening term.
The 2025 AFL Finals Series.
On your radio, ABC Sport Digital Radio, and on the ABC Listen app.
The Giants had 9 of the first 10 inside 50s in the game, but when Hawthorn got their supply going, they made it count with 7 goals to 3 in the opening term of this elimination final at the Sydney Showground. 7-44 Hawthorn lead GWS 3-20. The winner of this game plays Adelaide Friday night at Adelaide Oval in week 2, and then they're in the Geelong half of the draw as well. While, of course, later on today, Freo takes on Gold Coast at Perth Stadium. We'll get you there at 6:30 Eastern or 4:30 local in WA. The winner of that faces Brisbane on Saturday night at the Gabba. In the meantime, Hawks by 4 goals at the opening change. Our experts on ABC Sport, Adam Manaskis and Ryan O'Keefe.
Well, it was an absolute slog early in that game, like 13 minutes to get out the first goal in this game. But those initial 13 minutes, it was really all the Giants.
Yep.
You look at inside 50s, it was 12-1 before the John Newcomb 50-metre penalty. Then he runs in and is able to kick the goal. And that was really poor defensively by the Giants. That nobody was manning the mark when he got to the point or the end of his 50-metre penalty. He's able to run into an open goal. The wind's a bit stronger than we thought. No doubt about it. A lot of the Giants' kicks going inside their forward 50 were holding up in the breeze, and that was allowing Hawthorn defenders really to defend together. Now, you look at Barris, Battle, Scrimshaw, Hardwick, they love that. They love that. So I think Adam Kingsley and Jeremy Laidler, who's his forwards coach, have got to be focusing on in this second quarter. How do we get separation with our forwards? Do we drag more up the ground? Do we use shorter kicks? Do we lower the eyes? Because if they continue down the path of just bombing the ball long, it's just going to simply play into Hawthorn's hands. Their turnover game is being terrific, the Hawks. The next issue the Giants had that quarter, their kicking efficiency was 51%. So 43 kicks, 37 handballs. But half of those 43 kicks either went to the opposition or were back into congestion. So I think it's something that the Giants need to look at. Can we slow the game down at periods of time and make Hawthorn defend for longer? We need to drag their, particularly through the middle part of the ground. Hawthorn's mids, if the ball's moving fast, really all you're doing is just transition running. So GWS kick it inside their forward 50, turn the ball over, it comes back out to a Hawthorn mid, then the GWS mids are chasing the Hawthorn mid. So I think it's about control and tempo a little bit more for the Giants. Hawthorn, on the other hand, they just want this game in chaos.
Well, I think what's happened is that the key forwards of the Giants did not adjust to that win. They were playing back shoulder and then the poor kicking played into the way Hawthorn wanted to play. They want to play that turnover intercept game. And then the Giants kept giving them and go, here, Hawks, you keep playing the way you want to play. We're not going to play the way we want to. And it just, that's what it ended up. And, you know, the perfect scenario was when Lockie Ash tried to create something out of nothing, kick it long down the line, cause a stoppage, and now we're playing our brand where Green and Callaghan and these guys around the stoppage and contest were dominant early. That's why they had the 12-1 inside 50s, because they were on top in that stoppage and getting really good field position. But the forwards, and I can understand why Kinga was fuming at Lades and his forwards, they're all trying to get the kick over the back. No one was coming. The only time we actually saw the Giants come at the ball when it was Riccardi led at the ball.
Yeah.
You can't all go back and try and get the one over the back. You need someone presenting. They need their key forwards to get in sync.
24 points. The Giants trail by here at home. Hawthorn a dominant opening term. Second quarter underway. Warple was held there by Cornelio. Free kick going the way of the Warpedo. Hand pass off here towards Impey. Gives him some run off half back. Spilled by Ginnivan on the wing. Whitfield gathers here for the Giants. Warple runs by. Ginnivan tries again. Cornelio tumbles in there as well. And the umpire says, give it to me for a ball up on the outer side of the square. 7-2-44 plays 3-2-20. Meek wins it down here. Through traffic they go. Used well here by the Giants as Green goes high inside 50. But Barras gets the better of Hogan. Comes beyond offensive 50 now. Effective spoil there on D'Ambrosio. Can the Giants keep it alive? Thomas on hands and knees. So too Bedford. He sends it inside forward 50. Just slews away from Toby Green, and he gives Hardwick a shove as well for his troubles.
If I'm Jesse Hogan, I'm filthy at that first entry going inside forward 50. It's Toby Green just bomb kicking the ball. Okay, yep, Toby was under a little bit of pressure, but it just plays into Barras' hands again.
Just the one disposal for Jesse Hogan in that opening quarter. 4 for Toby Green. Briggs wins down the tap for the Giants, but the Hawks gather through Warple. Hand pass to Carl Amon. 1-2 with D'Ambrosio. Kicks up towards half-back. Awkward bouncing ball for Briggs. Harvey Thomas runs onto it. Hand pass to Leclerc. Draws Ginnivan. Hand pass over the top. Is able to link up with Callaghan and back to Thomas. The Giants inside 50. Hogan tries to get rid of Barras, who rises in front. And a trademark defender spoil over the boundary line in the right forward pocket for the Giants.
You can just see Jesse's missed a little bit of footy. That body contact, usually when he's on form, he would have checked for us and created enough separation to take that mark.
Toss back in. Briggs trying to palm it away to advantage. Newcomb now on the end of it here. Now they can clear through Hardwick, the Hawks. It goes up to the junction of 50 and forced out of bounds for a throw-in. That was Watson in a contest with Whitfield.
This is critical. You can see the Giants have obviously been given a break and they've come out with plenty of ferocious intensity here. They've got to be able to capitalise when they've got this sort of momentum.
24 points, no change to our quarter-time margin as it's worked away here by the Hawks. A high ball from Amon. Out to beat the footy again. Going in hard. It's tunneled away by Thomas of the Giants. And now Whitfield back by hand, low to Callaghan. Thomas up that boundary line now. Tries to draw a player. Hurries a high ball inside forward 50. Hogan's at the back there. And it's off hands over for a throw in at right full forward at the Stadium Australia end. 7-2-44 Hawthorn. The Giants are 3-2-20. 3 minutes gone in the second term. Finals footy on ABC Sport.
First 4 inside 50s of this second quarter the way of the Giants. So starting in a similar fashion from the throw-in. Briggs knocks it down to the front against Meek. Warple tackled by Cornelio. Umpire circles and will ball it up in the right forward pocket. So how can the Giants get more bang for their buck inside 50 is the challenge at the moment. Thrown up. Meek wins down the tap. Newcomb through traffic. Can't get a clearing hand pass. Warple's over the top of the footy. Toby Green slides in and the umpire will ball it up.
Well, this situation here, they've got to separate. You can throw a blanket over about 30 players. They've got to isolate and separate. Even some of their smalls get out.
Meek reaches over the top from Briggs, wins down the tap to Newcomb. Weddle didn't get a clearing kick and it spills out. In fact, it was Sicily who didn't clear the congestion and now lays the tackle. Spills out. Jarman MP couldn't take it. Giants pressing. Cadman and Hogan there. And it's locked up only about 10 metres out from the Giants' goal.
Like if I'm here, Brown get out, Hogan get out, because the defender's going to follow him.
Briggs out on the right, got a toe to it, and it rolls through. Well, I think he missed his hit out. Then in a desperate act, put out the right boot. The ball just ricocheted off there and went end over end for the most unlikely goal for the big man. Kieran Briggs with the major. The Giants are 4-2-26. Hawthorn 7-2-44. They at least kicked the first goal of their second term. The Giants 4.5 played in the second quarter.
Lots of fortune, really.
Isn't it?
Yeah, there was a blanket. There was 20-odd, 25 players inside the Giants forward 50, and nothing was really happening. It was stoppage after stoppage, and Briggs and Meek have been wrestling.
That's the way they do.
That's what they do. Yeah. So it's all about brute strength, really, here. And Briggs was just able to push Meek off at the last moment. Gets a boot to it. Look, it's the most unlikeliest of goals, but I think he meant it.
It was. That's World Cup qualifier. He's sign him up.
So the Giants get the first goal of the second quarter to move back within 18 points. Kieran Briggs, the unlikely ruckman, is able to deliver his fourth goal of the season. Free kick going the way of the Giants. Canelio takes it, drives them inside 50 once more. Hogan worked underneath them. Barras juggles the mark. Tom Barras is just so strong in those scenarios, and Hogan clearly a little short in terms of match play.
There's absolutely no excuse for the Giants forwards not to come at the kicker there. That's a clear centre bounce clearance. Come at the kicker.
Tom Barras out to Dylan Moore at left half back to the hand pass of Impey around the back. Kicks up towards Meek. Can't take the mark. Spills out. Connor McDonald lost it as he was tackled. And his team's holding the footy. And Tom Green will take the free kick centre wing on this western side of the Sydney Showgrounds.
This is the next phase that the Giants are breaking down in. Like their keys have got to at least bring it to ground.
Tom Green to balk there around Connor McDonald. Goes high inside 50. Big leap from the back from Barras. Hawks numbers in defence. Auckerley came there off Thomas, and now Warple for the Hawks. Riccardi tries again, tumbling ball toward the goal line, but Warple is there again. They can clear through Barras off that left boot, the former Eagle. The on-defensive 50. Iden down there in the contest. Out in some space now, Green. Little 1-2 there with Lockie Ash, and Tom Green goes back along the boundary line to find Riccardi just short of halfway. An improved showing for the Giants in this second term so far. Margin 18 points the Hawks' way. High ball to the hot spot, but again, tall defenders there for Hawthorn aplenty. Meek off here again to Hardwick. Hurries his kick there. He might have got in the way of his teammate Riccardi. One off half forward here to Lockie Ash. Back to O'Halloran. Into the back of him goes Warple, and that will be a ball up.
You're kicking the ball to 10 players.
It's not working. They've got to change, and they're not winning the ground level battle either. So they've seriously got to change something up here.
Ryan O'Keefe and Adam Radmanaskas with you on ABC Sport. They've had the opening 8 inside 50s, the Giants, in this second quarter. Jarman Impey off the outside of the boot. Across the defensive 50. Warple couldn't take the mark. Angwin under pressure. Hand pass is chopped off by Josh Ward of the Hawks. Sends it out towards the wing. It's wide of Ginnivan and Whitfield. And it rolls out across the boundary line, just as Ginnivan thought he might be able to scamper around. Daniel Garb down on the boundary.
The wind is a massive factor again. It's favouring the Giants now, but it doesn't feel like they're using it in the right way. They're kicking high, they're trying to kick long, but they're not quite spotting up their targets. And as we've seen, Tom Barras is enjoying the way in which they're kicking with the wind at the moment.
Finals footy on ABC Sport. Hawthorn by 18 points. Thrown back in. Riccardi's up against Meek. Meek wins down the tap. Angwin's first on off for the Giants. Hand pass to Tom Green. Releases O'Halloran. He runs the boundary line and kicks up towards half forward. Cal Brown rises up and takes the mark.
Oh, he's there.
Again, Sicily had options. Hogan's on the lead. He gets it to him eventually. He juggles the mark.
Jeez.
Lucky.
Oh, I didn't think he was going to go to him.
Having bombed the ball inside 50 for the best part of a quarter and a bit, Jesse Hogan led up and was almost ignored. Well, much to his relief, he ends up with it.
As soon as I saw Cal Brown take that mark, I was looking further down the field. And luckily, Jesse Hogan actually led at the ball and Brown saw him.
So Jesse Hogan, just his second disposal of the match coming up. From outside 50, looking to bring the Giants to life. It's a good-looking kick. It clears the goal line. The Giants with the opening 2 goals of the second quarter. And Hawthorn's lead is back to 12 points. The Hawks 7-2-44 to the Giants 5-2-32. And as opposed to the opening 12 minutes of the match in which the Giants had 12 inside 50s to 1, this time they do get a couple of goals to show for it. Adam Radmanaskas and Ryan O'Keefe, your experts. Finals footy on ABC.
Well, that's the blueprint. You've got to lead at the ball carrier. Toby Green was the one on the fat side coming in, so you got those 2 options. But if everyone's folding back, it just plays like well, Hawthorn's defences are working so well together, it's going to suit them. So you've got to separate them by running screens, leading out the ball carrier. The one who has been leading really well, but he's in the ruck now, is Riccardi. He has been presenting. So maybe when he goes, he could be that one that plays maybe that 30 out and is that leading forward.
Hawthorn kicked the first 4 goals of the game. The Giants have kicked 3 in a row. Other side of quarter time from the restart. Riccardi down here only as far as Newcombe for Hawthorn. Quick clearance from Connor Nash. High it goes inside 50. Big leap from the back there, Fonte. It comes down to ground level as the Hawks have numbers here in attack. Swept wide here, Conor McDonald. Now Ginnivan shrugs one tackle. Snaps from 40 and it travels all the way home. And the celebration as well from Jack Ginnivan. His first goal of the afternoon. And Hawthorn get one back. Their first of the second term. 8-2-50. The Giants are 5-2-32. 10 minutes played second term. Finals footy on ABC Sport.
Well, that's the risk with Fonte. So, yeah, it looks spectacular if you take that mark. But if you don't mark the ball, you've got to at least spoil it and get it out of that danger zone. He drops the mark. The ball goes to ground level. Hawthorn have been terrific at ground level in this game. Then they're able really then just to force the ball forward. We've just seen the replay of Fonte's big mark there.
Didn't quite hang on.
No, it didn't quite hang on. But once the ball got to ground level, Hawthorn just looked more slick in that facet of the game. So Giants have got to apply more pressure in that phase of the game. When the ball does hit the ground, hey, let's get some bodies and try to tackle.
First inside 50, the second quarter for the Hawks. They managed to score a goal. Joel follows up his ruck work, lays the tackle on Tom Green. Whistle was slow. Eventually it is a free kick Hawthorn's way, and Jack Ginnivan is going to take it. Free kick against Xavier O'Halloran as Ginnivan veers out to the right. The last goal scorer in the match sends it long towards Cal Shadir. Connor McDonald flew uncontested. He dropped the chest mark with 2 goals already. Spills out. Himmelberg's clearing kick. Touched off the boot only as far as Hardwick of Hawthorn. Hand pass to Carl Amon. Chips it into the pocket. Caught underneath it was Butler and it's forward out of play. Fonte gets there. You see it across the boundary line and a throw in the left forward pocket for the Hawks. Hawthorn by 18 points. 12 minutes gone, second quarter. Finals footy on ABC Sport.
Ginnivan's celebration was like a rubbing of the tummy. You see, is it like he was going to the buffet or something? Jack Ginnivan just said that was his celebration. I referenced. Didn't quite understand it though. 18 points the Hawks' way. Finn Callahan out of the clearance here. Up the members' side of the ground. Missed Barris and Hogan in the contest. Loose man there, Sicily. Fires it back by hand and Battle. Points his kick towards half forward, but Whitfield outbodies Ginnivan. The Giants can go again. Off to Finn Callahan. Angled kick, high and wide across the ground. At Cadman comes up and marks. Hand pass off to Darcy Jones. Inside 50 they go. Who's back there? No one apart from James Sicily. Jones' kick does travel some distance though for a minor score. And it is the Giants 5-4, 30, make it 5-3, 33. Hawthorn 8-2, 50. Hawks by 17.
That's that lack of composure. Like their forwards are up high because the ball's playing the back half. And then to play on like that, the forwards haven't had a chance to reset.
Sicily long to the wing. Weddle in a 2-on-1. Takes the mark against Himmelberg and Angwin. And then advances them up the field. Connor McDonald takes the mark. He's got Butler all on his own. He marks. He can run inside 50. Goes to the pass some more. He can't take in the one-hander mark. Spills out. Butler tries to charge his way through. Fonte over the top as he tries to lay a tackle. And it's locked up in the right forward pocket for Hawthorn.
That's lucky. That's 2 drop marks by Hawthorn. Fonte then, again, has not put body on his opponent. He's letting ball watching too much.
13 played second term. Hawks by 17 points here. Giants numbers around the clearance. Tom Green comes in high there on Dylan Moore. It's out of bounds for a throw-in, so no free kick going Hawthorn's way there.
It's very much all or nothing with Fonte, how he's defending at the moment.
You've got to, particularly as a small defender, you've got to put body and check your dangerous small forward.
Joe Fonte, one of the Giants' 4 finals first-timers. Hawks have 2, which includes their sub, CJ Jaff. Sam Butler's the other one. Joel contests the ruck here. At the drop, Riggs follows up, and now O'Halloran for the Giants. Spills it into the path here. Newcombe runs headlong into Callahan. The umpire says, give it to me for a ball up. 45 out from Hawthorn's goal. They lead by 17.2 at a packed Sydney showground. 14 going second term. Finals footy on ABC Sport. Matt Clinch.
Thrown up. Briggs wins down the tap against Marbiel Chol. Jai Newcomb races after it. Hand pass out in front of Battle, the All-Australian. Hand pass back to Newcomb. At the edge of the boundary line in the 50. Long kick looking for Connor McDonald. Spoiled away. It ricochets to Ginnivan. His kick is smothered. Great desperate defending by Whitfield. Spills out to Nash. Stripped of it. Back to Connor McDonald. Turns and fires on goal. He's got it. He's kicked his third. Shaping September early here for the Hawks as they restore a 23-point lead with back-to-back goals after the Giants kicked the first two of the second quarter. Hawthorn by 23 points, 9-2-56 to the Giants, 5-3-33. Ahead of Ryan O'Keefe and Adam Ramanauskas, Daniel Garb on the boundary.
Jesse Hogan has gone down to the rooms. I'm not sure if it's anything serious. Josh Kelly, the sub, though, is doing an extensive warm-up right here, so we'll watch this closely. You do worry about Jesse Hogan's foot and whether it's flared up. He's gone down to the rooms. Josh Kelly warming up, and we'll keep you posted on an update there.
Hawthorn Smalls are
ground level.
They're getting so much space. Like Whitfield gave Ginnivan so much. Like lucky he got back some desperation to smother, but they're not giving any respect. These Ash and Whitfield and Fonte, they're really good attacking defenders, but times like this you have to defend as a defender.
Hawks by 23. Voice of Ryan O'Keefe on ABC Sport. Quick clearance from Finn Callahan of the Giants. High inside 50 they go. Cadman wins it down there for Stringer. Little 1-2 ball. Cadman snapped on his preferred left, but Darris is back there on the last line. Intercepted fullback for Hawthorn. He has experience, of course. Tom Barras played here in one of West Coast's. I think it was actually their worst ever final. That semi-final of 2017 for their premiership year. Tom Barras. His kick beyond defensive 50 as Ash gets to the football here, and Bedford got a nudge, but effective hand pass to Angwin. Kicks towards full forward, 2-on-2 there, but well done by Scrimshaw for the Hawks. He kicks hurriedly, spilled there by Connor Nash. Still inside D50 here, the visitors, but Hawthorn do come wide. That kick missed its target for Weddle, and it will go out of bounds for a throw-in at right half forward for the Giants, left half back for the Hawks. Hawthorn lead by 23 points here.
Dylan Moore is, you never ever see this. He's in the goal square with Joe Fonte, so they want to expose Fonte as a defender here, Hawthorn.
Adam Ramanauskas with you on ABC Sport. Briggs and Meek tangle once more. Spills down to the front. O'Halloran tries to tap it on. Got into the path of Darcy Jones. And from the right forward pocket, lights it up for the Giants. The kid with the lid, able to finish with class, running into the right forward pocket, and it might be just the thing that the Giants needed to spark them alive. Hawthorn's lead cut back to 17 points. In an arm wrestling second quarter, the Giants have booted 3-2. Hawthorn 9-2-56 to the Giants 6-3-39. 17 minutes gone, second quarter, with Adam Ramanauskas and Ryan O'Keefe.
Oh, the Hawks have identified that their Giants' weak link is their small defenders who don't, as I said before, they're great with ball in hand, but when they actually have to defend, they can be quite vulnerable. So they're obviously trying to isolate the small forwards for Hawthorn. So if I'm in the defensive coach of the Giants here, I'd be going, come on, we've got to defend first before we get on the attack.
13 inside 50s to 3 in this quarter for the Giants, so dominating again in that facet of the game. 3 inside 50s for the Hawks for 2 goals though.
Dan Garb very shortly. Restart back in the middle. A run there by Warple. Now Canelio puts his head over it for the Giants. Hurried snap towards half forward. Ricochets off Bedford. Battle can gather here off half back. Spins away from the tackle of Toby Green. Will share it there with the Amon. On the angle, kick to the members' side. Great spoil from Angwin out in space. Chol, and now Taylor sees it out of bounds for a throw-in. Not far away from Dan Garb on the boundary.
Jesse Hogan looks fine. In fact, he's prowling the boundary, desperate to get back on, barking orders to his fellow forwards. So he looks like he's fine for the moment, Jesse Hogan.
Feels like Hawthorn should be up by more. Yeah. 17 points doesn't quite do it justice as far as their controlled first half. Hawthorn, for the most part. Meek tangled up there with Angwin. Fighting for it, Dylan Moore. The umpire says, give it to me for a ball up member's side.
The player that the Giants need to get a bit of lift from, Stringer. I think he's one that just hasn't quite got into the game.
So 33-16 as the inside 50s as the kick forward for Hawthorn from Connor Nash is chopped off by Sam Taylor, who takes the mark. The All-Australian defender, he plays on for the Giants, chips it into the back pocket where Connor Iden takes the mark. Hawthorn by 17 points. With about a quarter of the Sydney Showgrounds bathed in sunlight. Beautiful 21 degrees this afternoon. They try and chip it around the defensive 50. Finn Callahan links it over the top. Iden running, takes the mark, wants to play on around Watson. Himmelberg took a long time, got away from Sam Butler. Hand pass out to the wing where Toby Bedford has it for the Giants. Looks up to half forward. Stringer's the deepest target. He tries to pull his kick in the direction of Cadman. Off hands, here's Stringer. Swings on his right, kicks towards goal and misses off line to the left. Bounces through for a minor score. He had the blinkers on, Rammer. Hawthorn by 16.
But that's the one where Toby Green led up the ball carrier. It needed to hit him.
Yep.
It needed to hit him. They're not taking that option.
It just draws the Hawthorn defenders out.
It does. Now it's too predictable.
Hardwick on the kick out. Sends it toward the members' side. Briggs marks in front of Meek. Not paid the grab, though. So he just follows up with a socker towards his attacking 50. Angwin hits the ball at speed and left Amon behind as well. As it bounces back toward this members' side out of bounds for a throw-in. So a stoppage on the wing. Western side of the Sydney Showground. 9-2-56. Hawthorn plays GWS 6-4-40 as we approach time one in the second term. Finals footy on ABC Sport.
A 38-minute opening quarter in which Hawthorn led by 24 points. Still to come, of course, the Fremantle Dockers and the Gold Coast Suns. Briggs got it down to Tom Green. His hand pass is chopped off, though. Carl Lehman for Hawthorn. Sends it up to Marbiel Chol. Caught behind. He and Gunston against Sam Taylor, and they see it out of play. And throwing it left half forward. 85 metres out from the Hawks' goal. Hawthorn by 16 points. Finn Callahan's got to work in this second quarter. 7 disposals for him alongside Tom Green. Tom Green leads the way with 17 disposals. Callahan with 16 and Newcomb with 16 for the Hawks. Thrown back in. Meek bumped off it by Briggs. Slaps it forward through the hands of Newcomb. Through the hands of Xavier O'Halloran. Spills out the way of Connor Nash. Kicks the Hawks inside 50. Chol puts the block on. And Gunston works his way to the front and takes the mark. The umpire deemed the block from Chol was legal. He certainly wasn't facing the footy. And Jack Gunston, with one already in the match, will shoot for his second from the left forward pocket.
I wondered if he held on to that long enough.
Yeah, they didn't play the one to Briggs before.
Taylor's right arm around the body.
He wasn't.
It out.
Well, his feet went on the ground when that ball spilled out.
A career best season for Jack Gunston, 33 years of age, looking for his second and to extend Hawthorn's lead. From the left forward pocket, he kicks truly from 45. And the Hawks have drifted it back out to a 22-point advantage with 3 of the last 4 goals in the match. 10-2-62 to the Giants, 6-4-40. Jack Gunston with his second, 64 goals of the season. Adam Ramanauskas and Ryan O'Keefe with you.
It's interesting. Tom Green went off for that stoppage, and then the Hawthorn clear it. I think when Tom Green's not out of there, that's when the Hawks start to dine in on those clearances.
So 22 points. 22 minutes played in this second term on ABC Sport. How do the Giants respond here? As Clinchie said, beautiful conditions on this Saturday afternoon. Finn Callahan, a push and shove there with Warple at the restart. Briggs and Meek go at it. Meek down here to Newcomb. That was a throw there for Connor Nash and signalled as such by, in fact, it's going to be free kick going his way. Going Connor Nash's way. So he was being held. That's why it's a Hawthorn free kick. Down the line, he goes inside 50. On the half volley there for Mab Chol. Gets off here to Sam Butler, who snaps, and it's offline to the right-hand side. Hawthorn 10-3, 63, 6-4-40 the Giants. 23 gone second term. Finals 40 on ABC Sport.
Lockie Whitfield brings the Giants back into play. Callahan takes the mark. He wants to play on, get it around Cal Shadir. Hand pass back to Whitfield. Trying to find the options as Ginnivan corrals him. Ran a long way, straight through the middle of the ground. Through the hands of Toby Green. Hardwick gets down low, over the top of him. Callahan got him high.
Again, there's no Giants forward coming at Whitfield. There's no one coming at him. He's trying to hit someone, and there's no one at him.
Xavier O'Halloran trying to create something on half forward. Just got him high and gave away the free kick. Hardwick kicks out towards Jack Scrimshaw. On the bounce he gathers at left half back. Dinks the kick up the wing. Dylan Moore can mark uncontested. He wants to play on. Draw Darcy Jones with a hand pass to Wimpy, who breaks one tackle. Hand pass back boundary side. D'Ambrosio bumped as he got his kick away. Up towards half forward. Should be an easy mark for Fonte. He takes the mark in front of Sam Butler at right half back for the Giants. They trail by 23.
Fonte Short kick to find Lockie Ash, averaging 28 disposals this year, Lockie Ash. He evades Smabior Chol, sent it back to the outer side, just got it away in time. Thomas in the contest there with Ginnivan. It came off Ginnivan's head, I think. And now Brown, get a path away from Sicily. Shares the hand pass there for Bedford. Running by, they were called back here for a throw-in. Boundary umpire blew his whistle. So it will be a throw on the outer side as the Hawks lead by 23 points here. 24 gone second term. Daniel Garb on the boundary.
A couple of injury concerns for the Giants. Darcy Jones has hurt his knee with that bump on D'Ambrosio. He's come straight to the bench. He's getting some treatment. And Sam Taylor just rolled his ankle slightly. He's getting it strapped too. So a couple here for the Giants getting some treatment.
Landed awkwardly, Darcy Jones, on that left leg as he made that bump. Back in it comes. Meek for Hawthorn. And away they go. Aim on. Sort of halfway, but Watson to chase it toward the boundary line. A throw-in.
So GWS kicking efficiency in this game is 57%. You know who's a good kicker to football? Josh Kelly.
Yeah.
So just joined him. Joined us, he and Jaff, the subs this afternoon.
I don't think it's just the kicker. I think there's no one giving them options. Like they're forced to just blaze away.
Kelly returning from a calf injury. Jack Ginnivan from the stoppage inside 50. A spiralling kick which is chopped off by Angwin. The Giants wingman takes the mark inside the defensive 50. Turns and kicks out to Himmelberg. Hawthorn by 23 points. The Hawks booted 7 of the first 10 goals of the match to lead by 24 at quarter time. Got out by 30. Tackle laid by Jarman Impey on Jake Stringer, who can't break clear. And now bowl board up just inside the boundary line on the western wing here. Hawthorn by 23 points.
Up it goes. Riccardi in the contest with Meek. Tom Green was unmarked and now plays on. The neat right foot kick towards his captain, Toby. Through his hands it goes. Hogan tangled up down there with Josh Battle. Ball comes loose there for Weddle of the Hawks. Spet before we had it there, Callum Brown. Toby Green slips over in the path of one of those Hawthorn defenders. The umpire says we'll ball up. 40 out from the Giants' goal. Hawks lead by 23 points. 26 gone second term.
I don't think Toby can do anything. He will get a free kick.
Up it goes. Riccardi was beaten in the contest this time by Meek, and now Newcomb will kick back to the wing. It bounces out of bounds for a throw-in. Chol was reaching for it with Lekalia. Bit of stoppage. True centre wing broadcast side. 10-3-63 plays 6-4-40. Just seeing Josh Kelly do his run-throughs here on the bench.
He needs to come on at half time.
I think Darcy Jones might be a bit of strife.
Thrown back in. Meek wins down the tap against Riccardi. Beautifully sharp by Tom Green, trying to get it over the top to Whitfield. Ginnivan knocks it down. Ash can't take it cleanly. Under the pressure, it spills to Harvey Thomas. Hand pass to Riccardi. Went with one arm, can't take it. Chol the other way. Big collision, ball spills out. Deere can't pick it up down low. Finn Callahan gathers. Hand pass to Canelio. Back to Callahan. Tucks the footy under his arm. Kicks over the head of Bedford, and Jarman Impey dropped the mark though. Bedford back onto it, trying to break the Impey tackle. Got it forward to Cadman, to Stringer, who just blazes away under the pressure of finals footy and puts it out on the full in the right forward pocket. Hogan was one-on-one, trying to get it quickly to him. I'm not sure if he just tried to get it going but couldn't control the kick.
I reckon he's done a knee like properly. It seems to be they're pretty sad down there, I think.
Adam Kingsley with his hands on his head. It just looked like he jarred it, didn't it, when initially Darcy Jones, but we'll get to Garby very shortly. Scrimshaw for the Hawks goes down that defensive corridor. Newcomb off again to Impey running by. Kicks to a contest. Up in front, Lekalia. Second, third bite. Can't reel it in. Ginnivan comes by here for the Hawks at left half forward. Neat kick hugs the boundary line. Watson keeps it alive. No. We'll throw it back in at left half forward for the Hawks, who lead by 23 points. Dan Garb on the boundary.
They're going to make a sub here, the Giants. Darcy Jones is getting his knee strapped up with some ice. He looks distraught. There may even be some tears. Josh Kelly came over to him, Adam Kingsley as well. So they're going to make the sub. Jones will be out and Josh Kelly will be in.
That does suggest a bad prognosis there for Darcy Jones. Here they go. Lockie Ash picks the Giants off half back. Bounced away from Stringer. The Hawks back on the overlap here as again Impey, and now it comes to Meek. Lays off the hand pass. D'Ambrosio puts it inside 50, but Fonte intercepts here, shares it with Callahan. He's too quick for Watson. Hurried kick beyond defensive 50. It was too deep there for Canelio. One back here, Harvick of the Hawks.
Turns on his left-hand side, kicks up towards Gunston, worked underneath it by Iden, dropped the mark. Watson tries to knock it on. Gunston gets it back to Nick Watson. Hand pass to D'Ambrosio, trying to sidestep Fonzie. He grabs him around the bootlaces. Hand pass out to Ginnivan. Off a step, sends it high up and under. One direction. Gunston cocked it near the other, and Gunston takes the mark.
It's amazing how efficient Hawthorn are when they're going forward. And like Gunston's not a big pack mark or anything like that. When they're going there, they're making the most of it. Where any time the Giants are going forward, their forwards are behind, no one's coming out. It's just, you can see the difference of efficiency in the forward lines.
That was Hawthorn's 22nd inside 50. This will be their 14th scoring attempt.
Yeah.
Jack Gunston booted the last goal of the match. Similar position, left forward pocket, 45 metres out. He comes in, fires on goal, and puts through his third. Age has no boundary for Jack Gunston, the 33-year-old, with his third goal in the elimination final. And every time the Giants look to make inroads, Hawthorn have the answer. A 29-point lead Hawthorn's way. 11-3-69 to the Giants, 6-4-40. Adam Ramanauskas and Ryan O'Keefe with you. Finals footy on ABC Sport.
There was a couple of sort of entries and re-entries by Hawthorn. The Giants just couldn't exit the ball.
Well, because their forwards are so behind, and I think we're getting our answer about, we brought in Hogan and Stringer and 3 players. I think we're getting our answer. It's not working because Hogan and Stringer and the other forwards, they're not working. They're not just creating a contest. They're not halving it. They're not forcing stoppages here. It's really, really hurting them.
The issue there for Cadman, Riccardi and Brown. Those guys also up forward.
It's got to work.
29 points the Hawthorn lead as we approach half-time. They start back in the middle.
You know, and the reality of that is, Spring, it's nice to get the ball when it's kicked on your chest and it's pretty and all that, but when it's your turn to work and lead up and actually give a target, you've got to present that.
Being found out here by the Hawks. The Giants with a lot to prove. Not quite out of the game yet, but Hawthorn can smell week 2. Toby Green scrapping for it here. Warple grabs it, shares it with Meek. Hot footy inside the middle of the Sydney Showground. Dumped here, Dylan Moore. Umpire says a ball up.
That's a great reflection of the first half there. The ball's in a scrap, but every time somebody gained possession, he was a Hawthorn player rather than a Giants player.
Jai Newcombe has 9 clearances for the match. Toby Green's gone to him. Meek wins down the tap. Ward tries to knock it out to Warple. Finn Callahan down low. Gets it out to Tom Green. He gets a clearance. Kicks inside 50. Hogan caught behind. Tom Barris leads out and takes the mark. Another indication that Jesse Hogan just isn't quite right. Barris around the back to the run of Jarman Impey. Sends it out to the western wing. Underneath it, Harvey Thomas. Big rise from D'Ambrosio. Can't take the mark. Thomas clever over his shoulder to Toby Green. Hand pass to Brown. Links up down low for Tom Green. Had to wear the tackle of Jarman Impey. Gets it forward to Cal Brown. To Toby Green. Outside of the boot. Goes for the impossible goal. Just touched on the goal line. Tom Barris gets back. As Hogan was watching on, hoping it cleared the goal line, a minor score. Hawthorn made 29.
O'Halloran was 20 metres out in front, all on his own. Like, that's the panic they're going when they're forward entry.
O'Halloran wins the footy back here, though, for the Giants. Cadman couldn't quite take it cleanly. Run down there by Weddle. Umpire says play on. Whitfield's kick was smothered again, this time by Battle, and it goes out of bounds for a throw-in. Daniel Garb on the boundary.
The Giants have made that sub. Darcy Jones out, Josh Kelly in. Jones has gone down to the rooms. He was in tears. He did his ACL in his maiden AFL season, missed that entire campaign. Now, the ice was on the front of his knee. A lot of people say that the ACL gets attended to when it's the back of the knee. So hopefully it's not the dreaded ACL. But his reaction tells you he believes it's something serious.
By the way, the finals campaign, if it is to continue, is over for him. Aaliyah bursts away here from Cole Shadir. Hand pass was nowhere for Toby Green. Picked off again here by the Hawks. They go off half back again through Amon. He finds Mabior Chol, middle of the Sydney Showground. Hawks by 28 points, 33 gone second term. Short angled kick here finds Josh Battle. 2025 All-Australian, goes inside 50 and finds the chest of Dylan Moore. The vice-captain centering ball, not 15 this time, back to Amon. He plays on with a flying shot on goal and misses the lot, out of bounds on the full. So 69 plays 41, Hawks by 28, 33 and a half gone here in this second term. Finals footy on ABC Sport.
That's another example of the panic and the inability to sort of connect forward when Ali just did that.
Iden to Whitfield, kicks out to the runner Sam Taylor at half-back. Bumped as he got his kicked away, he turns it over. Sicily marks for the Hawks, the counter-punch, the hand pass to Impey, sidesteps Bedford once but not a second time. Has to shovel a hand pass forward. On the bounce to Cal Shadir, trying to get it to Connor McDonald. 3 goals, but it's chopped off from him. Lockie Ash takes it, bangs it back up the wing for the Giants. Cadman's in the pack, can't take the mark. Sicily helps get it down, and Hardwick reloads for the Hawks. Sends it up towards Cal Shadir. He and Taylor underneath. Deer can't take the mark, but he's first back onto it. Hand pass to Connor McDonald. One way, then the other. Jams it back up the line. Fonte under pressure. Now lays the tackle on Dylan Moore. The ball eventually spills clear. Taylor's tackled by Watson. The umpire will ball it up. Right half forward for the Hawks. 11-3-69 Hawthorn to the Giants 6-5-41. 34 minutes gone in the second quarter.
I want to go before half-time. Ball in the air, Riccardi. Down here it missed Tom Green, and Halloran follows up. Out of bounds on the full. The Hawthorn's ball at left half-back. So 3 goals in this game for Connor McDonald and Jack Gunston. They were scared to start this second term.
Jump the fence there.
It went between the that LED
I reckon the
advertising.
security guard would be better off jumping.
Kick it inside forward 50 to the hot spot here. Spilled by Cal Shadir. At the drop, Josh Battle. Scrapping for it now. Iden shares it with Brown for the Giants. Little nudge there from D'Ambrosio. His centering ball coming across well. Lekalia intercept. I don't know if the mark was paid. By the way, the halftime siren has gone. So Hawthorn finished just shy of a new game-high lead at the major break. 28 points is their margin. 11-3-69 to 6-5-41. As mentioned, 3 goals each to Gunston and McDonald, and singles to Newcomb, Amon, Jack Ginnivan, Nick Watson and Cole Shadir as well. The Giants, meanwhile, all single goal kickers from their 6 majors so far. To Darcy Jones, who's been subbed from the game with what looks like a semi-serious, at least, knee injury. Tabby Bedford, Finn Callahan, Jesse Hogan, Jake Riccardi and Kieran Briggs on the board here for the Giants. 28 points, the Hawks, at the major break here in the elimination final. The first of our 2 games today, of course, Freo Gold Coast still to come later on. Your experts here at the Sydney Showground, Adam Manaskis and Ryan O'Keefe.
Look, you can see the Hawks are just preying on the turnover we spoke about there. They're really efficient going forward, and their small forwards are causing all sorts of headache. They've been really, really good. So from the Giants' perspective, their defenders, and particularly their small defenders, need to defend first. They need to get a little bit more gritty, and you know they've talked this week about trying to match the hype and the physicality of it. Well, part of that's actually defending and checking your player and not letting him run around free, because they're super dangerous, Hawthorn. They've been really efficient with the ball going forward. The other side of the ball for the Giants is they're getting dominance from Green and Callahan. They've been super strong around those stoppages and contests. But their forwards, the left hand's not talking to the right hand. It's like you can really, we mentioned before, like bringing in, you can see Green and Stringer are just, they're a half a second off, and it's really affecting them, and they're just not providing. No one's leading at the ball carrier. Everyone's going back looking for the long ball, and the Hawthorn defence is playing so well as a unit. They're just mopping this up. They're loving that. They go, you just keep bombing into us all day, Giants. We'll love this. We'll come in and we'll crunch it, and then we're winning it on the ground, and then we're running it out, and we're playing the game in our way now. So the Giants, if I'm Kinga in there and the Giants coaching staff, I'd be going forwards. You've got to start working. You've got to start moving. Cadman, Brown, Toby, Riccardi, you guys start leading at the ball game. We've got to start honouring it, because when we did, Hogan kicks a goal, Riccardi leads, he gets marked, and they get efficiency from it. They've got to stop blazing it away, kicking it to 10 players. Hawthorn's going, we'll do this all day. We don't need to win the game now, because we're that far in front. You just keep bombing it in. We're happy days.
And to back that up, GWS had 40 inside 50s for a half of football.
What have they kicked?
They've kicked 6 goals. So 11 scoring shots. And you flip it over on Hawthorn's side, they've had 24 entries for 14 scoring shots.
There's prime argument.
There's your game. That's your game right there. So there's 2 parts. The efficiency going forward for both teams, and then the ground level game. I just think Hawthorn are dominating that at the moment. They've got more hands lower to the ground than GWS at the moment. John Newcomb's had 9 clearances. We thought that was going to be a strength for the Giants. Hawthorn have turned it into strength of theirs. 31-24 clearance in their favour. So it's as much as it's yet going forward. The Giants mids, they've got to get to work. They've got to get tougher around that contest.
And I reckon the ground level dominance has been in the back line for Hawks. Once it hits the deck, I think that the Giants have had one score from the ground level. They're too top heavy. If I was looking before, they had Riccardi, Hogan, Stringer, Brown, and then they had and that's it. So where are they going to put that forward pressure on? They're not putting any forward pressure on the Hawks, and the Hawks are just going, thank you very much, we'll exit it out, and when we go forward, we're going to score.
So 28 points in football now, that's clearly gettable. That's clearly gettable. So, but what needs to change is, one, what Rock's talking about, the efficiency going inside forward 50 for GWS has got to get better. I spoke about separating Hawthorn's defenders at quarter time. Didn't happen in that second quarter. GWS have got to get to work at the coalface as well around contest. But Tom Green's had 22 possessions, 5 kicks, 17 handballs, 7 clearances. But you flip that on the other side, Newcombe 4 kicks, 6 handballs, 9 clearances and a goal. So it's sort of like they're going head to head. But if you look at the game, I'd say Newcombe's had a much better half than Tom Green.
So the Giants have 14 players who are going at 50% or less kicking efficiency. And you compare that with Hawthorn, who kicked 11 goals 3. We know how important accuracy is in finals footy.
But I think when we look at like skill and efficiency, we talk about the kicker and the poor kicking. It's also the options and the leader to get in good positions. As we keep mentioning, the Giants are winning a lot of ball, and through here they come up, they're looking up the ground, and all of a sudden they're seeing 5 or 6 forwards put their hands up back like this, and the Hawks are just playing in front of them, going, yeah, whatever, just bomb it away, and we're mopping it up. Someone's got to come out. You've got to make the defender defend by being on the move and presenting. You mightn't get hit every time on the lead, but what you are separating, because they have to come with you. Then the one over the top's a 1v1, not a 2v3 or a 4v4, which, if it's a 4v4, it suits the defence every day of the week.
Can they put together a complete third term, the Giants, and get themselves back in the game?
Well, with 40 inside 50, certainly. So the opportunity's there.
Yeah.
It's just a system thing now.
Yeah.
Can they fix the system at half-time to go, okay, here's what we're doing, here's what we need to do. Hawthorn, on the other hand, are going, well, we don't need to change a thing at the moment. We're defending really well behind the football. We're winning the ground level game. We're winning clearance, and we're efficient going forward.
Yeah. So if the Giants go another 20 inside 50s, but now they start taking 10, 11 marks, there's a different ball game. You know what I mean? They're having their keys are leading. They're taking their marks. They're going back. They're having shots. What they're doing, well, they mightn't kick them all, but what it's stopping Hawthorn getting that run and carry and that rebound footy they love doing.
Jesse Hogan's had 2 disposals for a goal. Tom Barras has had 5 disposals and 5 spoils. I think he'd take the spoils over the disposals.
And Stringer, Cadman, they really haven't come into the game at all yet.
Adam Romanascus and Ryan O'Keefe are experts here on ABC Sport. The winner, of course, plays Adelaide next Friday night at Adelaide Oval. Then Geelong awaits in the prelim for the winner of that game. Of course, we'll talk about Freo Gold Coast coming up later on tonight as well. A couple of you asked about who meets who in the possible grand final combinations and prelim final combinations. So I guess the way of looking at it is this. The two halves of the draw are basically Collingwood, Brisbane, Freo, the Suns, against the Cats, the Crows, the Hawks and the Giants, as far as the two halves of the draw leading into the last Saturday in September. A couple of your texts as well, 0437 774 774. Robin Greensborough, thank you for your text. Andrew from West Melbourne. Carmel has us being biased towards the Giants, and Steve has us being biased towards Hawthorn. So the pressure of finals footy is being felt everywhere, I think. 0437 774 774. Hawthorn leads by 28 points here at the Sydney Showground. Right now it's time for ABC News.
ABC News, I'm Sam Wilkinson. Authorities say the victim of a fatal shark attack on Sydney's northern beaches leaves behind a wife and young daughter just a day before Father's Day. The 57-year-old DY man was pulled from Longreef Beach just after 10 o'clock this morning, suffering catastrophic injuries and died at the scene. Police say the man lost a number of limbs and 2 sections of his surfboard have been recovered. Inspector Stuart Thompson says authorities will work to identify the type of shark responsible.
So we had a number of
of police boats for life-saving. There was a number of jet skis. They were out looking for, obviously, the shark. Obviously, we passed that information on to the Department of Primary Industries, who will be the key agency in terms of, obviously, locating the shark and then working out what to do next.
Northern Beaches Council says beaches between Manly and Narrabeen will remain closed. Queensland police officers are door-knocking some residents near Cooktown in the state's far north due to a fast-moving grass fire. The fire department says crews are working to protect structures as some properties are at risk. The fire is burning near Railway Avenue West near Cooktown, north of Cairns. 5 fire crews are at the scene and more are on the way. A watch and act warning has been issued. The search for accused cop killer Desi Freeman continues, with police offering a $1 million reward for anyone who has information that leads to his arrest. Shannon Schubert reports from Popunka.
There have been no confirmed sightings of Desi Freeman since he fled into dense bushland in Victoria's high country late last month, after allegedly shooting dead 2 police officers on his property. Police are offering a historic $1 million reward for anyone who has information that could lead to Mr Freeman's arrest. Detective Inspector Dean Thomas says it's not a last resort.
It's not an act of desperation and it's far from it.
Police activity has been quiet around Popunka today, but Victoria Police say there are no plans to scale down the search.
The US Defence Secretary says renaming the Department of Defence means it's going to fight decisively, not endless conflicts. US President Donald Trump has signed an executive order changing its name to the Department of War. The change will see the name revert to its original title, held until 1947, 2 years after the end of the Second World War. The Defence Secretary, Pete Hegseth, says the change is about restoring a warrior ethos.
Restoring victory and clarity as an end state. The War Department is going to fight decisively, not endless conflicts. We're going to go on offense, not just on defense. Maximum lethality, not tepid legality. Violent effect, not politically correct.
The artificial intelligence company Anthropic has agreed to pay almost $2.3 billion to settle a copyright lawsuit with a group of authors who accused it of using their books to train its chatbot without their permission. Here's the BBC's Lily Jamali.
The agreement requires the approval of a federal judge in San Francisco, but lawyers for the writers who sued Anthropic say it's set to be the largest copyright recovery in history. The plaintiffs include Andrea Bartz, who wrote the bestseller We Were Never Here, and Charles Grauber, author of the 2013 thriller The Good Nurse. They'd accused Anthropic of illegally pirating their work and feeding it into its AI models to train its Claude chatbot. The settlement comes as other big tech companies, including ChatGPT maker OpenAI, Microsoft, and Instagram owner Meta, face similar lawsuits stemming from alleged copyright violations.
The Australian National University has denied leadership rumblings over the future of Vice-Chancellor Genevieve Bell. Professor Bell has been under mounting scrutiny over controversial cost-cutting measures at the ANU. Chancellor Julie Bishop visited the Canberra campus on Tuesday when she met with a range of staff, academics and students. An ANU spokesperson says there has not been any discussion about a possible departure of Professor Bell. In the NRL, inaugural coach of the Perth Bears, Mal Meninga, has shut down a media report speculating his exit from the team. The article suggests the NRL veteran is concerned and frustrated with staffing and support for the developing team that is expected to debut in the 2027 season. Speaking to ABC Radio Sports Talk, Mr Meninga says the report is false.
It just constantly amuses me that these sort of things sort of pop up. There's no real validity to it all. I'm really happy, to be honest with you. There's a few things we need to do. I mean, like the planning and look at our budgets. We can't really open up the Bears' door until we've got something to feed them with.
And defending tennis champion Yannick Sinner has beaten 25th seed Felix Auger-Aliassime in the semi-finals at the US Open. The 6-1, 3-6, 6-3, 6-4 victory sets up a title-deciding clash against Spain's Carlos Alcaraz, and it makes Sinner only the fourth man in the professional era to reach all 4 Grand Slam finals within a single season. This is ABC News.
You meet the most interesting people on Sunday morning.
I tell you what, I'd kill for some clean air and a good coffee over here. And there's no generic latte over here.
Come home straight away, please. Join the rest of Australia right here on Sunday morning.
Australia all over on ABC Radio. September means finals footy.
He curls it through for a magnificent goal.
But at ABC Sport, it also means we're counting down to the summer of cricket.
Smith knocks that through cover point away for 4.
Starting September 30, the Women's ODI World Cup.
Big 6 from Phoebe Litchfield.
Plus Australia versus India in the men's ODI and T20s. The WBBL, the Big Bash, and The biggest rivalry in the game.
The Ashes.
Stark rumbles in and bowls it down. He's bowling. First ball.
ABC Sport and the ABC Listener. Your home of cricket this summer. This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2025 AFL Finals.
AFL on your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Briggs out on the right, got a toe to it, and it rolls through. Connor Nash. High it goes inside 50. Big leap from the back there, Fonte. It comes down at ground level as the Hawks have numbers here in attack. Swept wide here, coming McDonald. Now Ginnivan shrugs one tackle, snaps from 40, and it travels all the way home. And the celebration as well from Jack Ginnivan.
Newcomb, edge of the boundary line in the 50. Long kick looking for Connor McDonald. Spoiled away. It ricochets to Ginnivan. His kick is smothered. Great desperate defending by Whitfield. Spills out to Nash. Stripped of it. Back to Connor McDonald. Turns and fires on goal. He's got it. He's kicked his third. Briggs and Meek tangle once more. Spills down to the front. O'Halloran tries to tap it on. Got into the path of Darcy Jones. Who from the right forward pocket lights it up for the Giants. D'Ambrosio trying to sidestep Fonte. He grabs him around the bootlaces. Now pass out to Ginnivan. Off a step, sends it high up and under. One direction. Gunston conked it near the other. And Gunston takes the mark. Jack Gunston booted the last goal of the match. Similar position. Left forward pocket. 45 metres out. He comes in, fires on goal and puts through his third.
The 2025 AFL Finals Series.
On your radio, ABC Sport Digital Radio, and on the ABC Listen app.
Elimination Finals Day here on ABC Sport. Of course, Fremantle and Gold Coast still to come at Perth Stadium later on. We'll give you the full coverage there from 6:30 Eastern or 4:30 local time there in WA. In the meantime, you are here at the Sydney Showground with Brett Sprigg, Matt Clinch, Adam Manaskas and Ryan O'Keefe alongside Daniel Garb on the boundary here as well. And Hawthorn leads by 28 points at the major break. 11-3-69 plays 6-5-41. Your text in all forms are welcome. 0437 774 774. The Hawks make their way back out there. AFLW earlier today. Now the Demons beat Richmond by 37 points at Casey Fields. Gold Coast over GWS by 19 points at Carrara. And Carlton have just beaten the Western Bulldogs by 16 points at Princes Park. Still to come tonight, Hawthorn takes on St Kilda. These are round 4 games. Of course, in the other codes, the NRL final round of the regular season as well. First game down in Wollongong. Penrith 40 have beaten St George Illawarra 20. And Gold Coast will face West Tigers very shortly there as well. So we'll keep you across all what's happening in the wonderful world of sport. You can find out more information abc.net.au/sport. And I think you'll also find the Wallabies have beaten Argentina 28-24 in, I want to say that was in Townsville. So there you go.
Match review findings in.
Yes.
No fine for staging for Cam Rayner, but there is a little sanction for Tom Atkins for making contact with the umpire. The concern is that Eric Hipwood's season is over. Brisbane have said they're awaiting scans for that calf injury for Lachie Neale and will confirm once they come through. So Brisbane have a lot of work to be done, and they'll be hoping that the availability of their players won't be season over, which is what it's threatening to be.
Off the SMS, Wayne from Elizabeth South says, hello, ABC champions. Do you think the Crows are cheering for I think he means the Giants, hoping they don't have to face Hawthorn in this current form next week? I think we always follow a similar pattern, Rammer and Ryan, as far as falling in love with the week one or the week one winners versus the week one losers. But Adelaide will be keen to bounce back after their loss first up last week or on Thursday night.
Yeah, look, when you get to this time of the year, every opponent's really hard and difficult. So, look, if you're looking at it at the moment, Hawthorn are playing brilliantly and they're looking really, really, really dangerous. And not just the Giants haven't kicked into gear yet. So, I think we'll wait to the end of the game and we can see whether, who the Crows are going to feel like it's going to be, what the opposition's going to be, and if it's going to be a good matchup for that game.
Who do you think the neutrals are going for, Rammer, in terms of the Cinderella story in finals? I mean, Hawthorn having won 3 premierships is probably not the team that the neutrals gravitate towards.
The neutrals are going for the Giants.
The 2 expansion clubs, though, in the Giants and the Suns featuring their first ever finals, and Fremantle with what they've achieved under Justin Longmuir to feature in finals for their second time.
Yeah, everyone.
They're the Cinderella story, aren't they?
No doubt. Everyone likes the underdog story. Yep. So, and you want to see teams that haven't had a lot of success do well, just more for for a supporter base too. So you look at Fremantle, for example. What have they been in the 30 years now? I reckon
30 years,
something like that. So.
I tell you what, though, if it was a Giants Suns grand final, there'd be a very few happy people, I think, in the departments.
Corporate suites would be popular, wouldn't they?
Yep. You'd get tickets to the GF if they.
Oh, the GF's it's hard.
I reckon there'd be. Oh, even so, I think the Giants and the Suns.
Well, you think about the two growth markets that's been really pushed, and a lot of work's gone into it. Have both those teams to play in the grand final. That'd be just. Years of, taking a risk and putting it out there and trying to grow our game, and I think it'd be perfect story.
So there would be a moment, though, wouldn't it, if the Giants lose and the Suns win, as the Suns sort of take over, the Giants as the most recent team into the competition.
Worth pointing out as well, just on the situation here, 28 points the Hawthorn led at the half-time break. That was the exact same buffer they had to overcome in the derby here in round 20. 28 points down. They won by 44 against their crosstown rivals. So a quick surge from the Giants. This game is back on.
It's certainly doable. It's still very much game on here.
I was saying to Spriggy, I remembered in 2014 when Trent Cotchin kicked the wrong way and Port Adelaide kicked 8 goals to 1. That was over at quarter time. I'm not sure in today's footy, 28 points is that big a margin.
The Giants have had 40 inside 50s. It's just a bit of a system change in this second half. And they'll be well back into this game at three-quarter time.
They've subbed Darcy Jones with a knee injury, which we think looked quite serious. Josh Kelly into the game here as well. He's missed 5 games coming back from a calf, so big opportunity for him, the finals veteran as well for the Giants. 28 points is Hawthorn's lead here on ABC Sport. Getting us back underway, it's Matt Clinch.
Players in readiness. Hawthorn having made good runnings in the first half. The Giants with it all to be done. Bounce in the middle. Briggs wins down the tap against Meek. They race after it. Connor Nash will get there first. He's tackled by Finn Callahan. Halloran comes over the top and the umpire will ball it up. Tom Green with 22 disposals and 7 clearances. Jai Newcomb with 19 disposals and 8 clearances. Not bad for the mid-season pickup for the Hawks. Tom Green just volleys it forward. It works to Toby Bedford. Hang on, there's a whistle. And it's coming back. It's the Giants against... it's going the way of Kieran Briggs against Lloyd Meek. So gives it around the back to Lockie Ash. It's got a great kick up towards Hogan at half forward. Gathers on the bounce. Hand pass to Whitfield. Links up with Angwin. He retreats back by hand. Gets it away to Finn Callahan. It kicks up towards half forward. Caught behind Xavier Halloran. Did well. Knocked it away from Ward. Has an arm pinned as he's tackled by Ward though. Umpire says holding the ball.
Away they go. Quick hands. Came back Newcomb on the inside to Impey. He blazes away. Kicks down the line inside forward 50. Kalshadir in the contest with a Lear. And now Taylor off to Lear. Finn Callahan coming by as well. Left half back. Controls the ball off his boot toward that members side wing. Up in front Impey in there on Callum Brown, who follows up. And now Angwin dumps in the Weddle tackle over for a throw in members side of the Sydney Showground. No change to our halftime score. Hawthorn by 28. Daniel Garb on the boundary.
Sadly, the word from the Giants is that it is a suspected ACL for Darcy Jones. So if that is confirmed, it will be the second ACL tear for him in his young career. Devastating news if it turns out to be the case.
Gets a goal in the second quarter, the 21-year-old. Thanks, Daniel Garb on the boundary. Chinkuth Jath is the sub for the Hawks, yet to be used. As Tom Green is tackled, and the umpire will do it once more on this western wing here at the Sydney Showgrounds. Briggs wins down the tap, looking for Green. Newcomb volleys it towards the boundary line. It bounces out in front of Ash, and the umpire says, throw it in. No, he doesn't. I was waiting for the wind-up. He sort of hesitated for half a moment and then almost realised, no, that wasn't nothing.
He was sick, he guessed himself.
So Lockie Ash takes the free kick. Risky kick. O'Halloran in the middle of the ground. Just held on the mark as Hardwick got there late.
I tell you what, Lockie Ash turns the ball over and I wouldn't give the ball to him at the moment because he's just slaughtering it.
Yeah. Why they come to Angwin, his first career final, the left footer. Looks to trot back and find Whitfield, but holds it for a moment.
That's it. Yep.
Brown slipped over. It's taken now by Weddle. He can blaze away off half back. He kicks just searching down that member's side. Aaliyah on the bounce, although Watson coming in. Got a nudge there from Aaliyah.
That was
the
terrific.
ball bounces out of bounds for a throw-in on the junction of 50.
No, that was terrific by Nick Watson. A lot of other players would give up on that ball because Aaliyah should have just taken it, but he kept going, applied the pressure and got a restart.
Hawthorn by 28. 3 minutes go on third term. Finals footy on ABC Sport in the twilight here this Saturday in Sydney.
Thrown back in. Lloyd Meek tangles with Kieran Briggs, spills down. Newcomb, hand pass to Dylan Moore, loose hand pass, and here is Ash streaming through the middle of the ground. 2 bounces from Lockie Ash trying to get away from Impey. Hand pass to Angwin, who runs to 50, looks for Riccardi in the pocket. Getting back Sicily, spoils it out of play. Maybe in 2 minds, Angwin go for goal or go for the one-on-one. In the end, he didn't do either all that well.
But again, Jake Riccardi's complaining about.
No one came at him. No one's coming at him. This is infuriating by the Giants. That they're not going to win this game. They're not going to have shots on goal if forwards aren't present to the ball carrier.
Toss back in inside 50 here for the Giants. Laid down by Meek. Head over it there, Hardwick. And now it's one back here by Halloran. Pulls it across his body towards full forward. Unkind bounce for Riccardi. And now Impey runs it out of bounds for a throw-in. Hear that left behind post scoreboard end. 11-3, 69 plays 6-5-41. 4 minutes played, third term here at the Sydney Showground. Of course, Freo Gold Coast coming up next in Perth.
Hawks got out by 30-odd points in the opening quarter. Giants have tried to fight their way back. Briggs wrestles away Lloyd Meek. It spills out the way of Finn Callaghan. Hand pass away to Stringer towards the goal mouth. Awkward bouncing ball. Riccardi trying to get a hand pass to Toby Green. To Hogan. Tackled by Carl Amon. A goal-saving tackle as D'Ambrosio gathers for the Hawks. Free kick advantage taken Hawthorn's way. Sicily's clearing kick up towards Ginnivan and Whitfield. Whitfield taps it towards the boundary line and it goes out of play. The Giants just can't click.
Nah, it's just desperation by Hawthorn. Hardwick, Amon. 2 terrific tackles, lunging tackles there. Amon had no right to tackle the bigger Jesse Hogan.
Hardwick was the tackle on Toby Green.
Toss back in. Briggs and Meek. Briggs in front. Tom Green over around the ball again. Meek follows up here for Hawthorn, the former Docker. He sends it towards that contest as Himmelberg hit the deck. Watson was too good for him. And now Weddle, devoid of options, goes back by hand. Running by in position there is Jarman Impey. On the bounce there again for Weddle. For Natamore. Weddle still running. Angwin gets him. He goes the big fend on Angwin. Weddle goes centering ball, top of the goal square, but Taylor can thump it through. Just bounced through. No, kept alive by Kelly. They'll rebound here, the Giants, from that last line. Dicey kick Kelly. Falls here, D'Ambrosio. Flying shot from the pocket, and it's offline to the right-hand side. And that is the first score of our second half here at the Showground. 11-4-70 Hawthorn. The Giants is 6-5-41, 6 gone third term.
The Hawks just look so dangerous when they got the ball in the hand. They just move it with such efficiency and ease.
Lockie Whitfield looks to bring the Giants back into play. Chips it into the back pocket. Lecalier takes the mark. It's got Tom Green as a short outlet. Chips it to him. He marks just in front of the boundary line with James Warple in tow. So the Giants have started each quarter promisingly. As he comes inboard, Tom Green sends it up to Whitfield. Like damaging across half-back. He's trying to find an avenue to open up the ground. Risky kick out towards Josh Kelly. In front, great mark. D'Ambrosio held his position and takes the intercepting mark for the Hawks between wing and half-forward.
It's just one game in 2 years for his relatively new club, Massimo D'Ambrosio. On that left peg, high inside 50 he goes. Lecalier spills the grab. Deer provides some pressure. Run down by Lear. Ball comes loose. Angwin goes to gather as well. Weddle gets him. Shared to Whitfield. Now Iden off full back. Room to bounce. And Connor Iden can clear defensive 50 for the Giants.
Sends it up towards Riccardi, who's worked underneath the battle. Gets a hand pass forward to Ginnivan. Hand pass to Nash. Feigns the hand pass as he cuts back on his right-hand side. Centering ball to Lloyd Meek. He juggles the mark. Despite the desperate work from Brown and Ash, neither could get a hand onto it, and Meek's going to try and give it off to Chol and turn it over. Angwin slips in front, takes the mark, counter-attack footy, hand pass to Whitfield, kicks it out to the wing, where the mark is taken by Riccardi. The Giants turn it over, looking for Kelly inboard. Riccardi's kick chopped off by Lloyd Meek. He gets it back.
Can get their chain going. Here's Weddle, marks at half forward, evades Callum Brown, eyes up the goals, goes wide to the pocket. He overcooks the kick there for Dylan Moore, and it bounces out for a throw-in at right full forward.
Calamity of errors here, absolutely. It's just...
Well, they got themselves to blame, the Giants.
Exactly right. Just easy target, like just be composed, just hit your targets. You had them open.
Stoppage inside 50 at Hawthorn's attacking end. They lead by 29 points here at the Sydney Showground. Back in it comes. Briggs out of the ruck, snatched it himself. evades a tackle. Hand pass goes straight to Josh Weddle. His kick comes off the instep here for Himmelberg. Not 15. Play on, says the umpire. Canelio tries to track it as well. Lays the follow-up tackle on Josh Weddle, who's been busy in this third term so far, and indeed across the entire game. Daniel Garb on the boundary.
Jesse Hogan's copped a knock to the back, so he's getting that worked on at the moment.
Thanks, Garby. 5-1, the inside 50s Hawthorn's way in this third quarter. Thrown back in, Meek in front, tries to drop it down to the front. Briggs just slaps it out of the congestion. Weddle's onto it, hand pass chopped off by Tom Green. Hand pass inboard to Canelio, through the corridor for the Giants. It won't get to Toby Green. Barris left it behind though. Green courageous as he threw his body in. He wins the footy, but he's locked up with Ginneman charging on top of him, supporting Jack Scrimshaw.
Well, the pressure has lifted, the skill level has not. In this third term, 29 points is the Hawthorn lead. Briggs down to Tom Green, bustles through a couple of tackles, and now Whitfield's hand pass to the outside, bursting by the loose footy. Josh Ward sends Hawthorn back inside 50. Gutston down there in the contest with Iden, and it bounces out of bounds for a throw-in deep in attack for Hawthorn. Still no change to Hawthorn's sub as yet. CJ Jaff, his first finals appearance. Jesse Hogan being assessed off the field for an injury, but Darcy Jones, the main one, he was subbed out with what's believed to be an ACL. Awful for the young Giants small. Back in it comes. Chol missed it. And it will be a free kick here going the Giants' way. Block on Briggs. Can you say Giants small? Is that a tautology? Anyway, the Giants have the ball at full back. Blocky Ash.
As he tries to weave his way out of defence, hold your breath sort of moment for the Giants fans. He gets it to Connor Iden, sends it up the wing. Cadman charging out. Brown as well. Work down to the front. Kelly the sub. Gives it back to Cal Brown. Whitfield at half back. Slices a kick through the corridor. It's marked by Kelly on the wing. Hand pass away to Cadman. Chips it up to Toby Green.
That's better. They've got to chisel it way up now.
Finally some composure as Toby Green looks up. Riccardi on the lead. The forward's leading up now. And Riccardi has it 60 out from home. He veers onto his right, kicks into the pocket, looking for the target. Cadman, it's spoiled by Battle. Battle gathers, hand pass to Carl Amon, clearing kick up the wing. He finds Lloyd Meek.
For the options here, Lloyd Meek, as the play sets up around him. Hand pass off to Carl Amon. 34 touches in round 24. His career best in a Hawthorn jumper. Up to half forward. Comes into the contest with Taylor. Thumped out of bounds for a throw-in on the western side. Not far away from Daniel Garb on the boundary.
The Hawks have now made their sub. Jath's actually out on the ground. Cal Shadir's gone to the back of the bench, so I would imagine it's him who has been subbed out.
Okay, thank you very much, Garby.
Interesting, they're keeping Josh Weddle going. That's limited preparation.
He's playing well.
Yeah,
so
he is. He's having a good quarter. He's had 7 possessions this quarter.
Points the Hawthorn lead here. Hogan does the ruck work from behind there on Meek. Lear to Tom Green. Controls the footy. Back to Hogan. Saw Thomas over his shoulder. Another chain of hand passes here, but Lear can now kick down that western side. Forced back there by Impey. Onto it now O'Halloran kicks down the line here for the Giants. One-hand grab was strong from Stringer. Out-bodied Sicily. Swings his kick wide to half forward now, Riccardi. He's still 55 from goal. Options inside 50. Riccardi goes long toward the pocket there. Cadman reaching, not quite. Good spoil from Hardwick. Barris there too, wrapped up, dropped the footy. Umpire says play on. They'll go away here, the Hawks, through Josh Ward.
Sends it up towards Dylan Moore, the counter punch for the Hawks. Hand pass to Weddle. Possession number 8 in this third quarter. He takes a bounce. Now a second. Josh Weddle to 60 out, centering ball for Watson. He can't take the mark. Charging through Fonte. Great support in the end from Taylor. And the Giants repel. Hand pass to Himmelberg out on the wing to Angwin. Back to Fonte. Clean set of heels. Hand pass forward to Hogan at right half forward. He gets the hand pass away. Back to Angwin. Inside 50. Toby Green in the pack. Hardwick makes the spoil. Spills out the way of Josh Battle. Toby Green lays the tackle. And the Giants lock it up in the right forward pocket. Hawthorn by 29 points. We haven't had a goal in this third quarter through 12 and a half minutes.
Well, the Giants aren't going to kick a goal with entries like that. No. They're doing their best not to win this game.
Voice of Brian O'Keefe on ABC Sport. One down here by Mab Chol. Hogan dispossessed in there as well. Picked up by Warple. They can get away here. The Hawks this time through Impey. He kicks toward that western side, bouncing out in front of that man in Jaff. And Thomas goes with him. Throw in western side of the ground. Hawthorn 11-4-70 leads the Giants 6-5-41. 13 gone third term. As the Giants look to find their way back in the game. Confirmation, by the way, Cal Shadir is that player sub as Garvey suspected.
8-4, the inside 50s away the Hawks in this third quarter. Riccardi wins down the tap against Marbiel Chol. Spills out to Dylan Moore. He has the footy locked to him, tackled by Canelio. Signed a 4-year contract extension, Dylan Moore, locking up his future to the Hawks. Chol wins down the tap. Centre wing, Newcomb trying to break clear. Callaghan laid the tackle. Whitfield gets a hand pass out to O'Halloran. Now to Ash. He bangs it up to Stringer. 1-on-1 with Sicily. It clears the two. They tangle against the boundary line. Stringer fends him off. Gathers. Kicks up towards Cadman back with a flight. Got good support from Hogan. He plays on and Cadman misses. Outside of the boot. Misses to the left-hand side. And Jack Ginnivan's right into the former number 1 draft pick to let him know about it. Hawthorn by 28.
They'll waste no time here. Couple of hand passes. Hardwick and now can thump it down the outer side here of the Sydney Showground. Carries over the back there from McDonald and Himmelberg. Back here to McDonald for the Hawthorn Footy Club. Goes back infield now. It's marked by Weddle. He's 65 from goal. Needs options inside 50. Presenting down there and reaching for it. Gunston. He can snap from the pocket. Comes around here. Floating across. No. Missed near side that time from the veteran Jack Gunston. 11-5-71 Hawthorn. The Giants is 6-6-42. 15 gone third quarter. Finals footy on ABC Sport.
They're just panicking. I know they're going to try and win the game, but they're just panicking. Like, why Cadman play on there? I'm not quite sure.
Confidence.
And it's just Hawthorn again. Thank you very much, because it's given them the ball back, and they're just so clean and efficient with it. They look so much more dangerous.
Voice of Ryan O'Keefe alongside Adam Romanascus. Finals footy on ABC Sport. The Giants through Callaghan. Up towards Brown. Spills away as Sicily. Got rid of it. Umpire said legally. Jaff involved. The sub gets the hand pass to Warple. Up towards Weddle.
He's killing him.
He's getting involved in this third quarter. Position number 10 coming out. Jarman empty streaming pass. Runs to 50. Steadies and fires towards goal, and he misses to the right. So Hawthorn with 3 behinds in this third quarter. The Giants with 1 behind. And we're 15 minutes through the third quarter without a goal. Hawthorn by 30 points.
Hawthorn is so dangerous ball in hand. The Giants need to control it and not give it back to them, because once they give it back to the Hawks, they're scoring.
Equal game high margin here Hawthorn's way. Lockie Ash on the kick out. Buys some space in the right back pocket. Now bounces. Swings it across to Taylor. Received his second All-Australian blazer last week. Kick was too hot there for Tom Green. One back by Jaff. And now Ginnivan lets fly from 45 and rides it all the way home. 2 for Guinea. And the salute celebration as well. A new game-high lead for Hawthorn, 36 points. 12-6, 78 plays 6-6-42. 16 gone third term. Jack Ginnivan might have just stunted any chances of a Giants comeback. Still game on very much, but the Giants would have loved to have that first goal.
Well, I think it's been a defensive masterpiece by Hawthorn as it stands right now. Again, it's another turnover from the Giants coming out of the back half of their ground. Just a poor kick by Sam Taylor. Outstanding finish by Ginnivan. But the problem is, he shouldn't be in that position to get the ball. It's an easy 15-metre chip pass. The Giants clearly are just feeling the pressure of this game. They're kicking again this quarter, only at 62%, so it's been ordinary again.
It's purely the Giants' ball use has been horrible, and Hawks are feasting off it.
The Giants with 74 disposals to the Hawks 52 in this third quarter, yet it's the Hawks who strike first. Callaghan tries to break out of the middle of the ground. Tackled and brought down. Briggs sockers it up to Cal Brown. Hand pass to Briggs, who has a fumble. He's bumped by Warple, not tackled. Lloyd Meek tries to get a hand pass to D'Ambrosio, to Impey. Look away, hand pass to Nash. Here go the Hawks again. Through the middle. Angwin, great chase. Nash has to fire a hand pass forward. Ginnivan all on his own from 45 for goal number 3. Ginnivan arms outstretched. He runs to the fans with a finger to his ear. Let me hear you, Hawthorn fans. Jack Ginnivan is shaping this elimination final as the Hawks are out as wide as they've been. A 42-point lead. With 2 goals to start this third quarter. 13-684 to the Giants 6-6-42.
Too good. They are too good at the moment. They are too good. They get the ball in the hand and they are absolutely being precise.
Sweat on turnover.
They are, and it's just a little turnover by Briggs there. But some of the defensive error, like I think Cognilio, he didn't need to make it a 2v1. There's just easy handball over, and Ginnivan goes, thank you very much, I'll just put another one through. Like, once they get the ball in hand, Hawks, they are absolutely precise. They are super dangerous.
Daniel Garb on the boundary.
Incredible atmosphere down here. We've spoken about how many Hawthorn fans are in attendance. It feels like we're at the MCG, and Jack Ginnivan, of course, gets them going like no one else. Electric for the Hawthorn fans. Boundary side.
Clearance, Giants. Cognilio goes forward of halfway. Toby Green scraps for it here. Wrapped up down there by Scrimshaw. Did you rate, Darby, the Thierry Henry celebration there from Jack Ginnivan?
He alters celebrations so often it's hard to keep up. But I tell you what, it doesn't matter. He can do anything right now. These Hawthorn fans will be on their feet.
42 points is the Hawthorn lead. Callahan blaze away. Run down from behind. Great chase down there by Sam Butler. Ball carries on here towards full forward. No, it doesn't. Free kick Giants. As Cadman, the man held. But that's going to come Harvey Thomas. So,
I tell you what, Finn Callahan's doing all he can to get to drag the Giants over the line. Him and Briggs have been enormous and sort of absolutely trying to do everything they possibly can to drag him over.
A goal here is non-negotiable. They've got to kick this goal, otherwise the game's done as we approach time on here in the third quarter. Hawthorn come out of the gates strongly, or at least stronger, after half-time. Harvey Thomas with this free kick makes good of it. The Giants have their 7th goal. 7-6-48, trailing Hawthorn 13-6-84 as we hit the 20-minute mark here of this third quarter. Finals footy on ABC Sport. Adam Manascus and Ryan O'Keefe.
Well, they've got to build. They're just got to build now. They're going to be more. They're going to be cleaner with the football in hand. They're going to be cleaner around contests. They need to defend better, but they've got to create scoring opportunities. And both Ryan and I have harped on all day about entries inside forward 50, but they've got to create now. It's got to be, rather than bombing the ball, it's got to be going for those unbelievable kicks that you just think won't come off. What are we, 40-odd points, 36 points, so 6 goals still there.
But Hawthorn are dining out on their turnovers. No. You can slow it down. There's a quarter and 7 minutes still to go. You just work it, take marks inside 50, be a little bit more calculated.
Just the second time in the match, the Giants have kicked back-to-back goals. Briggs over the top, looking for Callahan, tackled, stripped, holding the ball. Lloyd Meek takes the free kick. Hand pass away to Warple. Long kick looking for Gunston. Connor Ide makes the spoil with the back arm of his right fist. Spoils into the back pocket. O'Halloran overran the footy. Himmelberg tried to soccer it clear. Now Halloran has another go at it, gets it out to Harvey Thomas. Hand pass to Whitfield. He's trying to do his bit. Switches to halfback. Angwin takes the mark in front of Jaff. Now this might be 50 as well. Jaff overstepped the mark.
This is where you've got to go now.
Yeah, but look, no, they've got back. See, they've got to be more precise. They've got to hit targets. Oh, gee wee.
And in space there, Connor Nash for Hawthorn. Wins it back here. Tackled. Warple on the bouncing ball. Off to Ginnivan. 3 goals here, 2 in the quarter. A throw. Hawthorn penalised. So we'll come back here for Josh Kelly.
Slow it down.
At left half full. By the way, big news out of Brisbane, by the way. Lockie Neal had those scans on the calf. 4 to 6 weeks. His season's done. The Brisbane co-captain. So big news there for Lockie Neal and the Brisbane Lions. Bad news. Inside 50 go the Giants. Reaching for it, Callum Brown at the drop. Battle can try to hack it away. And there was Newcomb as well. And now Callahan gets there for the Giants. Tom Green, Josh Kelly off his non-preferred right boot. Curls it around. Great goal on the run to ignite the Giants crowd. The sub with a goal to cut Hawthorn's margin back to 30 points as we approach the final change. 13-6 plays 8-6, 22 gone, third term. Finals footy on ABC Sport.
It's a good finish, but they're making hard. That was made hard work of that.
It's probably the first time today that they've been able to win a contest at ground level to then turn it into a scoring opportunity. So Callahan there, it's a kick off the ground outside Hawthorn's defensive 50. Callahan's there. He wins the ball, gives a little handball, and Josh Kelly good enough then to snap on his non-preferred right foot to kick the goal.
If we rewind from Angwin there, he rushes himself, he turns it over. Like,
with a short kick.
They have not learnt from last year's final series. They're going helter, and it's not working. They've got to peel it back. Let's play a bit of kick mark control. Let's chisel the way up the ground, take a mark, go back shot. They've got plenty of time to still kick goals.
Ryan O'Keefe and Adam Romanascus, your experts on ABC Sport. Meek wins down the tap against Briggs. Callahan after it. Hand pass chopped off by Ward. Hand pass to D'Ambrosio. The Hawks through the outer wing. Hand pass to Connor Nash. He bunts a kick inside 50. Watson on the bounce. Can't take it cleanly. Chol tries to knock it on. O'Halloran the other way for the Giants, where Chol gets a hand pass out. It's knocked on by Sam Butler. Only as far as O'Halloran. He lost it. Dylan Moore tries to get a hand pass inboard. Callahan lays the tackle on Nash. And the umpire will board up 55 metres out from the Hawthorn goal. So the Giants kicking back-to-back goals in the match for just the second time. They've cut the margin to 30 points Hawthorn's way.
All in the air on the outer side. Meek wins it down. Kelly shed it with Tom Green. They clear it quickly here, the Giants. Up to 1-on-1. Cadman tussled up down there, but Scrimshaw got loose out the back. Hand pass back here. It'll arrive now for Amon. Came through Battle's hands as well. Amon's kick towards half forward. Maybe or Chol in the contest. But Himmelberg scrolls it out of bounds.
Hawthorn's ground balls in their back line, once the ball hits the marking contest, hits the deck's been phenomenal. They have absolutely anything that's hit the deck, they've mopped it up. They've been absolutely sensational on that part of the ground.
There are entire blocks of Hawthorn fans out there on the outer side. And they're brown and gold. Umpire tosses it back in. Left half forward here for the Hawks. Kelly down to Toby Green. He was taken high by Amon. Umpire's going to say, in fact, the free kick coming back. So now it's paid. It'll come back to Josh Kelly at right half back.
That's advantage, isn't it?
There's a few times hasn't been paid this game.
Free against John Newcomb. 30 points is Hawthorn's lead. Next goal feels important. If the Giants can get within sort of 4 goals heading towards three-quarter time. The kick is over the head of Briggs. It clears to the back. Josh Battle hand passes into the bootlaces of Cal Brown, and it goes out of play for a throw-in between wing and half-forward for the Giants. Hawthorn 13-6-84. The Giants 8-6-54. Finals footy on ABC Sport. Hawthorn kicked 7 goals to 2 in the opening quarter, led by 24 points. They've got out by 30 points on a couple of occasions, led by 36 in this third quarter and 42. The Giants with the last 2 goals of the match. Lloyd Meek knocks it down. Harvey Thomas, though, gathers for the Giants. Hand pass. Finn Callahan running to 50. Steadies. Fires on goal. It's offline, and Scrimshaw getting back. Takes the mark in front of the behind line. Hawthorn by 30 points.
So, short kick out taken. Or kick back in. As it's with Jarman Impey. 1-4 in finals, by the way. The Toronto gamer. It's beyond defensive 50. Missed a couple of contests down there. Iden on that loose ball. With Himmelberg, speaking of 200 gamers, reached that milestone in his last home game. Joe Fonte off half-back. Watson gives chase. Fonte takes him on. Should have bounced. Kicks, though, down towards half-forward. On the half-volley, awkward there for Cadman. Scrimshaw to it as well. Gathered in defence this time by Josh Ward. The Hawks can't quite use it well enough. Thomas dumping the tackle of Scrimshaw. Umpire says, give it to me. That's centre-half ball for the Giants, who trail by 30 points here at the showground. 26 gone, third term.
They're good on the ground ball, the Hawks. And Ward there was perfect. It's just so good. They're so clean.
Half forward for the Giants. Lloyd Meek blocked out Briggs. Spills out the way of Toby Green. Tackles. He gets a kick away into the pocket. Scrimshaw awkward bounce. Clears to Hogan. Right forward pocket. Jesse kicks the goal. Hogan with his second. Having wrestled injury in the lead up to this finals, the former Coleman medalist knows what's required. And the Giants are back within 24 points. Hawthorn's lead 13-6-84 to the Giants 9-6-60. The Giants with 3 goals to 2 so far in this third quarter.
Well, it's the first time that a Hawthorn defender got caught on his heels.
Yeah, but
I know it was a scrubby kick, but usually Hawthorn have been right there with their direct opponent.
Scrimshaw, though, was in front, and he just got a bad bounce. That was the only thing. Again, I think what's happening is the Hawks' defence has been so good, and their players have been so good, proactive.
Barris just didn't go with Hogan.
Yeah, but that bad bounce, wasn't it, that Scrimshaw just beat him.
So, 24 points. So now, look, it's certainly game back on. There's still 4 minutes remaining in this quarter, so one more to the Giants, and they'll feel really confident going into this last quarter.
Nash tackled by Callahan, dispossessed. Tom Green kicks high inside 50 here for the Giants. battling the contest with Stringer. Big fend there. Hand pass off to Bedford running by. He can close and finish from 15 outs. The Giants keep this consecutive run of goals going. Margin back to 18 points. A second goal for Toby Bedford. They've kicked 4 in a row, the home side.
That's the first time they've been isolated, 1v1s. Stringer just showed the class and strength he's got there to be able to shrug that off. That's the first time they've gone out of the centre bounce, kicked it to a 1v1, and it's been, let's play, boys. It's the game's on.
Jesse Stringer, I've watched obviously a lot of him. Jake Stringer, Jake Stringer, sorry. A lot of his games at Essendon, he would have had a shot at goal.
Yep.
That there is perfect. He gives a little handball, and obviously Giants now right back in it. Jesse Stringer used to play for Geelong. There you go.
Jesse Hogan.
So Hawthorn kicked 4 goals in 6 minutes in the opening quarter. All of a sudden now the Giants have kicked 4 goals in 8 minutes to get back into this match. Ward gets the clearance of the Hawks inside 50. Watson was clever. He sockers it towards the goal mouth. Whitfield getting back. Can't pick it up cleanly. Spills to Weddle. Hand pass to Nash. Into the pocket. Jaff fires towards goal and misses to the right-hand side. Not sure if he had a look into the corridor, but went for glory. He misses, and Hawthorn's lead is 19 points at the 29-minute mark of the third term.
That's where the Giants they can still be controlled here. They don't need to take any bad risks. They've got momentum. They don't want to give an easy one back to the Hawks to stop that momentum and swing it back in Hawthorn's favour.
Had some long quarters in this game so far as Whitfield pumps it beyond defensive 50 and coming in. Stringer will claim the mark. They'll say it was touch, so not controlled by Stringer over the boundary line. They'll throw it back in. Artificial light taking over here as well. 3:15 start, now approaching 5:30 local time here in the Harbour City.
Hawks have dropped one behind the ball.
Approaching a half-hour mark of this third term. Meek in the contest beats Briggs, but it was missed by Newcomb. Kelly fires the hand pass wide to Whitfield for the Giants. Down the corridor he goes. Riccardi, strong contested grab there with Sicily. Looks at the options. Hand pass back here to Cornelio. Pops it inside forward 50. Hogan leads up. Stringer was guarding space and Hogan came in and takes the mark. 35 out in the 45-degree angle.
Much better.
Low in their eyes. Like Stringer was really good body work there, but low in their eyes, much better.
Bedford's coming off as well, so get to Garby very shortly.
Well, he's been critical. He's been the one small forward that's put pressure on and been dangerous up there for the Giants.
Darcy Jones subbed in the first half with a suspected ACL, second time in his young career. Meanwhile, Jesse Hogan to make it 5 straight majors for the Giants. Crosses the 50, skips in, lines it up, starts it right, it stays there, right across the face and thumped through by Weddle for a minor score. Margin is back to 18 points Hawthorn's way. Garvey on the boundary.
He's got a sore knee, Toby Bedford. He actually had some treatment just before kicking that goal a moment ago and has come to the bench again. But all of a sudden the Giants fans up and about, and there are some concerns on the Hawthorn bench for the first time this afternoon in terms of their emotions.
Thanks, Garby. Carl Amon brings Hawthorn back into play. Long kick to half-back. It's Sport out of play. Leckalia and Scholl in a tangle as the two separate, ready for the ball to be thrown back in.
You can see that breeze is still playing a bit of a role. That kick from Hogan held up and floated across. So there's still a pretty strong breeze out there.
So 6 of the last 8 clearances have gone the way of the Giants. It's 17-7 in this third quarter. They've got on top around the ball. Kelly to Tom Green. Hand pass to Cornelio. Inside 50. It's wide of Hogan. Trying to slap it down. Himmelberger's gone forward. And it rolls out of play in front of Hogan and Sicily in the right forward pocket for the Giants. Hawthorn led by 42 points in this third quarter. 4 goals on the bounce for the Giants to cut the margin to 18 points. The winner to face Adelaide next week.
Himmelberg gives him another dynamic down there. He can take a fly and he's a beautiful kick, so that's an interesting move that swung him forward.
Bedford's headed to the rooms for the Giants, as Garby said, a sore knee. Kelly from the stoppage, onto it now. Quick left foot kick, Josh Kelly! For the second time in this quarter, gets on the scoreboard, and they cut Hawthorn's lead back to 12 points. 13-7-85, plays 11-7-73. There's still 90 seconds or thereabouts left in this third term, and the Giants are well and truly alive.
That's the setup you want.
Yeah.
You know, your left footer coming back inside, the tap over the back. You leave that little pocket of space open. Josh Kelly's such a classy finisher with ball in hand. He's really ignited in this quarter. He's had the 12 possessions and 2 goals. 9 of those 12 possessions have been contested.
Super sub.
Yeah.
And what's happened is Hawthorn haven't got their hands on the ball, and that's what the Giants needed to do, because Hawthorn is so dangerous once they've got ball in hand. So that's the difference at back end of this quarter. They've been starved of ball, Hawthorn. Hawthorn, once they get their hands back on it, they're so dangerous. So that's what the Giants are doing well at the moment.
The Giants with 5 goals to 2 in this third quarter. Chol into the ruck against Briggs. Spills down the way of Ward. Hand pass to Jai Newcomb. Just 6 disposals for him in this third quarter. Bangs it up towards half forward. Meeks there against Lekalira. It clears everyone. Gunston tries to run onto it. Can't take it cleanly. Taylor's composed. Dribbles a kick out to Cal Brown. The Giants are linking up here beautifully. Hand pass to Kelly. Over the top to Finn Callahan. Hand pass inboard to Brown. Is there time for one more? Kicks up towards Riccardi at half forward. Thomas as well. Spoiled down by Carl Amon. Ash is there front and centre. Gathers to the Giants. Kicks out in front of Hogan. Long lead on the bounce. He tries to knock it on to Thomas. Can't gather. D'Ambrosio races after it. He wants the boundary line. He gets the boundary line and sees it out of play at right half forward for the Giants. Hawthorn by just 12 points. 34 minutes gone. Third quarter. Finals footy on ABC Sport.
This is a critical stoppage here. Critical stoppage, only 30 seconds left on the clock.
Yeah, the Giants chant going around the Sydney Showground. Umpire heaves it back in. Briggs beats shoulder the ball here. Tom Green couldn't quite keep it alive.
Oh, he just got a bad bounce there, Tom Green. Otherwise, he was out.
Yeah. Adam Kingsley still looks a picture of, well, certainly concentration. He's not as dejected as he was or animated in that first half. Things weren't going their way. They trailed by 42 points at one stage in this third quarter, the Giants. Now it's just that 12-point buffer Hawthorn's way. O'Halloran breaks the shoal tackle. Kicks from 45 on the run. And they've made it 6 in a row.
What a goal.
Showtime at the showground. Xavier O'Halloran keeps this crowd roaring. Hawthorn leads by a kick. 35 gone, third term. Elimination final. What a final term coming up. Brammer and Ryan O'Keefe.
Well, momentum's definitely on the Giants now. What can the Hawks do to stop this? This is an avalanche. This is a tsunami. The orange tsunami is coming out. But they're playing the game a lot smarter going forward. Their forward entries, they're capitalising on it. Their ball use coming out around the ground. They're lowering their eyes. They've totally changed the way they played, and they're reaping the rewards of it. Can this young Hawks do something to stem the flow?
Just starting to win the ball at ground level, the Giants. I think that's where the change has been. It's 6 goals in 15 minutes for the Giants, but it just feels like the tide has turned at ground level. Hawthorn were mopping up everything at ground level.
Yep.
Now the Giants are just getting their hands on the ball more at ground level.
Last 7 clashes between these two sides have been under 22 points, 3 by a goal or less as we're heading towards three-quarter time. Here he is once more, Finn Callahan, hand pass away to Kelly, the two combining, long towards Riccardi, Sicily desperately defending, he gathers, gets the hand pass back, Hardwick, get it out of there, kicks up to left half back, Ginnivan presents and hugs it onto his chest. And aren't they relieved, Hawthorn, to hear that three-quarter time siren? The Hawks led by 42 points in that third quarter. And then, as Rama just explained to you, the Giants kicked 6 goals in 15 minutes to bring this game to life. Hawthorn lead by 6 points at three-quarter time, 13-7-85 to the Giants 12-7-79. And if the Giants go on to win, they'll talk about that third quarter in which Josh Kelly had 14 disposals, 6 clearances and 2 goals with his 5 score involvements. Daniel Garb on the boundary.
Toby Bedford back from the rooms. Adam Kingsley said to him, "Are you right to go?" He said, "Yep." Aaron Cadman, after that last goal from O'Halloran, celebrated as if he'd kicked his 6th for the afternoon. Adam Kingsley just had a wry smile on his face. Giants fans making a lot of noise. Whoever says they don't have supporters, you just need to pay attention to this game. An amazing vibe down here. And are we seeing history repeated? Is this the opposite of that semi-final last year when Brisbane ran all over the Giants with what GWS are doing to Hawthorn right now?
The goal kickers for the Giants, Hogan, Kelly and Bedford, each with 2. Singles for Darcy Jones, who was subbed in the first half with a serious knee injury. Finn Callahan, Harvey Thomas and Jake Riccardi, as well as Kieran Briggs and Xavier O'Halloran. A big goal for him in that third term as well for GWS. Meanwhile, for Hawthorn, 3 goals each for Gunston, McDonald and Ginnivan, who kicked 2 in that third term. Ginnivan singles to Deere, who was subbed in for CJ Jath, Newcombe, Amon and Watson also on the board here for the visitors, who have, as Clinchy said, led by 42 points midway through that third term. It's now just 6 points at the final change. What a finish coming up for you here across ABC Radio, News Radio and the ABC Listen app. This is Finals Footy on ABC Sport.
Enjoy quiz shows on ABC iView.
Everyone on your buzzers.
Like Guy Mont's Spelling Bee.
Brought to you by Silent Letters.
Spicks and Specs.
Correct.
And Hard Quiz.
Let's play. Hard!
Always free, always winning. ABC iView.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2025 AFL Finals.
AFL on your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Nash, here go the Hawks again, through the middle, Angwin, great chase, Nash has to fire a hand pass forward, Gillivan all on his own, from 45, for goal number 3! Gillivan arms outstretched, he runs to the fans with a finger to his ear, let me hear you Hawthorn fans! Half forward for the Giants, Lloyd Meek. Blocked out Briggs, spills out the way of Toby Green, tackles, he gets a kick away into the pocket, Scrimshaw, awkward bounce, clears to Hogan, right forward pocket, Jesse kicks the goal! Hogan with his second.
Nash, with Blake Callahan dispossessed. Tom Green kicks high inside 50 here for the Giants. Battle in the contest with Stringer. Big fend there. Hand pass off to Bedford running by. He can close and finish from 15 outs. Kelly from the stoppage. Onto it now. Quick left foot kick. Josh Kelly for the second time in this quarter. Gets on the scoreboard and they cut Hawthorn's lead back to 12 points. O'Halloran breaks the shoal tackle. Kicks from 45 on the run. And they've made it 6 in a row.
What a goal.
Showtime at the showground. Xavier O'Halloran.
The 2025 AFL Finals Series.
On your radio, ABC Sport Digital Radio and on the ABC Listen app.
3 of their past 5 encounters decided by a kick. Hawthorn and GWS. It's the Hawks who lead by 6 points at the final change of this first elimination final at the Sydney Showground. You're with Brett Sprigg alongside Matt Clinch. Daniel Garb on the boundary to our experts very shortly. Just by the way, to recap what's happened elsewhere, Lockie Neal, the Brisbane Lions co-captain, confirmed to have a calf injury which will see him out for 4 to 6 weeks, i.e. the rest of the season, regardless of how it all looks for the Lions' run from here. Of course, they will next up face the winner of the game coming up next, Freo and Gold Coast at Perth Stadium. We'll take you there in under an hour's time with Clint Wilden and the team, 4:30 local time there in WA. The winner of this game here between the Giants and the Hawks takes on Adelaide on Friday night at Adelaide Oval. They're on the same half of the draw as Geelong, who will host the prelim then 2 weeks from now. Hawthorn by 6 points here at the showground. Your experts, Adam Manaskis and Ryan O'Keefe.
Look, obviously the momentum's totally in the Giants' favour at the moment. But I think the way you mentioned it, Rama, they're winning the ground ball, particularly in their forward half. They've got to make sure, I reckon, to keep it even ahead of the ball, be more precise, lower their eyes and starve Hawthorn of ball. Hawthorn just need to get their hands on the ball. They know once they got their hands on the ball, they're so efficient and they'll go forward and they've been hurting the Giants all game. So this is where it's going to be, and it's going to be a huge battle out of the contest and stoppage to see where we get field position. Like, Finn Callahan's been huge, Newcomb's been huge for Hawthorn, so that midfield battle is really critical on about to get field position. But I think what happened there, ahead of the ball for the Giants, they were able to win the ground ball and even it up and actually take some marks.
Well, you talk about the midfield battle, it was 21-8 in clearance in that third quarter in the Giants' favour. So once they got rolling, once they started to get their hands in the grass, their fingers in the grass to win those ground balls, the scores happened.
How did they go from not being able to hit a target inside forward 50 to not being able to miss as O'Halloran dragged it?
It's just a change of mentality, really. Like, it was clear that the directive at halftime was let's lower the eyes.
Yeah.
When Angwin got that 50-metre penalty, he didn't want to kick the ball long. He made the mistake, but you could see he didn't want to kick the ball long inside their forward 50 and bomb it taller. So he tried to kick a little kick and go there. Now, the other factor that is at play is there's still a breeze. There's a couple of goal breeze that the Giants are going to come home with in this quarter. So does Sam Mitchell start to just roll a player back behind the ball? Does a Weddle roll back behind the ball?
Well, it's too close to try and defend it at the moment. Yeah. But the other thing too is that they got confidence, the Giants. They were hitting those targets in the back end. Everything's hitting. It's amazing, just momentum. When momentum's on your side, it's a powerful thing.
Which way's the wind going, Garby?
I think it's still favouring the Giants. I'm not sure it's quite as strong as it was in the first half, but favouring GWS in the last.
Final quarter underway here. Elimination final. Winner goes through. Loser goes home. And the rucks are wrapped up there. Meek and Briggs in the middle. Umpire chucks it up again. Briggs reaching for it. Meek, more telling tuck that Callahan gets first hands. He's tackled immediately. Put up again. Hawthorn by 6 points here.
I think Briggs has been huge in the ruck. I think he's done really well. He's done really well all game.
Tell Lloyd Meek's starting to get a bit frustrated as he tries to hold him at bay. Briggs wins down the tap to Toby Green, to the run of Finn Callahan. He gets the centre half forward, spots up Hogan. It's a different game. Hogan takes the mark, leading up directly in front, 45 metres out from goal. And the Giants couldn't do that for the best part of a half.
Been screaming for it all game, and now look at it. Once you look, how dangerous does that look? He goes back and slots this. That's the blueprint. Finn Callahan, he's been amazing. This kid is a star, absolute star.
Great handball by Toby Green.
Not many who can go with Finn Callahan when he's streaming like that. Now Toby Green's going to have to come from the field with blood. Garby's heading your way.
Strap him up, get him back on. Put the headband on.
Just trying to work out if it's from the forehead or the nose. Now he's giving instructions to Harvey Thomas.
Off the ground properly. Yes.
He's got to come through the gates here. And Jesse Hogan's just waiting a little while to have this shot on goal. So 2 disposals for the Giants to have a shot on goal and a draw level in this final term. Jesse Hogan from directly in front, 45 metres out, starts his approach. Hogan comes in, fires on goal. Sound the alarm. The tsunami has arrived. Hogan with his third. And the Giants with the last 7 goals of the match to draw level. 13-7-85 apiece. Jesse Hogan with the first goal in the final term inside 2 minutes. Daniel Garb on the boundary.
Toby Green getting some treatment to that forehead. He'll be on in a moment, but he wasn't even watching that Jesse Hogan kick because of the treatment. His back was towards Hogan, but he started slamming the massage table once he heard the crowd go up.
So the biggest challenge for any coach in football is how you stop momentum. That's 7 goals in a row now for the Giants, and they're doing it a different way. So what Hawthorn and Sam Mitchell saw in the first half is now completely changed up. So it's do you move a couple of magnets? As I mentioned, do you drop one back? Just to try stop momentum. Slow the game down for a period of time here if you're Hawthorn.
85 apiece. Hawks and Giants on ABC Sport. Free kick going the Giants' way. Meek was blocking Briggs. They'll go forward of halfway again. 7 straight goals in the game so far. The big man, Kieran Briggs, thumps it deep inside 50. 2-on-2. Hogan reaching again, not paid the grab. Stringer burst by. Crumbs snaps it to behind. The Giants are in front for the first time since the opening minute of the game.
Stringer's the one. You can see he's getting his confidence back. He's super dangerous. Super dangerous. He's getting his tail up. This is very, very ominous signs here for the Giants.
The Hawks have led since the 13-minute mark of the opening quarter. They're now trailing. Hardwick out of defence, up towards Chol. Can't take the mark. Dylan Moore front and centre. Hand pass to Newcomb, out to Amon. Had to try and ride the tackle from Brown. Callahan brings the pressure. Got it back to Sicily. Now to D'Ambrosio. Receives the hand pass. Kicks up the wing. Chol back with the flight courageously. Spills down to Fonte though. Hand pass to Lecalier. Kicks around his body. O'Halloran just couldn't quite take it cleanly. Spills to Warple of Hawthorn. Hand pass to D'Ambrosio. Now Connor Iden's down. He kicks up towards Weddle, who takes the mark. He was leading the way for Hawthorn in the third quarter.
I reckon that's his opponent too.
Yeah.
And Josh Weddle has it in the left forward pocket, 45 metres out from goal.
Oh, he's cramping heavily here, Connor Iden. It's quick, get him off now. He's really close to the bench. Get him off, massage, whatever you need to give him. Bit of pickle juice. But don't let him sit on the ground because you're playing with 17.
His first game since round 16 against North Melbourne, having overcome the back injury. Josh Weddle to return Hawthorn to the lead. It's out to the right. It won't be a goal. Scholes wrestling with Gunston. In the end, it goes through from behind. Scores level. 86 apiece. 4 minutes gone. Final term.
That's that bruise. The ball's holding up down that end. It's hard to have shots from 40 plus.
Past 7 games between these two sides. Average margin 10 points. 3 out of the past 5 by a kick or less. Whitfield kicks out from the right back pocket. Comes Members' side. Meek, towering grab. Just forward of the wing at left half forward.
Get the handball to Sicily.
He's riding shotgun. Meek doesn't go to his skipper. He goes to find Scrimshaw. Closer to home, still 70 from goal, Scrimshaw. Scores level here, 13,886 apiece. To the hot spot he goes. Scholl leaping up. No, not paid the grab. It comes here for Ginnivan. Spun a full 360 in the Fondy tackle. Bursting through O'Halloran for the Giants. Handball sat in space. And it's trucked to the boundary there by Brown.
Holding the ball again.
And he will have it thrown back into play at left half forward here for the Hawks. 13,886. Hawthorn on the Giants. 6 gone, final term. Finals footy on ABC Sport.
Brett Sprigg and Matt Clinch calling the action. Daniel Garb down on the boundary. Adam Ramanauskas and Ryan O'Keefe, premiership players, your experts on ABC Sport. Umpire given the all clear to throw it back in after Marbiel Choles back to his feet. Scores level. How different the game was after Jack Ginnivan with that goal celebration after his third. Hawthorn led by 42 points. Tom Green, hand pass to Whitfield, to O'Halloran. Cornelio, back to O'Halloran. Hand pass towards Kelly. Butts over the boundary line by Sicily. Umpire did the big wind-up and then said throw it in.
I thought he was going to pay a free kick there, Rob Finlay.
Well, the Giants just need to get it going forward there on the boot. They're even ahead of the ball now. They've fixed that situation up, so you just want to get field position.
6.5 played, final term. Scores level. Back in it comes. Meek down to Warple. Hurried kick. Squeeze towards half forward. Alir in the contest there with Scholl. Scholl best position. Fires the hand pass wide. Fonty competes with Watson. Brings it to the ground. Watson's nowhere to the football this time. Ginnivan scrapping for it. Hand pass bounced off Cornelio. Gunston extracts the football. Back here for the Hawks, and now Moore. Hurried ball across the face of goal. Scored away by Anglin. At the drop, waiting for it. They've got numbers there. Bedford. The Giants can clear through Himmelberg to the outer side. Riccardi in the contest there with Barris. Follows up after a couple of bounces. Now comes back in board to find Bedford. Marks just forward of halfway. Takes off now. Run down by Hardwick. Umpire says holding the ball. Great chase and tackle from Blake Hardwick, but that made no sense for Bedford. On the overlap they go, the Hawks, towards half forward. Marked by Connor McDonald. He's 52 from goal. Again, options inside the arc, but holds it and slows things down. He's kicked 3 goals himself this afternoon, but...
Is he allowed to go... He's not allowed to go up to the mark.
So he's not looking convinced here, Connor McDonald, as far as his options to maybe go for goal. Now he is. Steady approach. Kicks from 45. On its way. It's got some carry. It's not quite straight enough, but the Hawks do lead by a point. 8 gone final term. 13,987 to 13,886 here at the Sydney Showground.
That's just how dangerous the Hawks are with the ball. Don't give them the opportunity, Giants. Don't play on stupidly like Bedford did. That's the mistakes that's cost them in the past. Stop doing it.
Ryan O'Keefe with you on ABC Sport. Ash plays on, almost found himself in a bind. He gets away from Weddle, streams out of defence. Long kick out towards the wing. In a tangle, Bedford. Hardwick, he played that so well. Used his body, takes the mark, comes inboard to Connor McDonald. 3 goals so far. His career best is 4. Kicks out to Jarman Impey. Hawthorn's chance to play the kick mark game. Impey gestures for someone to lead to him. Kicking into the breeze. It's wide of Lloyd Meek. Briggs didn't take it. Moore's onto it for Hawthorn. Hand pass to Ginnivan. Hand pass to Meek. No one forward of field. Hand pass cut off by Ash. Gets it away to Tom Green. To Cornelio. Switches it to Brown. He takes the mark at right half back. Waits for the players to stream past him. Toby Green's back on the field with a head bandaged. So Cal Brown takes a bounce. The Irishman sends it long inside 50. Tom Barris waiting for that kick. Riccardi went up. Battle came to support. Got it down to Hardwick. Under immense pressure. Back to Tom Barris. Back to Battle. Top of the defensive goal square. Chips up to Jarman Impey, who marks it right half back.
Impey slides the kick wide there for CJ Jath. Off and running with a bounce. Now a second down the outer wing. Chasing Darby Thomas. Jath tries a kick. It's come off the instep. It'll arrive though here for Meek. And now Ginnivan mops up the error. Hawthorn keep possession. Towards half 40 goes. Gunston leads up but can't complete the mark in the contest. Oh, he does. Was it? Yeah, so he does. He was played the mark Gunston in the contest with Taylor on the junction of 50 at right half forward.
That was terrific by Harvey Thomas. Never gave up on the chase.
Gunston, 250th game was a Hawk, by the way. High ball to the hot spot. Up there Best position was Weddle. Moore spins through a contest, sends the hand pass wide for Scrimshaw. Tracks it now, straightens up on goal. It goes toward the pocket, and again Gunston. No, this time it was out of bounds or touched over next to the right behind post. So a stoppage inside 50 here for Hawthorn. 1 point is their lead. 10 gone final term here on ABC Sport.
Joel off the ground at the moment on the bench. Kalshadir was subbed out in the third quarter. Shankar Jaff came into the action. So Jack Gunston is really the main tall forward inside the forward 50 for the moment. Thrown back in. Meek knocks it to the front. Watson on the move. Tackle brought down by Fonte. Kicks towards the goal mouth. Taylor comes out 2-on-1. Warple trying to knock it out. Cornelio comes racing in with the support of Toby Green. And the ball's in the left forward pocket for the Hawks. They lead by a point. 10 minutes gone. Final term of this elimination final. The winner to take on Adelaide next week.
Still so much time left. Either side to really attack this game and make it theirs. And it's out of bounds for a throw-in again.
The Hawks will be happy now. The momentum shifted and they're starting to get their hand on the ball. They've had the last few inside 50s, so it's settled down now at an even keel.
Still not seen Toby Green really in this contest. This game potentially the Giants dying for a captain's moment. In it comes. Warple wrapped up by Cornelio. Ball comes loose. Head over it there, McDonald. Way out of it by Ash, and now Whitfield bursts by for the Giants. Controls the ball off his foot to Bedford, who slides it and marks on the junction of 50 at left half back. Hawks by points.
That's great by Whitfield there.
Bedford inboard to Toby Green. He's playing high up the ground with Hardwick for company. Kick was just wide of Kelly. Opens the door for Sicily. The Hawthorn skipper inside 50. Here's Ginnivan. Jack Ginnivan marks just inside 50 out to the right. And kicking into a slight breeze. You'd think this is going to take his best.
It's the story of the night, isn't it? Poor turnover by the Giants and then the Hawks just capitalise on it.
Lloyd Meek is headed to the goal square. Gunston and Weddle is there. But the footy is in the hands of Jack Ginnivan. He's kicked 3 goals so far tonight. Kicked 2 in the third quarter.
The ball's been holding up down this end, so he needs a pretty good shoe to get this one through.
Can the Premiership Pie find an option? He tries to spot Dylan Moore. Can he get his fingers underneath? Umpire said he did. Lunging forward. Angwin trying to come in from the side. And Ginnivan found Moore. He's probably 10 metres closer to goal. 45 metres out, pretty much directly in front. Can he kick it? Rama Rock.
Oh, they take his best because that's still the breeze is still there.
21 goals, 16 for Dylan Moore so far this season. Signed a 4-year contract extension. Dylan Moore looking to extend Hawthorn's lead from 45 metres out. He hits it flush, but misses to the left. And the Hawks double their advantage by 2 points at the 13-minute mark of the final term.
Was 42 points in the Hawks' favour early in the third quarter. 2 points now. The Giants with the footy. Patient kicking here. It's with Alia. 25th career game. First final. Secured bound next year, we suspect. Cadman spills the grab into Brown. Thomas. Back here for Cal Brown. The bright pink boots. Shares it now with Josh Kelly. Weaves his way through traffic. Hurried kick towards half forward. Saw Bedford down there by himself. He's in the pocket. Centering ball here for the Giants. And here's marked by Toby Green. Enter the captain, who's 40 out. Slight angle right of centre.
Well, that was extremely lucky.
Oh, how does Bedford get all alone?
Well, I didn't think he didn't expect the ball there.
Yeah, but it was just
Kelly cut back through the middle, sort of that contest, and Bedford had his back to him, but the ball eventually got to him.
You could see that the mythology of the Giants is work it up, not blaze away. It's been a lot more effective for them. It's been harder for that really strong Hawthorn defence to work out and chop each other out.
19 goals in 8 games. The Giants skipper. He misses to the right-hand side. Hawthorn keeps a 1-point lead here. 14.5 played, final term, 13-10 plays, 13-9 here. Elimination final, what a finish on ABC Sport.
Every player but Taylor and Gunston are in the forward and Giants front half of the ball.
Carl Amon brings Hawthorn back into play, chips it in the back pocket, finds Scrimshaw. Kalshadir subbed out in the third quarter. Darcy Jones with a suspected knee injury in the second quarter. Scrimshaw long in the direction of Shoal. Weddle flew in front, but from behind Riccardi takes the mark. Stood his ground. Might have been a bit of shove in the marking contest, but the Giants have it. Riccardi inboard to Ash. Hawthorn leading by a point. 14 minutes gone, final term. Just the one goal so far in this final term, the way of the Giants. The Hawks have managed 3 behinds. Ash takes a bounce, gathers some momentum, drives it inside 50. Hogan in the pack, it clears to the back. Sicily, the Hawthorn captain, back to the run of Carl Amon. He chips it out towards Chol and Riccardi. Riccardi works him underneath. Takes the intercepting mark for the Giants.
Yeah, a couple of big marks by Riccardi.
Riccardi assesses the options. Sees plenty of Origin charcoal down there. Deep to full forward. Barras floats across. Won't finish off the grab. Toby Green lurking. Socket away cleverly by Hardwick. O'Halloran's there though for the Giants. Across his body. Pulls it right across the face. It's spilled down there in defence though. This time by McDonald. The Hawks are away. He does follow up and now sends his neat ball to Josh Ward.
Only has Dylan Moore on the western wing. Kicks it out wide in front of him and Finn Callahan. It rolls out of play. Umpire says throw it in. Hawthorn by a point. Daniel Garb on the boundary.
A couple of the Giants are sore. Lekalia's complaining about a sore groin. He's getting some treatment. Kieran Briggs' calf is not 100%. The crowd here, 20,634. It's a fantastic atmosphere. The Giants, though, have to push through the pain barrier if they are to win.
6th highest crowd here ever. Any game, any final.
And those that have come along would be happy that they have. Cornelio volleys it in the middle of the ground, but straight to Hardwick, who set himself in front of Stringer. Hawthorn take the footy back. Hand pass to the runner, Jarman Empey. Drives it inside 50. Weddle and Himmelberg. Weddle worked his way to the front. Dropped the mark. Himmelberg off hands. Dragged down. Great tackle by Ginnivan. Holding the ball. Hawthorn win the free kick. Jack Ginnivan with a... In fact, it's Sam Butler who laid the tackle. He came charging in and Butler wraps him up and wins a free kick as Himmelberg pleads his case. Butler came racing in from behind and it wasn't much of a tackle.
The ball got knocked out of his hands.
Well, he just missed the kick. Like, it wasn't the tackle that did anything. That is ridiculous. Oh, very unlucky.
So Sam Butler, who's playing his first game since round 16 against North Melbourne, in just his 23rd game and his 4th for the season. Off the back of 34 disposals for Box Hill last week. All of a sudden he's in the spotlight. And Sam Butler with a chance to extend Hawthorn's lead. Slightly left of centre, 35 metres out. Butler completes the deed. And Hawthorn kicked their first goal of the final term and gets some breathing space at the 18-minute mark of the final term. The Hawks led by 42 points midway through the third quarter. Then the Giants booted 7 goals unanswered, and the Hawks have had to scrap their way back to an advantage, which is now 7 points. 14-10-94 to the Giants 13-9-87.
Got a couple of texts asking me what happens in the end of a draw. Of course, if scores are level at full time, extra time, 2 halves of 3 minutes plus time on. So 3 minutes plus time on in either of those halves, and they keep going towards a winner after any of those extra time periods. So that's how it goes. Richard from Geelong, thank you for your text. And a few of you are wondering, what happens if there's a draw? Well, it's extra time. Hawthorn by 7 points here. 18 gone final term.
First goal since the 18-minute mark of the third quarter for Hawthorn.
They're led by 42 points in that third term. Restart back in the middle. Meek tries to bring it away. Brought around by Riccardi. Watson follows up here. Sends them deep inside 50. Hawthorn Weddle in the contest with Iden. Scholl does the crumbing. Snaps and sails it home. Hawks with 2 quick ones to lead by 13. We're not far from time on here in the final term. 19 minutes played. It's 15-10-100. 13-9-87 the Giants. Navior Chol's first goal, very timely. 13 points the Hawthorn lead.
Watson's ability to come off the line there and be clean and get it forward. That was great by him. It's going to be tough now. That's three scores now, or 3 goals the Giants need to kick to get over top of this. It's going to be very, very difficult. I think that's the goal that's really just put enough breathing space, I think, for the Hawks.
Navior Chol with his first goal of the match comes at a pivotal time, and Hawthorn have kicked 2 goals in 2.5 minutes to put their foot forward to take on Adelaide next week. Can the Giants answer? Lloyd Meek, not officiating umpire, free kick going Hawthorn's way. Warple will take it. The umpire slipped over, not officiating. So Warple with the free kick in the middle of the ground against Cornelio for a hold. Warple veers out to the right, drives it long. Weddle sets himself, gets to the front. Iden makes the spoil. Himmelberg kicks it out to half-back. Bedford tried to use his foot. It's coming back. It's coming back. A free kick going the way of Josh Weddle.
Chopping the arms against
a late
Himmelberg,
whistle.
I think. Well, Weddle's put himself in front in every marking contest this quarter. So, that's all that you can ask. Again here. It's against Connor Iden.
Just at the last moment, Connor Iden dragged down the right arm.
No.
So he's gone for spoil, and then with that right arm, he sort of pulled the arm back. That's what the umpire would have seen. As to whether it's there or not is a different conversation. This is Josh Weddle to just about seal it for Hawthorn. Comes in, 40 metres out. Back in the AFL lineup, he misses to the right-hand side. His first game since round 16. And Giants fans take a deep breath. It's a 14-point lead Hawthorn's way. 20 minutes gone, final term.
Home side needs 3 goals. Lockie Ash can burst away here off half-back. Kicks for distance down the members' side wing. 2-on-1, outnumbered down there is Brown, beg your pardon. It's been marked by Sicily. Brings it away here for Hawthorn. Newcomb slows it down. Comes back wide again, marking in space. But on it there is Jarman Impey. Loads up, back inside, attacking 50. Up in front, Weddle. Big sprawl from Himmelberg. Knocks it toward the boundary line. So a throw in here at left half full for the Hawthorn side, who lead by 14 points.
6 minutes remaining. So Hawthorn takes some time off the clock now.
It's interesting though, like, do the Giants now have to go back to the way they played and just go helter-skelter?
They've got no choice.
Which didn't work for them, or do they just still try and chisel away at it?
Hogan, Riccardi, Brown, Stringer inside the forward 50. Green's gone up to around the ball. Briggs wins it down. Finn Callahan racing after it, bumped off it. D'Ambrosio loads up inside 50. Weddle one-on-one with Himmelberg. Himmelberg makes the spoil. It spills out. Charging onto it is Connor McDonald. Can't get a disposal away. Nash lays the tackle on Taylor. Josh Weddle goes in once more. Himmelberg and Taylor both lay the tackle. And it's 40 metres out from the Hawthorn goal, leading by 14 points. 22 minutes gone, final term.
Giants need to equalise here because Hardwick's been sensational this quarter. He's the one that's really been that brick wall for their attack.
Palmed down by Meek to Nash, and now O'Halloran working inside defensive 50. Hand pass out in front there. Moore gets there for Hawthorn. Clever tatter on the back there from Jath, and now Warple. He balks away from one. Almost run down by O'Halloran. Goes off the outside of the boot. Maybe Otschol pucks himself near the square. Mark not paid. They'll blaze away here, the Giants, with Thomas. Fired back to Angwin. Now towards the one-on-one there where Brown's in the contest with Sicily. It missed both of them. And it's a throw-in. Members side wing. Western side of the Sydney Showground. Hawthorn leads by 14 points. 23 gone, final term.
They need to score quick, Giants. Otherwise, Hawks just set up well behind the ball, put a +1, just stem the flow.
I mentioned Josh Kelly that had the 14 disposals and 2 goals in that third quarter. Just the 1 disposal in this final term. Briggs over the back, looking for Tom Green or Agwin. Here's Kelly on cue. Jams it around his left boot. Up towards Cadman and Sicily. Sicily makes the spoil. The Hawthorn captain happy to see it out of play as it rolls out. He beat Cal Brown in the previous matchup down the line. Brown came to the bench, and Hawthorn's captain has served his role this afternoon.
Definitely has.
Last 3 contests have been terrific, Sicily.
He's been really solid there, isn't he? Just real strong defence.
The Giants kicked 7 straight goals in the game. And Hawthorn have controlled things in this final term. Down it comes. Kelly through traffic. Shares it with Toby Green. He kicks from 45 out. It's marked there. Intercepted at fullback by Scrimshaw.
Not a free kick?
No, he's just pointing the other way there, the umpire, for a second. But Scrimshaw has it at fullback here for Hawthorn. Take some time off the clock. 20,000 plus change here. A rare Sydney Showground crowd. Scrimshaw comes beyond defensive 50. Pack forms. Up there Himmelberg. So too Warple at the drop. Bursting through as well. Hardwick shares it now back to his teammate Warple. And again they pile in from all angles for a ball up at right half full for the Giants, who trail by 14 points at the hands of Hawthorn.
The Hawks with 2 goals for to the Giants, 1-2 in this final term. Briggs wins down the tap. Nash lays the tackle. Ball stuck underneath Lloyd Meek and Tom Green, and the umpire will ball it up. Hawks by 14 points. Hawks kick the next goal, it's over. Giants trying to keep it alive. Nash off the hands of Lloyd Meek. Lockie Ash drives it inside 50. Offhands Cadman. Hand pass to Thomas, to Kelly, too slick. Hardwick gathers for the Hawks. He's been good. Clearing kick to halfback. Foot races on. Whitfield should get there first. In front of Connor McDonald on the left boot. He kicks up towards Harvey Thomas. Clears him. Onto it. Riccardi tackled at the last moment by Scrimshaw. Spills out to Carl Amon. Hand pass to Sicily. Chips it up to Moore. He wears the tackle from O'Halloran. Gets away. Hand pass to Jaff.
Just out in space, shares the hand pass. McDonald, he's still bursting by as well. Now kicks down towards half forward. Mavior Chol marks just inside the line. No, out of bounds on the full. Giants ball with Taylor. Visitors lead by 14 points here at the Sydney Showground. Taylor's kick goes high and long in hope. Spoil from Scrimshaw. Affects a neutral ball on the outer side. A throw in slightly forward of the wing at Hawthorn's attacking end. 25 and a half played. Hawthorn lead by 14 points.
3 minutes. They've got it.
Everything's got to go right for the Giants.
They do. They've got to get this clearance and score directly from this clearance.
The Lee Matthews rule, the Giants need as many goals as what minutes are remaining. Newcomb offhands to Jaff. He runs the arc and then awkwardly doesn't get a bounce that comes back. He eventually regathers. Hand pass to Dylan Moore against the boundary line. Down low he kicks for Watson and it goes out of play. Having it locked in the forward 50 for the Hawks is a good result as their travelling army rises and applauds them in the forward pocket there. 20,634 and so many Hawthorn fans who have once more travelled wherever their team features. A 14-point lead, 26 minutes gone. Hawks deep in attack. Briggs, Meek, spills down. Finn Callaghan, hand pass to Ash. Here's the Giants' chance. Ash takes a bounce, runs at Weddle, trying to get it to the outside to Whitfield. He gives it back to Ash. He runs through the middle of the ground, takes a bounce, looks up, ignores the leader Stringer, runs a long way. No one's deep. Hogan trying to get back there. In from the side, Scrimshaw takes the mark. It just wasn't the right option from Lockie Ash.
And that's not a common occurrence from him. Like, really, that's a wasted opportunity. There was Giants players everywhere.
It's been big Scrimshaw this quarter, hasn't he? At both ends.
Mate, Hawks' defence has been fantastic all night.
6-2 intercept marks away the Hawks in this final term.
Scrimshaw will be on defensive 50. Barris comes in. It falls to Himmelberg. He's dispossessed. Can the Giants hack it forward of halfway? Barris turns inside out now, kicks down that line. It is marked by Briggs. True centre wing broadcast side. Giants need 3 goals in 2.5 minutes. High inside 50 they go. Missed the pack. Riccardi. Hand pass was too hot for O'Halloran. Jaff out to beat the ball now. Wide for Moore, who runs out of room on the outer side. But a standing ovation there for Dylan Moore and his Hawthorn teammates as the Hawks fans sense that they will be progressing to Adelaide next week. 14 points their lead. 28 going final term.
The hum around the Sydney Showgrounds. A match which has lived up to the billing. No tomorrow for the loser. Briggs wins down the tap. Jaff races after it. Finn Callaghan taps it towards the boundary line. He and Warple see it out of play. It's in the left forward pocket for the Giants. But 28 minutes gone in the final term. Time is now starting to be their enemy. Although after we saw between St Kilda and Melbourne with Nasiah Wanganeen Miller, nothing is impossible, Spriggy. They've got to act swiftly, though, the Giants. Left forward pocket. Briggs and Lloyd Meek. Kieran Briggs works his way to the front, but Meeks wins down the tap. Kelly on the move. Slaps it towards the goal mouth. Hogan tries to bump off Barris. He runs into Riccardi. He rode the bump. Hand pass to Jaff. One way, then the other. Riccardi got him. Holding the ball, surely.
Go quick.
Left forward pocket. Jake Riccardi has it. He's only about 10 metres out from goal. Has to step out, snap this true, keep it alive. Riccardi opens up the angle, hits the post, into the left goal post. 13-point lead Hawthorn's way. 28 minutes gone, final term.
I think that's it. Game, set, match.
Yeah.
So the Giants' season will end for a 3rd straight year. Successive finals exits, each at an earlier point than the last. They go beyond defensive 50 here, Hawthorn. Taylor up in front, spoil from Chol. Out of bounds for a throw-in. Prelim finalists 2 years ago. Straight sets last year, of course. Had the fade out here against Brisbane eventual premiers. And this year out in week 1. Despite being a 16-win team. What a plucky win for Hawthorn. Concede 7 goals. Either side of three-quarter time. And we'll still see it through here. 13 points their lead. Back in it comes. Play is wrapped up. The ball up, minute left on the clock.
You sort of see when a team spends so much energy to get back, they just can't find that extra bit to keep going and get, a commanding lead.
7 consecutive goals for the Giants to get back in front, but the Hawks answered with the next 2 goals of the match. Free kick going the way of Jai Newcomb at left half-back. Hawthorn by 13 points. They'll soak the seconds up now as Newcomb called to play on. Sends it long towards the boundary line. Joel and Taylor wrestle. Joel tries to slap it towards the line and it goes out of play. He's done his bit. Another stoppage in front of Daniel Garr.
The crescendo here. Hawthorn fans all rising as one. They are on their feet now waiting for this final siren.
13 points their lead. Umpire tosses it back in. Members side. Briggs palms it down here. Bursting by Kelly. Angwin didn't see it coming. Tolls it away now. Gathered again by Meek for Hawthorn. They go inside 50 through Nash. Taylor works his way back there. It'll slide toward the behind line. Gathered there by Taylor. Intercepted there by Chol. Runs around the behind post. Follows up with a snap. And that's a nice way for it to finish. Second goal for Mab Chol to put the exclamation point on a fantastic Hawthorn win. They're out by 19. 107 plays, 88. They'll see it through here, the Hawks, and they'll see Adelaide next week in the City of Churches.
The coach's box was very happy with that one.
Yeah, absolutely. But again, it's just, look, you understand Sam Taylor didn't want to concede the behind there. Great pressure by Marbiel Chol, but look, they go on to the second week, the Hawks. GWS kicked the goal at the 2-minute mark of this last quarter. Then there was 15 minutes between the next goal. Hawthorn were able to stop that momentum. They turned the game into a scrap for 15 minutes, and then they were able to get that next goal. They got that next goal at the 17-minute mark, and that was the most critical one because it just turned the whole quarter around.
Hawthorn by 19 points. Meek wins down the tap to Newcomb. Jams it up towards the 50. Gunston leads up. Connor Iden races out in front. Iden gathers. Toe pokes it towards the boundary line. It trickles out and rolls out of play. Players turn towards the umpire who plays insufficient intent. So it'll be a Hawthorn free kick. And it's taken by Dylan Moore. And Dylan Moore at right half forward will send this inside 50 and send the Hawks into the second week of the finals. Moore sends it long, inside 50. The siren sounds, and the Hawks are into the semi-finals. Still, of course, in September, they had to withstand the Giants' bench punch, but with the last 3 goals of the match, the Hawks prevail by 19 points to take on the Adelaide Crows.
Riding the bus with a grin and Hawthorn. Come what may, you'll find us striving. Teamwork is the thing that goes. One for all and all for one, the way we play it more. We are the mighty, mighty Hawks.
In a match of arm swings and complete momentum shifts, the Hawks kicked 7 goals to 3 in the opening quarter and led by 24 points. The Hawks with 4 goals to 3 in the second quarter, led by 28 points. And when Jack Ginnivan kicked 2 goals in the third quarter, Hawthorn led by 42 points. The Giants kicked the next 7 goals to take the lead in the final term at the 3-minute mark after Jesse Hogan kicked the first goal of the final term. But the Hawks answered. 2 goals to Marbiel Chol and 1 to Sam Butler. The Hawks are the last 3 goals of the match to win by 19 points.
We're the mighty, mighty Hawks. We love our club and we play to win. Riding the bus with a grin and Hawthorn. Come what may, you'll find us striving. Teamwork is the thing that goes. One for all and all for one, the way we play at home. We are the mighty, mighty Hawks.
Oh, they were fighting all right.
Marbiel Chol with the last 2 goals of the match as the Hawks 16-11, 107 to the Giants 13-10, 88. Book their spot in the semi-finals against the Adelaide Crows. While for the Giants, it'll feel a missed opportunity after being knocked out in straight sets last year. The disappointment of fighting their way back into the lead in the final term, but they couldn't go on with it. For the winners, 3 goals to Jack Ginnivan, Jack Gunston and Connor McDonald. McDonald kicked his 3 in the first half. 2 goals to Marbiel Chol, the last 2 goals of the match. Individuals to Newcomb, Eamon, Butler, Watson and Deere. Sam Butler with his first goal since round 15, 2023. He's one of 2 changes for the Hawks into this elimination final. While for the Giants, 3 goals to Jesse Hogan, who kicked 2 in the second half. 2 goals to Josh Kelly, who kicked both in the third quarter. 2 to Bedford. Individuals to Thomas, Darcy Jones, Callahan, Riccardi, Briggs and O'Halloran. The Hawks winners by 19 points.
Ryan O'Keefe, Adam Manaskis, talk us through it.
Well, I just think the Hawks were just brilliant, weren't they? They were defensively set up really well behind the ball. Their defence worked as a unit. They were really, really strong, and we harped on it all game how the Giants forward line just wasn't working, wasn't presenting. The delivery in there was, they rushed it. They hadn't learnt their lessons from previous years, the way they were playing, and the Hawks, once they got ball in hand, they were so dangerous. They were so dangerous. They were able to use it, and the efficiency going forward. The efficiency might have dropped off a bit in that last quarter because it came a bit of a scrap. But for 3 quarters, almost 75% of the time, Hawks went into their forward 50. They scored. They were just really good, and just well balanced. You mentioned Real Madrid, their ability to mop up the ground balls, particularly in their back line and everything like that. And it took the Giants a monstrous 20-minute period to get back, and they kicked those 7 goals because they ended up sort of being a bit smart with their ball use, honouring leads and getting a little bit more ground level presence. But they spent all their energy to get back to level, and that's what sometimes happens. You think, geez, they've got all this momentum. What's Hawthorn going to do? And Rami, you touched on it perfectly. The Giants kicked that first goal, but then the Hawks just got it into a scrap. It's a level playing field, and then they kicked the goal, and that's it. The game's back to even kill, and then the Hawks were able to to really be set up really well behind the balls. Guys like Hardwick, Scrimshaw, they were fantastic in that second quarter. So some of these players, and that not many people really know about, are just solid footballers now that are just really key to this Hawthorn's quest.
Oh, look, 7 goals in the first quarter, 11 goals in the first half for Hawthorn. That was off the back of only 24 inside 50s. So you look at the Giants in that first half, they had 40 inside 50s for 6 goals. So the efficiency of the early part of the game by Hawthorn was terrific. Rock and I spoke about continuously today the ground level game. Hawthorn they had their hands on the ball first at ground level. They were able to give a little handball out first. Newcomb was outstanding. He's had 32 possessions, 12 clearances and a goal. Like the battle with Tom Green. Green's ended up with 34 himself and 12 clearances. But I just thought early in that game, particularly that first half, Newcomb was outstanding for the Hawks. The back line of Hawthorn, well, GWS were their own worst enemy, particularly in that first half where they allowed Hawthorn to defend together. So the ball would get spoiled, the ball would get mopped up. Impey, Hardwick, Scrimshaw, Amon, just at ground level, even Josh Battle at ground level in that first half. The ball just kept coming out of GWS's forward line. Hogan, Stringer, Riccardi, Cadman couldn't apply any pressure. It was left to Darcy Jones, who's unfortunately may have an ACL injury. Yeah. And he can't do it all himself. He simply can't do it all himself. So if you've got to play with 4 tools, and I classify Stringer as a tool because of the way he moves, you need to hit targets. They just simply couldn't. They simply couldn't do that. That 15-minute period in that last quarter after GWS kicked the goal, that was a pure arm wrestle of finals football. And it was such smart play by Hawthorn to turn the game back into a scrap, slow the game down, force GWS to do something probably that they didn't want to, because the third quarter they changed it. The Giants changed the game around. They started to move the ball, hit targets, hit the shorter targets. When the game turned back into a scrap, they were then having to dump kick out of stoppage again, and that suited Hawthorn's backline. So all credit to the Hawks. Terrific game of football by them. Sam Butler kicks a goal late in that quarter to put the Hawks in front. They never looked back from there.
20,000 634 the crowd here, and I reckon half the Hawks fans, they've stuck around. So the Hawks players are lapping up with their fans that have travelled here, decked out in their brown and gold here in all parts of the Sydney Showground. They'll make their way down to the race, and we'll hear them in the rooms very, very shortly.
Hawthorn's first win here at the Sydney Showgrounds. So they break that duck of having lost their 8 consecutive times here. 6 were against the Giants. There was a couple of COVID matches there. But I think you're right, Rama. A lot of the attention will be on the forwards and Jai Newcomb with the midfield, but their ability to defend in that last quarter. Tom Barras, that's what they brought him to the club, alongside Josh Battle. Probably Blake Hardwick's not going to get the credit he deserves. Some of that desperate work, and Jack Scrimshaw on the last line of defence.
Yeah, look, I thought as a unit today, Hawthorn's defenders, particularly their key defenders, worked unbelievable. Hogan had 3 goals, but I didn't think he really had too much of an impact on the game. You look at Cadman, I didn't think he had any impact on the game at all. Riccardi had a couple of moments.
He was all right, Riccardi, but he sort of picked up a bit further. But we spoke before the game about, which team has learnt from their last year's finals campaign, and you can see Hawthorn have the way they were coached brilliantly. They out-coached the Giants, I thought, because I just think that first 2.5 quarters, Giants had not learnt their lesson from last year's final series, and they just played straight into the opposition's strength, which is what you can't do. So I just thought the Hawks, as a total outfit, they were coached really well. They were very disciplined, and it's really, really impressive. How much further they can go, unsure. It's going to be it is going to be a big test to play Adelaide over at Adelaide.
Fremantle versus Gold Coast coming up. You'll stay with us here at the Sydney Showground until 20 to 7 Eastern Time. So 4:40 there in the West for our pre-gun coverage there at Perth Stadium. Kicks off with Clint Wheeldon, Mitch Turner, Peter Bell, Sharad Wellingham, Anna Cash, Fotodar. The other elimination final, of course, the winner of that takes on Brisbane Saturday night. Lockie Neal-less Brisbane Lions out with a calf injury. But in the meantime, the Hawks make their way down into the rooms. They win by 19 points here to punch their ticket through to week 2 and the semi-finals. And Daniel Garb is waiting for them.
Here they come, the Hawthorn players. They will be greeted by the Prime Minister. Anthony Albanese is in the Hawthorn rooms with that scarf around his neck. A massive crowd, as you can imagine, waiting for the Hawthorn players. They finally had a win at the Sydney Showgrounds after 8 defeats previously, and it comes in an elimination final. The captain, James Sicily, the first man into the rooms, and as you can hear, there is an awesome applause for them. Tom Barras waving to people in the crowd. What a move by him to make himself a Hawk after winning a flag with West Coast. What awaits for him in the future. They are ready to go with a rousing rendition of We're a Happy Team at Hawthorn.
Sung with gusto is the word. The coach in the middle there as well with his charges. 19-point winners here. Hawthorn back to Garby very shortly. 0437 774 774. Enjoy the call of the finals battle, says Simon, as a neutral supporter, as entertaining politics-free call. Well, Simon, there weren't some politics-free messages from some people who were talking about the umpiring. Surely robbed by critically timed freeze to Hawthorn, says one correspondent. There was other ones there. A security supporter here says the Giants were robbed. Look, there were moments in the game sort of for both sides that some of the free kicks were dubious, but I don't think someone else says free kick Hawthorn is back. So we're talking about sentiment here for neutrals. I think we're suggesting it's not going Hawthorn's way, but the Hawks well deserved here nonetheless.
So the free kicks are 21-17 Hawthorn's way.
Yep.
It was 7-2 in the final quarter.
Chris said, should have played the Binya boy, best tackler in the league, number 24, referring to Harry Rouston, of course, a big Harry Rouston fan on the SMS. So keep those coming through, 0437 774 774. And, of course, Clint Wilden and the team to bring you Fremantle and Gold Coast coming up next over at Perth Stadium. Wow. So, by the way, that 20,000 crowd means it is our 6th highest crowd at the showground ever and our 2nd highest in a final. So there you go. It's a rare sort of thing. Would you say it was half-half, Hawthorn fans and Giants fans?
Yeah,
if not more Hawthorn.
Oh no, there's a lot of Giants. It was good. It was a good even spread of support, and the crowd got into it. I thought it was a great atmosphere here. It was fantastic.
Annie, thank you for your text as well. We'll get to Garby shortly for more reaction in the Hawthorn rooms. And, of course, you're with Adam Manaskas and Ryan O'Keefe alongside Matt Clinch and myself, Brett Sprigg, wrapping things up here at the Sydney Showground. How did they do it? Right, I mean, 7 straight goals the Giants kick. And at that point, most teams do just sort of fade out. But they steadied, didn't they, in that final term?
Yeah, like I said, you get a jump. They got a jump like that in the first half. The Giants had to put a massive effort just to get back within even. They've spent a lot of bickies. They've lost the player. There's a couple of players sore, and they've done all this work, and now they're just even, or they're a goal behind. So, then the game just started playing normal, and then I said the Hawks could not get their hands on the ball during that period, and then eventually the momentum's going to shift. They came into a scrap. They did really well to ice it down, and then they just played their game.
Down to Garby very soon. A reminder, of course, of what awaits Hawthorn next week. They've had a couple of classics this year with Adelaide. So they won by 3 points at York Park back in round 14. And, of course, there was that thriller a couple of weeks ago in Adelaide, which they lost by 14 points. That's what's to come next for Hawthorn in week 2. Daniel Gar, back to you in the Hawks rooms.
Thank you very much. I'm here with Jarman Impey. Jarman, congratulations. You've been celebrating with some loved ones. Talk us through that moment and who you've been with.
Yeah, just with my wife and 16-week-old little Zion, my son. So he's 2 from 2. We had to bring him to Sydney. He's 2 from 2. So he might have to travel to Adelaide as well, make it 3 from 3, hopefully.
An incredible moment for you, and the Prime Minister's over your right shoulder as well. So it's all happening in here.
Yeah, it is all happening. It's an awesome feeling in the change rooms right now. It was a real mentality game, and the boys pulled through. A lot of character out there, and it was a special game.
You started so well, and then the Giants started coming back in a massive way. So talk us through what was being said around the ground to try and keep things composed and ultimately get it done.
Yeah, it was a real mentality game. It's finals football. We knew that they were going to get a run on. GWS's quality. They've got quality players all over the park. We knew they could score. They're very potent, and they had their run on, and probably too much of a run on, but I feel like our back 6-7 really stuck fat and just try to control what we could control. I feel like they got on top of us all over the ground really, and we just stuck fat and believed and come out with the chocolates. How good.
You finally won on this ground. You were zipping 8 coming into this game, and you get it done in an elimination final. Had you spoken about that? Had you discussed why this ground had become a bit of literally a bogey ground for you?
I think there was conversations about it. I think we'd be lying, but I feel we had the mentality of have we played a final here? So in the final series, I feel like it's all fresh, right? Again, taking nothing away from GWS, the respect there is through the roof. I just thought, it's a final series. It's different than a home and away season. So we got the win, and we're really grateful and happy and full of confidence.
Jarman Impey's got the headphones on, so Adam Ramanauskas and Ryan O'Keefe, you can take it away.
Jars, it's Rammer up here, mate. Well done. They kicked that goal at the 2-minute mark of the last quarter, so it levels the game up, even scores, but then it takes 15 minutes of an arm wrestle to kick the next goal, which was kicked by you guys. But that was GWS's 7th goal in a row. Did you slightly change something, or what was spoken about through the middle of the ground, through the defenders? Did you drop a number back? What changed in that 15 minutes for you guys?
Yeah, great question. I think for us, as a back 7, we just said we've got to control what we can control here. We can, stop the momentum. So from a back back seven, we just really had to focus on contest and snapping up the ground and trying to get a front half game. We knew that the coaches were working really hard, up the field, and I'm sure that there was a few things that changed. So from us, it was just contest stuff and build up the game and try not to let them score.
Well, the first half was electric. They had 40 inside 50s that you had to defend in that first half, but you guys were able to kick 11 goals in that first half. Is that the type of style that you want to continue to play? I know it's hard to play that for 4 quarters, Charles, but that looked unbelievable in the first half.
Yeah, Rama, you're definitely right. I feel our back 6-7 is going really, really well. We know that we're really good in the contest. Ideally, we don't want them entries coming in right. So that's why we had a real focal point of trying to play a front half football just like every side does, because it does take its toll, and that's probably where they got a run on for 7 goals, as you said. So for us, we just want to play front half football, and we feel really confident as a back group to really fight to the death and try not to let them score.
When they got that run on, and it just seemed like the momentum just couldn't be stopped. What was the talk like at 3/4 time or amongst your leaders and your senior players to sort of go, how do we stop this, and what do we need to do now to just get this game back into an arm wrestle?
Yeah, great question. We speak a lot about moments as leaders, and I feel like we got that message across and we connected well between lines, right? So I feel like we're a really strong connected leaders group and strong all over the ground with connection. So we spoke about it, and I feel like it helped to a certain degree, and then we probably needed some more help from upstairs from the coaches. But definitely it's very important that you connect and you understand the moment and you feel the moment and the shifts. And I feel like we were on top of that. And then just sometimes they're just going to continue to play some great football and keep scoring. But we definitely felt the moment, especially when they kicked 2, 3, 4. So yeah.
And with such a good win, and obviously everyone's pumped, and it's an away win, which is something you haven't done up here for. I think this might be the first time you've won up here. What's the message now from Sam and the rest of the coaching group? You obviously celebrate this, but you've still got a lot of journey to go.
Oh, a big journey to go, right? Cliche, but we look 1 week at a time, and I feel like, let's be honest here, we come away from this win with a huge amount of confidence. We've got to keep working on our game, of course, and try not to make these goals get a run on of 7, right? I think the Crows got 8 in a row, so we have to definitely look at that. But take no means away, this is a big win and a big confidence boost for the mighty Hawks.
We'll let you go, Jarman. Enjoy it.
Thanks, gentlemen. Absolute pleasure.
Jarman Impey with us in the victorious Hawks rooms, and indeed very happy with that win here. 19 points over GWS.
Bit of mighty Hawks at the end. Even he's sort of feeling like a supporter. Had just under 1,000 metres in his game. He was the second highest Hawk with 28 disposals and had 8 inside 50s as well. So 960 metres game with his 6 score involvements. And I guess that question that Ryan O'Keefe posed, that Hawthorn have learnt the lessons from last year, having been beaten in the finals by Port Adelaide and into the second week for a second year in a row.
And what I like about their team, the Hawks, is they're so even. They're not reliant on 1 or 2 players to drag them over the line. And if you say, look at the Giants, they were relying on Finn Callahan and a couple of players to absolutely get them over the line. But the Hawks just looked right across. Everyone was contributing. Like, they all had their moments. There was Josh Worrell in that third quarter was everywhere, and then all of a sudden Hardwick in the last quarter was rock solid, and then just different players when it needed to count. Ginnivan come up and kicks for you, and obviously a bit of showboating that, but they all had their moments in a game, and they all sort of contributed, which is a sign of a good team or a mature team.
So in that third quarter, the Giants had 124 disposals to 86. They kicked 6 goals to 2. We touched on the credit of Josh Kelly, who kicked 2 goals. In the final quarter, the Giants had 64 disposals to the Hawks' 90. The Giants kicked 1 goal, 3 to Hawthorn's 3-4. So you touched on Rama. They kicked the first goal of the final term. They threw their best punches, and then as the final quarter went on, the fatigue started to lift in, and Josh Kelly, unfortunately, only had the 4 disposals in that final term, and they just lacked that that amount of contributors to be able to fire once more.
See, fatigue's fine. But what they did in that period, they went back into the habit of the first half, the Giants. And they started to bomb the ball again because they were pushing too hard. Where they had so much of the quarter to play. Then Hawthorn go back into, well, this is perfect for us. They're going to kick it straight back to us. All we have to do here is defend and find a couple of goals.
I don't want to criticise coaching groups and stuff like that, but did they miss the mark by not playing Josh Kelly straight off the bat and maybe having Stringer, like one of those forwards, as your sub? Just because I think
which they have done before.
Yeah, because I just think they were very top heavy. It just wasn't working. And when Josh Kelly came in, he provides some run, he provides some class.
He changed the game.
He did. He changed the game. So is that something that as a coaching group they'll be going back, oh, geez, I think we just made a blue there?
Stringer 10 disposals, 2 behinds. Cadman 10 disposals, 1 behind.
Quick postmortem on the Giants here, Ryan O'Keefe. They've now lost 4 straight finals and 6 of their past 8 since the 19 grand final. But this year overall, 16 wins, get to 5th, but of course out in the first week at home, it's not the ideal finish for Adam Kingsley.
And it's funny that last quarter when I thought the game was over, I was trying to think, okay, what's the Giants? What do they need? Where do they need to go? What sort of player do they need to bring in? And I'm thinking about the list. They've got the players. I think it's their style. I just think the way they play.
They've been figured out the past couple of years.
It's not finals footy. I think against home and away games where not the best teams or pressure teams or teams that hurt you on turnover, they're fine. They're not flat track bullies. I don't want to say that because they are a very good team. It's just, but when it gets to finals and the pressure on that kamikaze, that tsunami, whatever the hype or whatever they're brought into there, and that just go and just rush it forward, it doesn't work because teams are putting pressure on and they turn them over and they can hurt them.
Can the Hawks beat the Crows, Rama, next week?
Yeah, I think they can. Like, if they play that efficient style that they played in the first half, I think they can. You'll get a different version of the Crows next week. I think they needed that game, the Crows, to experience. We spoke about finals experience as a team before the game. I just think they needed that on Thursday night. But Hawthorn have got options. They got that back 7, as Jarman Impey spoke about. They can stop Walker, Thilthorpe, and Fogarty, no doubt in my mind. It's then the game will come down through the middle of the ground. Adelaide lost that game through the middle of the ground. If Hawthorn, particularly a John Newcombe, if he plays the way he played next week, they'll be tough to beat. So
Adelaide Hawthorn next week. Winner of that plays Geelong in the prelim at the MCG in a couple of weeks' time. Of course, Brisbane's next opponent is the winner of next game coming up, Freo v the Gold Coast, heading off to Perth Stadium in just a few moments' time. Of course, the winner of that plays Brisbane Saturday night, and Brisbane won't have Lockie Neal. So that news coming through the last couple of hours that their skipper, their co-captain, has suffered a calf injury, out for 4 to 6 weeks. Of course, that is season done for Lockie Neal.
Just the last thing on the Giants.
Yep.
I don't think they need to drastically change much. What they need to go to work on is their skill level.
Yeah.
I look tonight, they've kicked the ball at 59%. They had a really, really poor night of execution. So summer should be about fundamentals and execution.
Thanks, Ram. We'll hear from you. We're off, Pebs. Sorry.
It's all good.
Have one last
No, it's all good.
Well, it's actually our last game here in Sydney as well. So thank you, Ryan O'Keefe, firstly, for this season.
It's been a sensational year. Loved it.
Thank you, Rama, for coming to Sydney.
Always good coming up to Sydney.
Thank you, Clinchy.
Thank you, Spriggy.
We'll hear from you tomorrow.
Certainly will. AFLW, North Melbourne and Collingwood, and on air from midday with Cameron Ling.
Excellent. Cannot wait for that. Listeners, through the Gold Coast, heading back to the NRL, Gold Coast Titans v West Tigers, while, of course, the rest of us head off to Fremantle versus Gold Coast over at Perth Stadium. Clint Wilden, Mitch Turner, Peter Bell, Sharad Wellingham and Akash Fotodar, of course, just like this game here where the Hawks prevailed over the Giants. The winner of that goes through and the loser goes home. Thank you to our team here. Thanks to Tegan Nichols, to Daniel Garb and to Craig Davis in the studio. Enjoy the rest of your Saturday here on ABC Sport.
As each day begins,
get the facts you need to stay informed.
Every day, across your day.
Stay with Australia's trusted news source.
all the latest, all verified. Stay in the know with ABC News.
On ABC TV and ABC iView.
September means finals footy.
He curls it through for a magnificent goal.
But at ABC Sport, it also means we're counting down to the summer of cricket.
Smith thumps that through cover point away for 4.
Starting September 30, the Women's ODI World Cup.
Big 6 from Phoebe Litchfield.
Plus Australia versus India in the men's ODI and T20s. The WBBL, the Big Bash, and the biggest rivalry in the game.
The Ashes.
The Ashes.
Stark rumbles in and bowls it down. Bowling! He's bowling! First bowl!
ABC Sport and the ABC Listen app. Your home of cricket this summer.